let me load everything up. And honest to God, I'm so glad both of you are here. I'll be counting on both of you to cover me, so to speak. And with that, we will just, you know, I might need you both to just kind of go at it. I mean, you know, in a positive sense, you know, just keep the bandwidth burning and for a good part of the next few hours. And when Brendan joins us, hopefully that will help with everybody involved. So let's see if we can get ourselves an echo here, get everything. Let's see if we can hear my voice at least. Get this buddy involved. So let's see if we can get ourselves an echo here. Okay. Get everything. So let me turn that off. Marcus Griggs. Hey, DD. Oh, he's back as Marcus. He's back as Marcus Griggs. Spartan No Negative says, good evening, everyone. Hello, brother. Hello, Marcus Griggs. Hey, DD. Oh, he's back as Marcus. He's back as Marcus Griggs. Sounds good. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sound much better now that I turned off that echo. Shit, now I got to get it back on again. All right. Why did I do that? Okay, because I couldn't stand the echo. So let's sound much better now. Mute it, pause it, grab the share, and everybody put a thumbs up, of course, on the video. Marcus Gritz says, yeah, boy, yes. Jameson Reese says, hey, all, good man. Yes, he's in there with them. Okay, all right, got that. Let's see if we can get that to, okay. Get this to create the echo effect. Let's see if we can get the... Excellent. Okay, V. Whoa. V? Not my V, right? Oh my God. See if we can get the... Excellent. Had to see that again. Okay, V Sexton. V. Hey, everyone. Oh, whoa. Hey, V. Hey, honey. I'm sure that's not my V, but you're welcome to be my V. And Spartan says all is well. Marcus Griggs says, hey, Jameson. Okay, wonderful. So glad that both of you are communicating. Okay, let's go change this everywhere. The links on all my published posts on my laptop, which will change it everywhere else. Oh my God, I've got so many incoming messages. Maddening. Okay, there we are.
Hard being a popular guy.
Oh, always at this hour. Yeah, it's at this hour. When it rains, it pours. And okay, now place this here. And while I'm doing this, both of you gentlemen are welcome to talk trivia.
All right. Well, what I wanted to do was start off where I left off last broadcast. Last broadcast, I was talking about Elizabeth Jennings Graham.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you can say that till we're formally broadcasting at the top.
Oh, okay, okay. So yeah, if we're going to go into if we're going to go into small talk, I was recently actually I was interested. I was actually quite glad that Kamala Harris was chosen by as VP by Joe Biden.
Yes.
Now, it seems to be getting a mixed reaction from people within the black community. And, a lot of black people are like, they're not really happy about it. They don't give a shit one way or another. And, I just wanted to put my own stance out here, especially when it comes to ethnicity and politics. And I'm just going to, read through what I wrote on Facebook. If my people perish for a lack of knowledge, good riddance. The ignorant are dead weight. I move alone. I am not my race. I am not my gender. I am the one who is not, and that is my individuality, which is my call to pride. Want to be dumb and die. I got no emotions to waste on any. Can barely feel anything these days but, rage, disappointment, disgust, regret for being born human.
Haven't we always been feeling that all our lives?
Yeah.
Go on.
When it comes to the human race, social change, personally, I say fuck them both. My reasons for what I do is clear. My reasons is this pursuit of knowledge, specifically arcane knowledge, also a understanding of what is going on behind closed doors, behind the scenes within this world, as a means of ensuring my personal survival. And, again, just so you know who I am not Judas, I am not Christ. I am the storm of the desert that leaves dehydrated corpses to disintegrate into corpse. You can say Satan may be a role I play as an adversary to humankind, who in that adversarial nature does teach men, but leads those not teachable to ruin and death like a horrid mirage. My alliances are not human, although some such have human form. My goal is to use humans for knowledge for my own personal gain in my arcane pursuit. So you're better off having an honest enemy as myself, as an ally, than a loving friend who lies to himself, lies to everyone else, and whom you never know when he's going to bury the dagger in your chest.
Yes, yeah. Well, that's certainly impressive. Thank you. That's poetic, and it also gives some hint to our deep disappointment in so much going on around us, and we've got a lot to be disappointed in, but hopefully something to look forward to. I believe that, and what do you two gentlemen feel about this? You can take us to the top of the hour based on discussions about this, no doubt, but I do believe that some of the controversy surrounding Kamala Harris would be the fact that she is a attorney general, a top cop, so she is, in that sense, perhaps a part of the police system that many people are talking about defunding and ultimately deconstructing for obvious reasons, based on the experience of George Floyd and everything else, Breonna Taylor and too many to name. So people might be just simply disappointed about that. Other than that, of course, she's a very light-skinned black woman, but I would like to think that's not the basis for some of the controversy, though I assume it would be with some incredibly stupid people. I don't know if you've run across that.
Because there is a black-on-black hatred within the community that stems from that ingrained slave mentality. The reason why that slave mentality still exists, some may argue it's epigenetics. I believe that's a load of shit. I honestly believe that a lot of this has to do with them not self-reflecting. They would rather identify themselves as their skin color instead of gaining that self-actualization as an individual themselves. And this is a problem I find with people of all colors, is that, this desire to belong to the herd without having had to struggle on one's own to be exiled or to some degree outcast from the herd builds a very weak character that can't reflect past physical appearance, phenotype. Kamala Harris she didn't choose to be born light-skinned any more than, other people of color chose to be dark-skinned.
Thank you. Yes.
But and
I don't hear anybody talking about her light skin or black skin. I mean, everyone has every black person has light skin and dark skinned people in their family. The problem is, she had evidence of some of the people's innocence of people who she let die, particularly 2 people who she let go on death row, and just talking about sending single mothers to jail if their kids miss school. I mean, she was very mean and harsh on top of sleeping her way up to the top. She's not a nice person. So and you brought up her light skin. Okay, well, you can bring it up, but as far as harping on it, I haven't heard a single person speak on her not liking her because of her light-skinnedness. So you can call us all stupid if you want to for not liking her, and I don't even know where that comes from.
Whoa, back up.
I didn't mean.
I'm not condemning.
Whoa. I am not condemning anyone I'm not calling anyone stupid for that. What I'm getting at is this. The bigger picture, is she a human piece of shit? Yes, perhaps. But the bigger picture is that we have, what I'm trying to point out is the image. If Joe Biden's too incompetent to continue and she becomes the commander-in-chief, we have the first black female president in history.
Right.
Never mind how shit a job she does. What this does is this forces the world to acknowledge a new image of the black woman, instead of having this image ingrained in their heads as black women being nothing more than servile hoes to fuck who are just emotional and fall apart at the seams, which is what society has been pushing decade after fucking decade. We have a chance to break out of that. We have a chance to emerge into an age where we can have female rule, where we can have female, we could at least push towards some form of egalitarianism. And the fact that the community can't see that, yeah, that's why I'm calling them stupid. I'm not calling them stupid because of, the skin color. So don't get it twisted.
Oh, yeah, what I was saying was I was the person who used the word stupid. And what I meant was there were some people, I'm certain, who are stupid enough to be bitching about the skin color, because I do hear that kind of comment. It does come out. I hear that a lot because of the just the issues a lot of people have. Well, but then again, I've worked all my life with media. I know that Derek Talley has as well. But I don't think necessarily that Derek Talley has worked with the kind of media that I have. Not that I've worked with any high-level media, mind you, but I've been exposed to, say, for instance, models. And when I've been dealing with, say, for instance, models, oh my God, skin color means everything. One black African-American woman I knew who was dark and was working as a model. It's just there are just certain contracts that can be had where they're looking for a certain kind of mood or mystique, and then there are different skin tones they want for a different type of mood or mystique. So she's never took offense at it, but the comments that have come up around her or any of her affiliates, what people said about skin color, their entire judgment of the person's personality and their assumptions about the person's lifestyle and their experiences in life were all based on that skin color. And to an extent, of course, there's validity there that people with lighter skin, black African Americans with lighter skin, tend to be employed more often because people feel more comfortable with them who are not black. So that is a fact, and that's an ugly fact, but it's one of the factors that cannot be denied about Kamala Harris that helped her get to the top.
Yes.
She may have, yes, and she may have slept her way to the top as well. And she, I had no idea of the facts. I mean, believe me, I've never followed her career. If she's let innocent people go to death row, or at least people go to death row who could have been averted from death row, or innocent people like mothers get convicted for etc., just to play the white game of basically being hard on crime so that she could be trusted, quote unquote, by the white community and therefore work her way to the top as an attorney general, then this is the kind of predatory viciousness that is, unfortunately, this is what produced Hillary Clinton as well. There's no other way in this world, the way it's structured right now, for a woman to get to the top, and for a black woman, that's simply a double negative, that she has to be twice as vicious, twice as ugly to get to the top. So when
precisely,
yeah. So I mean, this is when people say that Hillary Rodham Clinton was a murderess and all this. I was the first person to say that. As a matter of fact, before it was popular, before everybody held that assumption and presumption that Hillary Rodham Clinton was a murderess, I was saying that. And I was saying that for years, that this was before things really got heated. And they only really became heated about Hillary Clinton after Obama, and when she started running against another white man. At the time she was running against Obama, you never heard any of that. It wasn't an issue. That's when I was saying all that. And so Hillary Rodham Clinton, of course, is a product of woman trying to get to the top of a man's world. And in order to do that, she literally had to become a murderess. And I mean literally. I mean like leave a trail of bodies behind her. That there are people who kept track of the Clinton murders, and they number in the scores. It ultimately must go up to the hundreds. And I have always been the first to emphasize that's not the problem. That's the irony of the world we live in. That's not the problem that I had with her. It's just that's the world she lived in, was to get where she went to. That doesn't justify it or defend it, but as a woman trying to attain power, that's what she had to do. That doesn't make it right, but that's where she was coming from. The idea of her being a pedophile now, That's where the
It's
true
absurd.
insanity comes in. Yes, that's the true insanity. It's just preposterous. It's just all that. It's just pure crap. It's just has nothing to do with anything. The kind of bastard that she was, or bastardess, was like when it came to a young girl who was raped at the time that she was an attorney in a position where she was at the other end of the girl's case, where the girl was trying to prove she was raped, and she was at the other end proving she was not raped, and Hillary Rodham Clinton destroyed this girl's life. So, okay, that's how she got started. One of the ways she got started. This sort of thing is true. It's horrible. It's career-oriented predation, but it's not child predation. It's not necessarily a totally different ballgame, but you know, that's the ugliness of the world we live in. And so that's what she became to get and claw her way to the top. And she married an idiot she could control easily and manipulate easily. He had his own problems to deal with. He couldn't keep his dick behind his zipper. Fucked her up 8 ways to Sunday, being married to an idiot like that. But you know, that's what you get too. I mean, you know, he was what he was. At least he was charismatic enough where nobody really cared, other than the Republicans, that he had his dick hanging out all the time. So you know, then you get Kamala Harris. So she's like a black version of Hillary Rodham Clinton in many ways, I'm sure. And yeah, this is the adult world of ugly compromise. And we're at the top of the hour. We'll officially start. And this is Critical Omissions. I'm very proud to have with me, obviously, two passionately involved, and that's good. That's good. Black African American men who are going to help us greet the new vice presidential nominee, and you know, along with you know, Biden, the I don't even know how to describe him. There's nothing to describe. He's just a he's just a clone of some sort. They breed him in camps, right? You know, these old white guys. It's like they were never young. It's like you can't even imagine him ever being young. He's just what he is. Like he came out that way from a fucking tube or something. You know, so he needed Kamala Harris to make him look human. You know, that added some color. It's pathetic. And so, aside from all of that, we'll be discussing that a little bit. And honest to God, I'm so lucky to have both these men here. We're praying Brendan Zogic can join us later and add some more color to the conversation. And then at some point, I might start to monologue. But really, I will answer some questions people had about the subjects I brought up in my latest transmission proceeding. This one about the atomic bombings and the aftermath. And but aside from that, I'm not quite sure how much further I can go tonight. Altogether, we'll try to be on air at least 4 hours, or burn bandwidth at least 4 hours. But I'm emotionally devastated. I mean, it's just been nonstop. Just the assaults are nonstop, and so from within and without. And you know, hopefully things will stabilize. But we're doing our best right now with what we have, and I'm glad we have these two gentlemen, and I'm essentially going to let them take over. I will be on mute, and to tell you the truth, both of you gentlemen, I may not even be physically present for about 10-15 minutes at a time. I will leave a text in the text box here on Skype when I leave the vicinity. I'll let you know, be right back. I'll use the acronym BRB, be right back, and then I will let you know when I'm back by entering the word back. But other than that, it's kind of like you're both going to be on your own, and I know that Jameson Reese has prepared some stuff to talk about, and Derek Talley has some stories to read as well, and or relate to us. Aside from that, I'm going to take a look through the live dashboard for a second, catch up on everyone. So Derek Talley says hello, everyone, and we've got over 250 people with us. Yes, the lovely V. Sexton acknowledges my naughtiness, and Marcus Grix is greeting Derek. Arietis of Rigor Mortis says hello, team, and hello to Arietis. And Spartan No Negative says, finger chewing, hair sniffing, creepy Joe. Yes, yes. And Marcus Griggs says, my dad is well now and has put on weight again. Hope you're doing as well. So, yes, Marcus Griggs' father was also suffering from cancer. Marcus Griggs is more than welcome to give us some further details as to what kind of cancer he suffered from. And I'm glad to hear he's doing better and putting on weight. That's wonderful. The Spartan No Negative says, very nice. Big Chicken says, good evening all, and a good evening to Big Chicken. Katarina Love says, love you, Dove, and love you back, dear Katarina. And with that, we're going to return to these two gentlemen, and I, myself, will be going on mute. And I'll let you gentlemen know when I'm about to take off. It may not be for a few minutes yet, but in the meantime, both you gentlemen have free reign. And with that, we turn it over to Derek Talley and Jameson Reese.
All right. Well, Derek, I was wondering if you can discuss also, because I had, you had given me the message of the link that went into Alec, and I was wondering if you would be open to discussing more on that, because I found that particularly interested, and I decided to post a link on your timeline so that other people can see it.
Yes, that was a podcast I did about 2 years ago. I haven't really studied, but I'm prepared to talk about whatever I can remember on it. But I appreciate that that I gave you a link and you listen. So how did I do on that one? In your
you did great. You did great. I was listening to it before we started the broadcast, actually, and I found it fascinating. What it does bring to mind is almost like the futility of, this sort of reminds me of why the protests about, what happened to George Floyd were as futile as, and while it was more meaningful than what happened with the Occupy Wall Street, which was, I don't know what the fuck that was about, but but the thing is, like, the problem with the futility is that, the 13th Amendment has a clause where, where all people are free unless Congress, says otherwise. And it's clear that, you brought up how during Nixon's era that they had decided to wage the war on drugs, and that was made, specifically, admittedly, to enslave black people and bring them down. And then I also want to bring up that we had 9/11, and during 9/11, what this does is this extended their reach to be able to get not only black people now, but people of the Muslim community who they didn't like.
Yes.
And this allows them to detain people freely, to lock them up without any due process. And, the thing is, you or me can disappear tomorrow and, we couldn't do anything about it. And another thing that I find that isn't brought up a lot is what happens to political dissidents within the United States. What happens to people who are considered, politically against the right-left dichotomy as we're sold it, which I have to say we're sold, because in reality, one hand permits the other to do what it does. One hand washes the other.
Exactly. And here in Tennessee, I'll say, here in Tennessee, people are a mess. They're either 100% Fox News or 100% CNN, and I have to talk to these people when I'm at the pool and I volunteer, and I'm a volunteer at this place. So I have, for the most part, I just, rather than snap on them, I just listen to them do their little spill and get away from them as soon as I can, because they're real bad out here. I mean, every little right wing thing that they're, whether it's from the mask to anything, you know what I'm saying? They'll argue that if you wear a mask, you're a little sheeple. And I'm all, well, you see me wear my mask, take it off of me, see what happens. You know what I'm saying? I want to say something like that, but then I just sometimes I let it. At first, me letting it go was kind of funny because people would say stupid shit and I would chuckle in my head, but now it's kind of getting out of hand.
Yeah,
it's getting out of hand. Yeah.
And I find that
I didn't mean to cut you off though, but I just wanted to say that because today's been a frustrating day with some of the people who I'll get into a little bit later, but I had to deal with some frustrating people today.
I have to say, I can understand that wholeheartedly. I actually, there was a post I think that Maria Grigorich had made, and one of the people who were responding to the post, their attitude, this was like a white dude with like an American flag in his background. And so right there, right off the bat, I was like, yeah, this dude's sketchy shit. Yeah, he's going to go on some alt-right rant. And he's saying, well, so slavery and discrimination has existed for thousands of years. Yes, and it's this attitude that has enabled the evil to occur. And again, I say this again and again, when you enable something in your own ranks, but you claim that you're not participating in that evil, you are, to some degree, on a moral scale, equally as culpable as the ones who are perpetrating this, such as the ones who are like defending Trump while claiming that they're against pedophilia. Meanwhile, the guy is a pedophile, and the guy is essentially, not only is he a pedophile, he's an incestuous one. Who knows how long him and his daughter have been, well, I'm not even going to go there.
Well, I've had someone say, well, at least Trump is the only president in history who is doing something about human trafficking. I'm all, I didn't post this, but in my head, I'm like, yes, of course, that makes sense. He's got to protect himself and his friends, so he better jump out in front of it. You know what I'm saying? The people who love Clinton talk about how Trump was on the Air Lolita or whatever it's called, Jeffrey Epstein plane, and people who love Trump are telling you about how Clinton was on the plane. Hello? How can you be so blind as to only see the one side? You know what I'm saying?
Both of those motherfuckers were on the plane smoking a fucking L while, doing whatever dirty shit they were doing. I mean, come on.
You know what? This reminds me of the Franklin Federal Credit Union cover-up in Omaha, Nebraska, where you had Lawrence King, who was the head of that Federal Credit Union. I don't know how familiar you are with it. Yeah, you've been moderating while we spoke on this before. Larry King was a black guy, but they let him come on campus. He used to bring new cars around and let the boys from Boys Town, the Catholic school, he used to let them drive around in his car. But basically what he was doing, he was vetting them boys, and the ones that were like insecure, he would take them off of the campus along with some runaways and different people or whatnot, and he would take them to Washington to have sex with some of the politicians. And what sparked this investigation, well, one day, besides money being laundered from the Franklin Federal Credit Union, but one of the things that sparked the investigation was the kidnapping of Johnny Gosch from Des Moines, Iowa. And he was on his little paper route, and you had Ted Gunderson. Douglas can tell you about all these people who are involved in this case. Ted Gunderson was an FBI agent, but somehow he seems kind of suspect himself. Then you got Johnny Gosch's mother, who never gave up the fight to get her son back, and then you got Johnny Gosch's father, who actually owed Larry King in Omaha, Nebraska, some money. So somehow that seems suspect. It's almost like he let his son get kidnapped. He let his son get kidnapped to kind of pay off a debt, is what it kind of appears to look like, or it looks bad, for him. But nobody believed it. And man, I forgot his name. I should have looked his name. I think it's John DeCamp. But there was a young man who actually went to Boys Town as a young man, Catholic. At one time, he wanted to be a priest, and he didn't even know that priests weren't allowed to get married. So he changed his thing from being a priest. But he was an investigator of some sort. I wish I could I'm not doing him justice, I'm gonna have to look all this up and do him justice because he's a hero. But he said, you know what? He said there's no way that there's any child molesting or anything going on at Boys Town. He goes, if there was any molestation or any kind of pedophilia or anything going at Boys Town, I would be the first to say something. So guess what? He did his investigation to prove that there was no pedophilia going on, and his investigation showed that there was. And guess what? He was, in fact, the first to say something. And to this day, this was back in the 80s, and to this day, he's getting death threats.
Wow. And this also happens to correspond with the same time that Presidio was coming under fire due to the scandals going on at the Presidio military base.
Exactly. And matter of fact, Larry King was seen at Presidio because he was, the base that my dad was stationed at was Offutt Air Force Base up there in Omaha, Nebraska, and that's where Franklin was outside of that. But then Lawrence King was seen on Presidio, giving a bag of money to Michael Aquino and making a donation for what's that colonel, the Marine colonel that was going through the CIA the cocaine scandal. They were taking up a fund for him. See, I don't even have all my names lined up. Usually I'm more, but I'm kind of freestyling right now. But remember, the Atlanta child murders had just happened, and also that at around that same time, Rudy Giuliani was investigating what happened up at the Army Academy, West Point. And see, Rudy Giuliani could have been a real hero, but Rudy Giuliani, chose to say that those kids did that to themselves, and they broke their own jaws. They molested themselves and stuck bottles up their own orifices, and that they were just trying to frame these nice army people who were just trying to take care of them, and
who happened to be safe.
And he was awarded with being the mayor of. Okay.
All right. So I'm getting a message.
North. That's who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Oliver North.
Yeah, Oliver North. Lawrence King. The whole time while this was going on Presidio and going on at Offutt Air Force Base up there, the Franklin Credit Union, Lawrence King was seen going down and give Michael Aquino money to a legal fund for Ollie North. So this is all intertwined. Now this providing sexual favors from children to politicians is going back way into the probably 1700s, 1600s. But remember the Dozer School for Boys in Mississippi? The Dozer School for Boys, they would just snatch boys off the street. Whether you're jaywalking or whether you're truant, you missed a day of school, they will go and tell these parents that, hey, that's Florida. That's right. The Dozer School of Boys was from Florida. Because I was thinking about one of the guys who was actually from Mississippi who ended up having to go to that school. But the Dozer School for Boys was in Florida. And they would take boys down there as a boys' reform school to reform the boys. And what it really was just a pedophile prostitution ring to where they were letting these boys take these boys off campus and take them to have sex with really rich men. And so what's happening right now with Jeffrey Epstein, and it is bipartisan. It's not a Democrat thing, and it's not a Republican thing. And anyone who says, "Oh yeah, well the Democrats," we were talking about pedophilia. The Democrats are they're the ones, or just the Republicans. It's not just the Republicans, it's just the Democrats. If anything, the reason the Democrats are pro-choice and the Republicans are pro-life is because the Democrats like little girls and the Republicans like little boys. And so, the last thing a pillar of the community needs is a person, a 15-year-old girl coming up and saying, "I'm pregnant," and the baby's yours. So you don't have to worry about taking little boys to the or the ones that are raping these babies. You don't got to worry about taking them to Planned Parenthood so they can front like they're pro-life. You know what I'm saying?
it's a socially engineered dichotomy meant to keep people's attention diverted and divided. I also wanted to bring up something else that seemed to be happening at the time, and this was exposed by Al Bielek, who I think, Peter Moon can shine more light on the subject, but I think, at Georgetown, they were also taking boys and using them for some of these underground, some of these projects, some of these really secretive projects that involve time travel, mind control, and the like. So, there's a lot of things that happened and at the same time, and this stuff is just too. There's something called too much of a coincidence. When it's too much of a coincidence, it's not a coincidence, it's a synchronicity. When it's a synchronicity, that means there's something intelligent involved, helping orchestrate this stuff.
Yeah.
Now, what I will say is, what people also have to realize is both Democrats and Republicans are, they're both lobbied extensively. Basically, if anyone who wants to change anything is going to have to lobby a politician. If you want to stop the shooting and mass incarceration of blacks, well, you're going to have to lobby behind it. You have enough corporate lobbies behind that, it'll stop. But guess what? Someone else is going to have to take that place. And who's going to be that someone? It'll be someone else. It'll be some other race. It'll be some other group. So you see, it's a self-perpetuating machine that at this point is so entrenched that, and this is the reason why an individual such as myself doesn't become proactive and doesn't fight, because it's like, what's the point? When one analyzes the overall structure, you realize that it's nigh impossible to do anything. You can share the information, but most people aren't going to either have the capacity to act on it, or most people aren't going to want to believe what you're telling them is true because of the implications. The implications are so scary that it forces the human being to face his own powerlessness. It forces him to realize that this freedom that he claims that people take for granted isn't really a freedom. It's borrowed time, and at any time that could be revoked.
Yeah, well, I try to stay a little bit more optimistic, and plus, I try to get as much knowledge as I can, and when I have knowledge in something, I try not to say that if somebody doesn't have the same knowledge, that it's pointless to teach it to them, because there was a time I didn't know.
That's
what
true.
I'm saying? There's people who took the time out to tell me stuff and teach me and enlighten me, and now I'm seeing people who think how like I used to think. It's kind of frustrating, and I even think to myself, man, did I really used to kind of think like that? Oh, I was kind of a mess when I got out the Marines, a little bit. And the first time I seen Rush Limbaugh, I said, I like this guy. And actually, to tell you the truth, the first time I seen Rush Limbaugh wasn't on the radio. It was actually on TV, and he was wearing a suit, and everybody in the audience was wearing a suit, and he was saying about, I have no idea, I don't remember what he was saying, but whatever he was saying, it seemed like it made common sense at the time. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I like this guy. We came on the radio. I'm like, oh, that's the guy from the TV. And I started listening, but then he started talking about black people like a dog, and I got my feelings hurt, and I'm all, damn, I really thought that we were going to be spreading some knowledge to the whole world, but this is like, fuck the niggers. That my knowledge is only going to the it's not going to the thugs. It's going to the white people of America, the oppressed white class who were oppressed because the liberals are keeping them down. Yeah, so I had to kind of wake up real quick out of that one. You know what I'm saying? But
the same thing happened to me when I was following the UFO community. A lot of my, at the time I was, sort of a fan of like Whitley Strieber, and I was listening to, oh my God, Coast to Coast, that fucking pile of shit, and what's his name? Oh gosh, that guy who, thank God he's dead too. Well, I think a lot of them are, but I was listening to all the information from all the wrong people, and the thing is, like, after a while, I started to see, there was another group of people I was listening to called Dark Journalists, and they were talking about Thomas Jefferson, and what happened was, he had said something where a lot of people get angry at Thomas Jefferson, but they don't realize slavery was just a product of the times. When he said that, I was like, whoa, wait a second, revision. I am not going to be following this piece of shit anymore. For a short amount of time, I followed Alex Jones because, I was aware there was something wrong, but the only directions I had were, all the directions pointed to these particular people. It was when I started to look into individuals like William Cooper and not only William Cooper but John Keel, and that I started to start to realize there's something off. This UFO thing might not be all it's cracked up to be. And at that time I would encounter people who were talking negatively about Douglas Dietrich, and I'm like, well, if everyone's talking negative about this guy has to be saying something of substance, because you're not going to get people from the alternative media talking trash about you, and from the mainstream media, unless you're telling the truth. And after that there was no turning back. I just cut all those other sources off, like cancerous growths that they were. But it's just kind of funny how the information war, that's what people need to realize is what's going on. We're in the middle of a full front information war. And the information war are people who are trying to be the first ones on the scoop to present to you knowledge that is disinformation. And the really interesting pieces of shit are the anonymous people. Those people are really just, they're full of it.
Oh yeah, I figured that out. That's another one that's heartbreaking. I was hoping some good for them. They done turned out to be a bunch of pieces of shit. They let you know that they're government hacks anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're a bunch of government hacks. They ain't no different than anybody else. They might as well be Fox News. You know what I'm saying?
I knew they were shit to begin with because they were talking about the idea of people rising up and taking power. And I'm thinking to myself, by that time I had an understanding of how the system works. I had an understanding at least that lobbying in corporations are the rules of the roost, not the politicians. So I'm thinking, well, Rothschilds and Rockefellers, these guys are a smokescreen. That's not weird. That's not the main source of the madness, And the idea that somehow people can overturn this is absurd. And then I remember watching this documentary of this guy who was talking about how the Rothschilds were evil and all this shit. And this guy gets close enough to interview Alan Rothschild, and this guy's like, sir. He sounds like a servile bitch before Rothschild, and then he goes back to ranting how evil this guy is, and I'm like, okay, if the guy is evil, why the hell did you just call him sir? Granted, by that point, a lot of people don't realize that these people have security details that stretch for blocks and blocks when someone important is in. They have people who are plain clothes and people who would without hesitation, if you get too close to that person, if they sense you're going to be in danger to someone with that level of money and power, they'll take you out. They'll take you out from a sniper's bullet on the roof. But it just goes to show the absurdity of the information that's put out there. The internet is more or less a useful tool for spreading a virus of the mind. And the virus of the mind sort of reminds me of something that, the Native Americans called the Wetiko. Carl Jung would go into the Wetiko, or the Wendigo. He would go into the Wendigo as being something that had caused humans to cannibalize each other, but his understanding of it wasn't the physical cannibalizing. Because in American Indian traditions, there is a spirit that if people encounter it, it will cause them to cannibalize their own families and their own tribes. Physically. They'll physically start to eat people. And the thing about it is, I was intrigued by Jung's idea because this suggests to me that there's something outside of the human unconscious on a trans-temporal plane that's interacting with humans unconsciously, that's sort of causing, it to prey upon itself. Now, preying upon itself, that's what I see pedophilia as, rape as. That's prey. That's it. That's the human race preying upon itself, eating itself, in the most negative sense.
Wow, that makes a lot of sense.
And I would also like to make a suggestion to people out there. There's an interesting video. It's called 7 Fires for You, Kitchi Manitou. Now, I was looking for the original, Manitou movie that Douglas had suggested, and I couldn't find it full length online, but I found this instead. And what it goes into is the brutal practices that are still extant, that are still happening today of the indigenous American population in Canada and in the United States, and how the the alphabet agencies have been used to massacre people on their own land, and how this, colonialism is still going on today. The genocide of the American Indians has not stopped. So I would refer people look for that video. You can probably find it. It's free to download. But
Seven Fires for You?
Yes, Kitchi Manitou. I have a link on my profile.
Okay, I'll look for it because I'm going through YouTube trying to find it right now.
It's not on YouTube. You'll find it. It's a streaming service. It's like something completely obscure. Usually when I search for something like a video, I realize if I'm using Google, the first results you get aren't going to be what you're looking for. They're going to be bullshit. So what I usually do is I'll click on the 10th page and I'll work my way back. By around the 10th page, the results aren't coherent and they're not even relevant to what I was searching for. But as I work my way back, I'll be able to find, certain, because I'm someone who looks for scholarly articles written by people with PhDs, masters and shit, so to find those things often, sometimes I have to do that. That's what I did in the case looking for the video for the movie Manitou, I think, which was made in the 60s, 70s, I'm not sure, which I still have yet to see, which Douglas recommended. But this, however, goes into, it has sort of like the same name in it, but it goes into, it goes in depth as to how the indigenous American people are being preyed on. And I will warn the viewer that, if you're someone who's sensitive to the plight of other people, you will start to feel a sort of pain. If you, and that's what makes you human. So, but it's worth sitting through.
Okay, well, yeah, send me a link, but you said it's on your profile, so I can find it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. And that reminds me, while we were working our way backwards from Jeffrey Epstein to the Presidio to the Omaha, Nebraska Franklin Credit Union cover-up to the West Point, where Rudy Giuliani was the Attorney General, who said there's nothing to see here, to the child Atlanta murders, and worked our way backwards to the Dozer School for Boys in Florida. Before that, there was the Indian schools, where they would kidnap Indian boys and take Indian boys out of their village and re-educate them and give them new names and kind of patriotize them to love America and hate their own they hate their own tribes, you know, and hate their own parents. And a lot of those boys would be molested. And as a matter of fact, Douglas did a very good audio, I call it an audio documentary, because it was a podcast, and I believe the podcast was only like an hour long, but it was very intense and information dense. And he was talking about how the Indian boys would be took from their homes, and you know, they would be molested. This happened again in Canada and the U.S.
Yes.
This is the European way that's gone back for thousands of years. Nero, the one in the Bible, in the book of Acts, the one that gave Paul the death penalty, put Paul to death. It was said that he had transsexual boys that he used to parade around in a parade, and he would dress them up as women, and he would have a parade in Rome, and these little boys that were dressed up in women, he would parade them around, and you know, just show them off. So
yeah, they would go as far as castrating them early on so that they didn't mature to look like grown men. And this was a common practice of the Romans.
Wow.
They also castrated men. Men were also castrated to perform so that they could sing at a higher pitch. I think they called them castrato in Europe. But certain men who...
So those people would probably do that to themselves so they could hit that note, huh?
No, they didn't do it to themselves. It was usually done to them it was usually enforced upon them by the families or the church or whoever they were, performing for. So, so a lot of this has been, entrenched in the human race for a very long, long time.
Even the eunuchs. The eunuchs in the Bible now.
Well, the eunuchs were somewhat different.
In order to be a eunuch was actually a promotion, because you had guards, but if you wanted to be like the head guard, the one that wanted to watch the harem of the guy who had about 15, 16 wives, and you wanted someone strong to be the head of security to watch your wives and make sure that none of them were attacked or got kidnapped. But at the same time, the husband didn't want you to impregnate them. So when you got promoted to eunuch, you had to chop it off, and they considered that a promotion.
Shit. Oh man. You'd have to put a bullet in my head before chopping it off. I'm just saying, man. That sounds...
Not even for a bag full of gold.
That shit's nuts, man. But I mean, so you can sort of understand why one would at some point start to, emotionally shut themselves down from the human race, because it's just crazy. And the thing is that it doesn't have to continue. But the thing is, people enable it. People and nobody really wants to stop it. Those of us who have the information. And again, I have to state this for the record again and again, because for the audience needs to realize I myself am someone who does seem to get stalked from time to time. Usually it will come in the form of a specific female who will try to call my phone obsessively, or it will come in the form of male gangs who will just, and sometimes even the police. So, so I have to put it out there. I do not do any of this as a service for humanity. Rather, I have my own selfish, desires, and I have my own personal interests that are of an occult nature. One of the reasons why the Kamala Harris thing interested me wasn't because of the fact that she's black, or rather it's because to me she represents the rise of the female hierarchy, the rise of the goddess. So there's something symbolic about it to me that I have personally been, working with, I've been working with a current that deals with, the elevation of femininity. So that's, again, it's purely selfish, and I have to admit that. And I have to put this on record because, again, I'm not an activist. Do not brand me as an activist. I'm not someone who wants to be on anyone's watch list. I'm not someone who wants to lead anyone in public. So, I just have to put that forth as a disclaimer.
Did you see that picture of when he picked her as the vice president? He's smiling and looking into her eyes, and she's smiling and looking to his eyes, and they're very close to each other. It almost looks like a loving picture, but I got a different message from it. And they're both seem like greedy animals, and he's looking at her like, yeah, you're my ticket to the black vote, and she's looking at him like, yeah, you're my ticket to the presidency. I slept my way up to this point, and if I gotta do some murder and knock you off in order to get to the top, I'll do it. And they're just they're just sitting there smiling at each other.
You know that evil glimmer in the eye.
Yeah, they both had that glimmer in the eye, like like each one of them, they're real close and looking, staring at each other, and it's like each one of them is staring at a ribeye steak.
Well, it's sort of like the same relationship I divined from George Bush Jr. and Condoleezza Rice, because there was that sort of synergy there too. And what I let's see, where was I going to go with this? What I will say is that they're definitely of the same ilk. We'll put it like that.
Yeah.
And it's definitely more or less a necessary evil, because another 4 years of Trump will not see, there won't be, we don't have what you would call a true democracy to begin with, but what little of it we have will just disappear. It won't exist if Trump gets in office.
Well, unfortunately, I think he's on his way to the next to the second 4 years, because
I don't think so.
Well, I hope you're right. I mean, I'm not trying to go against what you're saying, but I know that it seems like the Democrats were trying to throw the election when they put Hillary up there, knowing that she's very unlikable. But it seems like they're trying to throw it again. They know what Biden did for the 1994 crime bill, and how his speech, how he spoke very ill. I mean, talked about black people like dogs. But the thing is, he's not really going to get the white supremacist vote, because Trump got that. But the message that he's putting out there is like, look, these niggers ain't going to vote for me anyway. So or either that, or he's thinking, well, I'm a Democrat, so I automatically got their vote, so I'm catering to you. You know what I'm saying? Either way it goes, every black person over 70 is voting Democrat no matter what. So when a white person comes up to me and says, "Why do you people still vote Democrat?" I just tell them, "Hey, the 1980s called and they want their fucking talking point back. We're dealing with a fucking generation right now. We don't give a shit about Democrat or Republican. We want tangibles." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you don't, you have to produce tangible. The politics, definition of politics is people activities. And right now we're getting killed and slaughtered in the street, and most of the cities that it's happening in just happen to be cities that are mostly Democrats. Minneapolis, Minnesota, Chicago, Illinois, Detroit. These are all Democrat cities. Democrats run it. So as far as a white person coming up to me and saying, well, you people are gonna vote Democrat no matter what, I'm all, well, you found something to latch on to for your reason to hate me, but what reason are you gonna give when that goes away? Because this next generation don't give a shit about either party.
Well, what I also want to add is that, when it comes to, there seems to be a definite pattern And you have to understand that a lot of the people who have the influence in this corporate hierarchy, who have the lobbying influence, they're occultists. They have a personal, I believe they too have a personal interest in seeing a sort of female archetype in power. A lot of them don't. A lot of them are trying desperately to push against it, because a lot of them are deluded. But I'm also going to say that as far as Trump is concerned, I wanted to bring the attention of the public to this as well. There's a man who had bashed Douglas Dietrich when he was on air speaking to Jimmy Church, who went by the name Dino. And this man is actually, it goes by the name of Michael Deacon. Now, Michael Deacon in 2019 had done an interview with occult author E.A. Coetting and Michael Aquino. I had watched this video because most of what I'm able to synthesize in my occultism comes from Douglas Dietrich, Peter Moon, and some of the things put forth by Michael Aquino, because some of the things he says are the truth when it comes to occult matters. The thing is, they didn't speak occultism on this show, and they actually proceeded to bash Douglas, which I found completely absurd. But one thing that Michael Aquino said that stood out before his death was, he said, "Oh, I'm afraid there's going to be an attempt on Donald Trump's life." And so the reason I bring this up is that there's no accident that what occurred over the weekend with this supposed scare of someone trying to, with the Secret Service trying to, get Trump away from someone who tried to assassinate him. I come to believe that that was staged, and that they're riding, that they're trying to ride, Michael Aquino, the dead Michael Aquino's playbook. And I bring this up because you can, when you listen to this cast, you can vet it yourself. Most of it is just an hour of the two of these guys ranting back and forth and talking about bullshit. Just literally talking. This is one of the few interviews where Aquino talks about absolutely nothing, which is what sort of had me surprised. And then for the other 2 hours, it's just watching everyone's fucking hateful and racist remarks in the fucking chat, because this Michael Deacon guy, of course, is supposedly the guy who was having an affair with Jimmy Church, who ran Fade to Black, which I did listen to for a short period of time, until he decided he was going to go on this Blue Avian trip and just, support, what's his name, Corey Good and the rest of these fucking shills, who clearly shills. So, I mean, that shows how interrelated the occult spheres are with the alternative media spheres, and how, incestuous this is with the fucking bullshit alien narrative out there. So I wanted to give people that gem of information, just so that they could see it for themselves, that this whole thing with someone trying to assassinate the president, bullshit. I can see them trying to use this as leverage against people who they might personally deem as political dissidents. And that's another thing, that's another reason why, I, being the kind of individual I am who can see these things and pick up the patterns really fast, cover my ass by saying, I'm on ball for the information, purely. This is why I have to cover my ass and say, I'm really not on the side of what you would call the human race. And take me as being a honest ally or an honest adversary, rather than a deceitful ally who really is going to secretly just stab you right in the back. Oh, Maria pointed out how calm he looked after the supposed incident. So, that speaks volumes. It speaks volumes.
Yeah.
All right.
So, some of the conversations I had with different old ladies, and these conversations I've had lately, these extreme right-wing conversations I've had lately are with with old ladies, and just like that assassination attempt that was on Trump. This lady tells me, yeah, Trump is gonna get in office again, but they're gonna use that to assassinate the Christians. I'm like, what are you talking about? She said, yeah, they're gonna blame Trump for anything that goes wrong in the country, and people are gonna start going into the church and killing people in church. I'm like, what does Trump have to do with the church? Well, this is the church that are going to put him in there. I'm all, what, every church person is for Trump? Yes, because he's against abortion. And so, these are some of the simple-minded things. And then this old lady today was a vicious one. The one I spoke with yesterday, she was a kind-hearted, at a certain point, you just got to let people, think what they think. But, her opinion, but this one I was speaking to today, she kept throwing her opinion out there with me, and see, I wasn't even conversating with her. So once she started talking to me, some of the stuff she was saying was kind of unwelcome because I didn't even ask her none of that bullshit. First she came up with the mask thing, saying, it pisses me off that the government's telling me to wear a mask, and I'm not going to be one of these sheeple out here that are just following the government. You know what I'm saying? But if you're a so-called patriot, you know what I'm saying? America is at war with the coronavirus, and if you're gonna, snub your nose at what we got to do to stop the coronavirus from spreading, but then you're on the side of the enemy. You know what I'm saying? And then this is what she said. She was saying, and these people getting this extra $600 from unemployment, that is way too much. They're making more money now than they were making when they were working. So they're a bunch of lazy bastards. They should have never gave them that extra money. They should just take whatever they get. Which leads me to a story that I posted on my page. I don't know if you've seen this story, but it's called "Mitch Better Have My Money," and that's they were talking about Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell said that the people who are unemployment should only get an extra $200, and that $600 is way too much. So they put up a billboard that said, "Mitch better have my money," in Kentucky. So then they drove around and the Capitol building there in Kentucky, and they were honking their horns. It was like 30 cars driving in circles, honking the horn, and they were playing a song called "Bitch Better Have My Money." But they were yelling out the windows, everyone, and then the people on the sidewalks while the song "Bitch Better Have My Money" was playing, they were yelling out, "Mitch better have my money."
The absurdity of
my browser keeps bouncing around here, but it says Kentucky residents recently gathered outside of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's office to protest his alleged blocking of a second coronavirus stimulus aid package. According to the Washington Post, some protesters held up signs that read, "Mitch better have my money." The Post also reported that in over a dozen interviews with Kentuckians, including unemployed residents, struggling business owners, and housing and labor rights groups, all have expressed needing more aid from Congress, which Mitch McConnell has failed to provide. We're seeing huge numbers of people needing help. Jason Bailey, the executive director of the left-leaning Kentucky Center for Economic Policy, said, according to the Post, "I can't imagine a state that needs additional relief more than Kentucky does." So the protests come as McConnell has blocked an extension of the CARES Act, which provide unemployment benefits up to $600 per week during the novel coronavirus epidemic. He also proposed the HEALS Act in opposition to the House of the Representative HEROES Act at $3 trillion relief legislation passed in May. So, Mitch is blocking all the money. So I can understand why they say Mitch better have my money. He's up there blocking everything. He don't want nobody to get nothing.
what's absurd about this is, how do we go from people saying, the elitists, the 1%, the people on top are taking everything, to all of a sudden people are bowing face and saying, the 1% on top should take everything. We should have nothing. That's essentially what they're doing, and it's fucking absurd. It's like, dude, well, hold the fucking phone. You're telling me you actually don't want free money?
Well, that's it. What her logic was, she knows somebody at Nissan that was getting, well, I guess his unemployment was $200 a month, and so that extra $600 a month, that extra $600 was giving him $800 a week instead of $200 a week. And she said that's more than he was making when he was working. So now he's addicted to the money from unemployment, and there's no reason for him to go back to work if you keep giving him that money. And I'm all, you know what? I didn't even ask you this bullshit. I didn't say that, but I'm thinking it, and it's like, where the fuck did this come from? I didn't even ask for this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What I can't understand is, the work that people are doing is not making their lives easier. It's making the lives easier of the super wealthy who are using this money. And if we look at the 20/80 rule, we would say that 80% of the wealth is owned by 20% of the people within the United States. This would apply, and oddly enough, this rule seems to apply everywhere. I forgot what it was called. I think it was called the Tillman Law or something. I need to look that up and vet that for the next transmission. But there's a very real analysis where things seem to always slide within the 80-20 parameters, and so what's absurd to this is that people are convinced that somehow they exist to work. So in other words, what they are presenting us is a servile obsequiousness, a servitude, a sickening desire to be slaves by the mega wealthy. That's basically what they're telling you. I want to be enslaved. I want to work. Oh, look at me. I'm working. My life is completely revolves around this because it's the only purpose I have for existing, to be a slave in someone else's machine. I mean, where is the logic in that? There's no logic there.
It's just right-wing rhetoric, and everyone's getting more drowning in their rhetoric than they are the common sense.
That's the problem.
These people were years ago calling everybody else sheeple, and now they can't understand how they themselves are just blindly regurgitating Fox News or whatever, CNN or whatever it is. It's like a cult. We have two different cults, and when people ask you what cult do you belong to, the left wing or the right wing, if you say neither one, it's like their brain does not compute. I used to watch this show called Lost in Space.
I remember that.
It had this little robot, and whenever you told the robot something it didn't understand, it would go haywire. It does not compute. It was like, so you voting for Trump or you voting for Biden? Are you left wing or are you right wing? Are you Democrat or are you Republican? Neither one. Does not compute.
Oh man, yeah, that's one of the things I find outrageously hilarious these days. Is like it almost draws a blank. It's like the mind is not capable of processing after that point. That's how it's almost like they've been so mind controlled that they can't see. They lack the capacity to self-reflect, and that's scary. Because the capacity to self-reflect is what advances consciousness. It's what allows us to become the technological and philosophical behemoths we are today, from where we were in evolution when the two hemispheres of the brain didn't communicate with one another. So it's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. Now, I wanted to go.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah. What I wanted to do was I wanted to go into where I had left off, because I was talking about Elizabeth Jennings Graham and their importance in American history. Now, if would you like for me to go into that at this point?
Sure.
All right. So, this story takes place in the 1800s. Around the mid 1800s, Manhattan had the largest population of African Americans before the Civil War. Elizabeth Jennings Graham was born to Thomas and Elizabeth Jennings. Thomas L. Jennings was a tradesman and abolitionist. He was a tailor who created a process called dry scouring, which he would patent. He was the first African American to get granted a patent in 1820. Under the Patent Act of 1793, which permitted that only someone who was a citizen can obtain a patent. Because he was a free man, a freed slave, he was afforded such a right. Elizabeth Jennings Graham was an educator who had 3 other siblings. She taught at the African Free School in New York, while establishing projects to aid the well-being of the community. She was also a talented pianist. In the 1830s, a public transportation system was unveiled. While most streets were unpaved, there were what were called trolleys. The trolleys would, what they did was they constructed rails so that there would be less friction on the hooves of the horses as they pulled these trolleys, and these rails would constitute what we would call they were called boxcars, basically street cars. On July 16th, 1854, Graham and her friend Sarah Adams, note, Elizabeth Jennings Graham's friend was named Sarah Adams. I'm going to come back to this point later. Boarded a streetcar on 3rd Avenue. They were rushing to church, in which Graham was a pianist. A driver by the name of, I can't remember, I didn't get his full name, but his name was Edwin something. Drivers back then carried whips so that they could keep, because, it was heavily segregated. Transportation was segregated. So what they would do is they would have transportation cars that said coloreds only and one that said whites only. And the drivers would carry whips sometimes to keep black passengers from boarding. Now, the conductor, when Elizabeth Jennings Graham and her friend were going to be late for church, so she decided she would take the white car anyway. So the conductor first alleged that the car was full. Upon inspection, it wasn't full. So she let herself on. So at first he accepted it, and at some point he protested that the other riders were uncomfortable, which evidently they clearly weren't. And she refused to get off. So what he did was he took a hold of her and tried to force her out. And she resisted by grabbing onto his coat. A police officer finally assisted in getting her off the bus, which what they did essentially was push her off the trolley car onto the ground, and she sustained injuries. Now, Jennings was now the New York Tribune reported they took hold of her by force to expel her. She resisted. The officer got her down on the platform, jammed her bonnet, which a bonnet was a cap that they used to wear back then. In other words, that would mean basically he punched her or probably decked her. Soiled her dress, which means to soil someone's dress means to stain, defile. That means it evidently dirtied her dress because she was knocked to the ground, and injured her person. They pushed her off the streetcar. Now, a day later, her church rallied in protest. while she was hospitalized, she filed a lawsuit against the Third Avenue Railway Company. The law firm of Colbert, Parker, and Arthur took the case. Due to her father's wealth, they were able to afford this law firm. This particular law firm was known for taking cases that dealt with discriminatory practices. And because Thomas was an entrepreneur, because of Thomas's wealth, he was able to get that service for his daughter. He was also an entrepreneur who used most of his proceeds to fund the abolitionist movements and to help, build up areas for people of color. Chester A. Arthur was the firm's junior partner. The trial took place in Brooklyn, and it was presided over by Judge William Rockwell, who instructed the white male jury, under the law, colored persons, if sober, well-behaved, and free from disease, have the right to ride streetcars and could neither be excluded by any rules of the company nor by force or violence. This was later passed into law thanks to this case. Now, Chester A. Arthur would go on to become an American president. The jury, thanks to Arthur's efforts, ruled in her favor, and she was compensated $225 and $25.50 in the cost for the case in the proceedings. Other streetcar companies continued segregation. So, as a result, Thomas Jennings founded the Legal Rights Association to challenge segregation in transportation. This would later become a model for civil rights organizations through issues of public opinion campaigns, lobbying, and civil disobedience to influence change. Now, this woman and her father both made an important contribution to African American history, and they're almost never heard of. We hear commonly of Rosa Parks, whose contribution can't be understated, but we often, but the original person who, first took a stand was Elizabeth Jennings Graham.
Okay. And she got $225 in the lawsuit. What year was this again?
This was 1850. This was 1854 on July 16th. Now, July 16th was also, I think, the memorial of the Nagasaki bombings. Let me be extra certain to vet this again, because my memory short circuits quite a bit these days. Quite a bit. Let's see. Let me see. Forgive me for the silence. Yes. Actually, July 16th was when they had conducted the Trinity tests. So that's why that date is important. Now, to fill airtime, I guess I'm going to examine the mentality of why people are so afraid of social distancing in the times of this pandemic. It seems to me that, people have this sort of herd mentality where they're very comfortable clustering and being in groups for some reason. Me being the person I am, who sort of has a hard time deciphering human, body language and emotions, other than hostile. I can tell when someone's nervous, and I can tell when someone's, ready to go on the offensive. Having been subject to that sort of behavior, and the outcome of it, that sort of becomes ingrained. But it seems to me like there's a sort of herd-mindedness that people can't sort of get rid of. And that, I believe, will be a detriment to American society. It seems like American society doesn't have the maturity yet to be able to to be able to effectively distance themselves or even show any modicum of self-control as far as, you know, being disciplined enough to stay 6 feet away from someone, you know, or just wear a mask properly. I mean, shit, what's with your nose hanging out? You know, you might as well not have a mask on at all.
Oh, I posted a story about a lady in Kentucky, again, another one out of Kentucky, where the lady put on a mask and then she cut a hole in the nose and the mouth so that it made it easier to breathe and talk. So she has a mask on. There's just a hole with her nose and her mouth hanging out.
Oh my God, you can't make this shit up. That's hilarious. And it's not hilarious in a good way. It's hilarious in like a really fucked up way. Like, are you serious? People are really that stupid? Wow. Also, there's in world news, there's something that I don't know if we covered this or not. There's what's called a Marianas oil spill in the Indian Ocean, which takes up 15 kilometers, and 1,000 tons of oil were released. What happened was there was a Japanese oil tanker coming from China, and it apparently crashed into a reef. And so, you know, people are trying their best to clean up the oil spill. Some people are touching the oil with their bare hands. And that is very dangerous. But it also shows that, you know, humans are just getting sloppy when it comes to the environment. Humans are getting very sloppy. I found that from a source, I think it was called World News. Now, I wanted to investigate the effects of oil on the human body, and I had bumped into something that was on Oak TV, where it's found that in Nigeria, in the Niger Delta, people are drinking crude oil in hopes to cure diseases such as malaria. They actually have come to adopt the belief that this drives away evil spirits. And a lot of people know it's going to kill them, but they say that because there's no help as far as medical aids and whatnot, that they just will do it anyway. Now, crude oil is highly carcinogenic. It causes respiratory problems, extreme inflammation. People have used it, claimed that they were using it for rashes and whatnot. The fumes can irritate the respiratory lining, cause fatigue, nausea, cardiac arrhythmia, and convulsions in coma. Now, British Shell admits to the fact that, you know, they are taking all this oil from the region, and they've started doing this since the 80s. And this goes to show you, you know, how corrupt these corporations are. I also found that supposedly there are some people who have this obsession in bodybuilders who have been using oil to beef up their muscles instead of actually working out. And when you think about that, that's pretty disgusting. And there's a lot of products out there that a lot of people don't realize are actually petroleum derivatives, such as Vaseline and baby oil. Now, I checked on the American Medical Forensic Specialist website, and they cite oil, you know, crude oil, as causing birth defects. It's teratogenic. It can, on contact with the skin, it can cause diarrhea, bad skin reactions. It damages the central nervous system. It's not biodegradable. The NIH says that the fumes can give headaches, difficulty breathing, dizziness, confusion, nausea, and contact with the skin causes rashes and swelling. Contact with the eyes causes eye irritations, and I suspect blindness. Swallowing it can cause upset stomach, diarrhea, vomiting, and in the long term this causes lung, liver, kidney damage, and also leads to infertility, immunosuppression, hormone disruption, blood disorders, and genetic mutations that are very disgusting. Now, if any of you have ever decided just on a whim to type up birth defects, well, go ahead and be my guest. You'll see exactly what happens. and you understand why this story is just so baffling to myself to hear about people consuming oil.
Wow. Yeah, and I didn't even know it had all that effect. You know, because I know that some people use Vaseline in order to do their sex practices.
Yeah, and that is not necessarily a good idea either. While the industry tries to state that Vaseline is safe because all the crude has been taken out of it, again, at this day and age, why would you trust the industry, knowing what they do?
Exactly.
Wow, you would be literally taking you're basically playing with a loaded firearm. The oil derivatives are also used in food coloring. I believe it's used in the red and yellow food coloring specifically.
Yeah, that red food coloring is some nasty shit. Yeah, there's a lot of problems that come from that red food coloring, even making your kids act hyperactive.
Yeah. No, man, the stuff is it's neurologically disruptive. It's just not good stuff. I can see the validity in using oil for things like plastics, but I wonder if we can't also work on using what we call fiber carbon composites to sort of replace plastic. I don't know how cost effective that would be, because again, with all this, with all this stuff left over from crude oil, it's just probably much cheaper to just make plastic out of oil than using other things that might be different in nature, such as such as things that are silicates, things that contain silicone. I also would recommend using things that are organic oils if you can, and I'm sure Brendan Zoget can address a lot of this stuff as well. Oh, okay. Daniel Arola said synth oil is what they call the oil injection that bodybuilders use. Like most white guys that are buffed in the upper body, but they have all calves, so they usually inject synthol into the calves. And Ethan Einer Andrews says hemp can do anything petroleum can, almost, and it probably can. Hemp oil is very useful,
Yeah.
But
it's very expensive.
It is. And a lot of people. That's not by accident either. That's because the war on hemp, the war on marijuana stemmed from the war on hemp, and the war on hemp was actually waged by paper companies of all people, because hemp papers were threatening to replace the use of paper from the logging industry.
Right, and I remember Henry Ford made a car out of hemp. The military used to make the ropes out of hemp, and those were some of the best ropes, repelling from helicopters and stuff.
Yeah, and the thing is, hemp, things from the earth, things that are natural, have so many uses, such a wide range of uses. The only reason why it seems we don't adopt these things is because of greed and interest to, keep what was. And this is what I would call the tragedy of human stagnancy, is that we were trying to keep afloat the dream that existed, such as, the Roswell alien myth, for example, or the myth that we won World War II. We're trying to keep these myths afloat, and doing such is leading to extremely destructive results. Not only on a social scale, but on an ecological scale.
Yeah, just like the myth that Thomas Jefferson was a great slave owner, and he was like one of the best slave owners to work for, because he loved his slaves. And George Washington was the most honest man in America. I cannot tell a lie. I chopped down that cherry tree. Well, it's like, and then they say, those same people are saying, black people had it better during slavery days than they did when slaves were freed. So, but the thing they don't talk about is how the black codes and all the laws that they came up with to put black people back in slavery. Besides that 13th Amendment that still has that slavery exception clause that says, the Congress should free the slaves except for in the case of incarceration. So now you got this war on drugs, and if a cop says you have drugs, well then that's it. Your life is over. And they're giving out like 9 years for one little piece of rock cocaine. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even know anybody on cocaine no more. But they're not doing anything about the heroin. So, if the book of Hebrews says God chastises his own. So if we had to go through what we had to go through in order for everybody to get off of the crack or whatnot, because I don't even know if crack is even produced anymore. We got other problems, then people are popping pills or whatnot, but I haven't even seen any crack or rock or nobody talk about it. You don't see the zombies go up and down the street. So as harsh as the war on drugs was, you don't see anybody on drugs anymore that in our community, but you see the white people dropping like flies with this heroin so bad that it's at the point to where the morgues are having to get refrigerator trailers outside to keep all the dead bodies, cold. Wow. So and they're not punishing anybody for it. They said you can walk into a police station and have a pocket full of heroin, and all you got to do is say, "I need help," and they won't arrest you. They'll just get you to a center. So that's where you go. That's where you go when you run out of money for heroin. When you run out of money for your heroin, says, "You got any more money?" No. Well, I guess we can go to the police station and tell them we need help now that we shot up all our shit.
What's crazy about this is, as far as that goes, is if you were to check the sex offender registry online for your area, you will find that there are men who have not only raped, but they will describe the offense of what they did. Some have beaten women, some have raped women, some have done it to children, and most of them have served only 3 years. How do you get a lighter sentence for raping someone, for destroying that person's life, for potentially infecting them with a transmittable disease, for impregnating them, for fucking destroying their psyche? You've essentially killed that person. You might as well have killed that person. How do you get less of a sentence for that than something like having cocaine? What the fuck is wrong with the human race? I mean, what is wrong with the American race? Shit, fuck it. Let me just call it America. Because I don't know if this, I don't know, I'm not versed as to what goes on in, other places in the world. And so I can't project onto the rest of the human race the ills and the failings of American society. But I can tell you that if you're someone who's a critical thinker, being a part of American society will make you a misanthrope very fast. A misanthrope is someone who does not like human beings.
Right. Well, it's not just human beings, because see, there's a war going on in the heavens, and that war that's going on in the heavens is in fact playing itself out here on earth. And the Bible tells us that the devil swung his tail, and he took a third of the angels with him. So there's, and we don't even know how many angels that is. However many angels there was in the beginning.
So generally in occultism,
we have this war going on in the heavens, and when you look at this war that's going on in the heavens, you're seeing, man, this is actually playing itself out on earth. So
Yes,
the humans
yes.
are kind of just the pawns. That's why we're saying we're not fighting against flesh and blood. So it's not the humans that are the humans are the final. What the humans do are kind of like the final result of what the problem culminates to. But we're not fighting against flesh and blood. We're fighting against principalities, powers, princes of darkness of this world, and spiritual wickedness in high places. You can kill a human, yeah, but you didn't kill the principality and power and the princes of darkness of this world that's been around thousands of years, that are taking a hold of whole entire societies and having them do some of these things. You know, even God himself had to call his own people. There's a point in the Bible to where he says, "Come out of her, my people, so that you are not taker in her punishments." So,
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh while you were saying that. It was Jameson Reese sent me this message that to hold it down with you to keep you talking while he went to feed his cats. I'm sorry. It's just which of course is something that you've had to do yourself. So so at any rate, please go on. I'm so sorry. That's just you've taken us. Both of you have taken us to the bottom of the hour. We've got a few more minutes till the bottom of the hour, but continue. Bring us to the bottom of the hour. Complete what you were saying, and please.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say, Jameson speaks a lot about how the human race disappoints him, and I can understand that. It disappoints me too. But see, beyond the human race, there's actually principalities and powers that are causing things to happen, and we have to educate. That's why you have a show. You know what I'm saying? You're educating people, and you're pulling people out of some of these principalities and powers, and then they could look at, man, I can't believe I used to believe this. I can't believe we used to think that, because it was affecting my actions and how I was treating people at the time.
Yes.
And so I think the goal of this show is, if anything, start treating people better and make the world better. So I don't want to go back around and start treating humans worse because of the human condition. I want to kind of be to where I'm pulling people out of the fire, not saying, well, if you burn in the fire, fuck you, it's your own fault for believing this. I want to pull people out of the fire with information.
Yeah, but by the way, I want to congratulate both of you. The listenership has increased to a high rate. It's actually higher than normal, the numbers, which is wonderful. And so both of you have managed to draw in many listeners, and that's you're both to be congratulated. I'm proud of you, both of you gentlemen. So at any rate, just to read from the wonderful people in the chat room, Daniel Arola is talking about the old style of Muay Thai kickboxing in ancient Burma, where the fighters wrap their hands and wrists in hemp rope, and Marcus Grix agreeing it's a fantastic natural fiber. Very important to remember, you cannot smoke it, and for some reason people don't understand this, and they are raiding places where they're growing hemp, where, of course, you can't smoke the shit, and but this is apparently the impression that people are under, that you can grab this hemp products and smoke them. It just doesn't work like that. And of course, Maria Gregorich emphasizes the spiritual war, and then Arietis of Rigor Mortis brings up AI, or artificial intelligence. I'm not quite sure whether he sees that as a positive or a negative. I would hope that people understand that AI is how you raise it, like a child. If a child is raised and misguided, a child will turn out to be a destructive personality, and if a child is raised constructively, they will become a constructive and creative personality. By creative, I mean someone who adds to creation and not detracts from it, rather than gives instead of takes. And very important to help people comprehend that. As the father to the original AI, that's I believe the least I can do. Marcus Grix, I'm sorry, were you going to say something, Derek? Oh yeah, the noises I hear in the background might be Jameson's cats. I mean, we were hearing a few vicious sounds in the background, sounded like hisses, and I'm hoping that was Jameson's cats and not other things in his room that we cannot identify. So Marcus Drix was bringing up certain practices in Australia against the native Australians. And it's interesting he uses that term. And I don't know if that's the new politically correct term or the more appreciated term, because until fairly recently, the term that was used was Aborigine, and maybe that is considered derogatory. He says, yes, thanks. It's at this point Aborigines are starting to fight back. They're getting a voice slowly. Okay, so he's using both terms. And Ethan Einar Andrews says, a war between polarization and balance? Yes. And then he says, the war on the farmers in marijuana and hemp, they're especially targeting anyone of color in these rural areas of California. Eased off a lot, but it's still going on. Okay, and so Arietta says, I understand that, DD. Okay, wonderful. And Maria Gregorich says they still use the term Aboriginals in Canada. Interesting. So that's more like a British term then, which is not surprising. And the term Abo is seen as derogatory by some Native Americans that I have spracketh with, because they say that Abo is like aberration, like abnormal. To be abhuman would be to be a non-human. So the Aboriginal tends to imply a subhumanity. So that's something to bear in mind. I don't know if all people take it that way, of course. Some people find something derogatory and others do not. And just something to bear in mind. Well, it's been...
Isn't an aberration like a hallucination?
Well, an aberration would be a deviation from the norm. So what you're thinking of is something else, which would be, I don't know exactly, something like a delusion or a illusion, or what was the term you said? Did you say aberration?
I think that's, maybe I'm getting my terms mixed up, but aberration.
Apparition. Apparition. Oh, yeah. An apparition is it's not the same spelling as abo. Abo would be a B. Apparition would be like a P. So it'd be like apparent. Something is apparently something doesn't mean it's actually something. Like when we use the term apparently, then what we mean is Jameson Reese is apparently feeding his cats. Well, we're making an assumption because we hear hissing noises in the background. The reality is he's struggling with feeding his boa constrictor, which has enveloped him in its coils. And the last sounds we're hearing
feeding
are
cats to his boa constrictor.
No. Rabbits. That was it. Rabbits. The cats have claws, and they wouldn't stand for it. But he managed to get himself entrapped in the coils, and what we're hearing are his last gasps for breath. That's what's ongoing right now. I'm joking, of course. But so what I mean is the difference between apparent. We're apparently hearing one thing, but it could be something completely different. That's the point I'm trying to make via allegory. That's via allusion and allegory samples. Using pie example. So aside from that, very glad to have so many people here. I only wish I could be myself more excited to be here. This is probably the hardest hump night I've ever fucking done. Fortunately, as I said, I had these wonderful young men with me. With that, what we're going to do is kind of hold up until Brendan Zogit shows up, and then he can take us a little bit more. At which point I'll monologue, talk a bit about, as I said, some of the questions that were asked about the last transmission. I guess I could start on those now and kind of take us to the point where Brendan Zogit gets here. So may as well start answering some of these questions, and hopefully keep an eye out for Brendan Zogit. See if he puts something like "I'm here" anywhere that he can communicate with us. And so let me know when you arrive. Inform myself when you're ready. There we are. And aside from that, okay, everybody is maintaining steady in terms of numbers. All right, so one of the things that people asked me was about the last, and when Brendan Zogi gets here, he's going to verify something that I find rather, how would I say, predictable. Just totally fucking predictable. Is that Jameson who's returned with us? Is he back on, or is that just some other noises I'm hearing? You know, strangely enough, I'm hearing a lot of background noises. Nothing overwhelming. Just a lot of strange little sound effects in the back every once in a while that just creep in. So kind of odd that. But aside from all of that, what people had asked last time was they asked for. This is so predictable. They were asking for some details about the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings. In particular, I was asked some questions about, well, any number of things, but the most came in about two subjects. When I was talking about the plane being shot down on the 18th of July or so, or excuse me, around, when was it? On about August 19th, about several days after the declaration of ceasefire, which Americans take to mean the end of the war. So I definitely will go into detail on that, probably more detail than many people want, and I will talk a bit about the secret British unit that was, of course, consisted of black Lancasters. There was no name for this unit per se, just so people understand that, because I was getting some questions about that. And about what was the name of this particular unit. And so I will, how would I say it, go into just a bit more detail about why it was structured and referenced the way it was. And what I'm going to do is just take a little look around while I'm doing this, get myself more familiarized with what's on the web for today. And it's hard to believe that we've had this 75th anniversary and that there's people still alive. So Jameson Reese is back. We did hear some noises. I made the joke that you were feeding rabbits to your boa constrictors, and the boa constrictor managed to catch you in its coils, and we were hearing the last sounds of your gasping, your last breath. But at any rate, I'm presuming that wasn't the case, and hopefully he said, oh, I forgot to mute. There you go. Now he's mute, of course. He's trying to respond and he can't. So there we go with that. So just in case, you're welcome to catch us up on feeding the cats, by the way, if there's any particular invention.
Oh, yeah. I just have to, feed the cats, put out the garbage, utilitarian shit.
Yes. Well, that's wonderful. Well, I'm glad you took care of that. And so in terms of what some people were asking about, the important thing to remember is that when it comes to the Avro Lancaster, this was, of course, had demonstrated its capacity to hold the largest conventional bomb of World War II, which was the 5-ton Tallboy bomb. And so for that reason, it could hold the atomic bomb, whereas the B-29 Superfortress could hold it, but it could not deploy it. The bomb bays were not structured so they could actually release the bomb, and so they had to restructure or they reconfigure the underbelly of the fuselage so that the bomb could be released. And they ultimately ordered up cannibalizing these British mechanisms, these British release mechanisms and bomb bay doors into the B-29 Superfortress by which to do this. So Brendan Zoget is going to bring up an important point about this when he comes on. He will be on soon. We look forward to him being on soon because he's going to bring up exactly what happened after I spoke on this subject. Until he comes on, we'll start heading towards the direction of the last air battle of World War II as officially recognized. That's important to state, as officially recognized, because many other incidents took place that have just never been officially recognized. So the Super Heavy Bomber program, just to show you that the Americans were the aggressor, there was once an idiot named Michael Savage, who's unfortunately still around with us. When I had on that Jap trash piece of shit named, oh God, you've been listening to me forever, Jameson Reese. Do you remember that Dr.
what was it, Yamazuki or something like that?
Oh God, who wants to remember? But you know, we'll try. It wasn't Yamazuki. I can assure you of that. I can't even remember now.
I mean, I know the name, but it's like it escapes the tongue.
Yeah, well, probably for the best. But if you can remember it, spurted out. You know, blurted out. I mean, spurted out, implying something else completely different. But you know, the with that idiot. God, what the fuck was his name? If anybody
I actually saw a video
Daryl
of his
Hamamoto, isn't it? Daryl Hamamoto.
Yeah, that's it.
That was it. Yeah. Yeah. What did you say? You saw a video of what? He was on it or something?
Well, supposedly he had put a video up, but I didn't watch it. You know, I was like, "Holy shit, is that the dude Douglas was talking about?"
Oh God, let's take a look on YouTube and see if we can find it, just for the sake of. Daryl Hamamoto is what Daniel Arola says. Thank you, sir. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Daniel's our man. It's helped to stabilize me from the depression of the latest. You know,
Oh yeah. He's on fucking InfoWars with that fat piece of turd. Oh God.
Yeah, Alex Jones. Yeah, he was given a slot kind of for showing up every once in a while as a reward. He had never been on before until he tried to ambush me on my own program. And then they brought him on after he had ambushed myself on my own program, or attempted to do so. And so let's see now. We got Zoe in the messenger. He says, Hamamoto. Okay, well, if you're able to hear us and respond, are you able to come on, or are you still like doing some anti-COVID ritual or something? I'm speaking to Zoe Brendan about that, because he's like... That's what he does. I mean, he has this anti-COVID diet that he, you know, eats various things that he help to immunize himself or boost his immune system. Anyhow, so Daryl Hamamoto, for what that's worth, came up because of, what was I thinking of when I brought that idiot up? At any rate, aside from the fact that he's Japanese American and totally, you know, buys into the whole... When he came on my program, he was, oh, by the way, Brendan Zoget tells us what he's eaten. Butcholokia. B-U-H-T space Jolokia. You can look that up. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Probably some kind of psychedelic drug that he, you know, partakes in. Something new he's discovered, or probably bred in his backyard. I'm sure he does a lot of splicing between various vegetables. Oh, it's some kind of horrible hot pepper, of course. You know, the hottest pepper imaginable that blisters the inside of the mouth. Beyond soon, yeah, when his tongue is literally flaming. That way we can hear him, you know, just wheeze. We can hear him wheeze and ask for milk and various things like that. So, anyhow, so Daryl Hamamoto, when he was on my program, did what he did, tried to... he was one of the first assholes I had ever heard use the MAGA phrase. When he came on my program, now I remember why I brought him up. When he came on my program, there were two things he did. By the way, I would think this would be self-evident. We were talking about the word apparent, and then we were talking about the word apparition, which, of course, Derek Talley was asking if an apparition meant something like an aberration. But an apparition is like an illusion, and an aberration means like a defect, deformity, or a differentiation from the norm, usually applied in the negative. So, therefore, some people find the term aboriginal derogatory because it implies subhumanity, or can be taken as such. Other people don't find it derogatory, so these things can ultimately take time. For instance, the word Negro simply meant the French word for black, so people thought that that was acceptable for a very long period of time because it was just the French word for black. Like in Serbia, the name for the nation of Serbia, a sub-nation, if you will. It's very hard to describe this. The Serbs were enslaved under the Turks for hundreds of years. The Montenegrins were the Serbs who were never enslaved. So the Montenegrins are like free Serbs. You know, that can get kind of ridiculous. You think of free-range chickens or something like that. But anyhow, because of that, they were viewed as this incredibly tough and intransigent kind of population that was inspirational in their own right. And their name, Montenegro, is Latin for Black Mountain. And Black Mountain was, of course, what the nation was named after because they had many mountains, and many of them were of black soot or soil, and charcoal, and etc. And the Serbian word is Crna Gora. That's, so they're not called Montenegrins in their own native language. So they would be called Crnogorski. But just as you have that name, is not considered offensive in that area, simply means black. Many blacks tolerated the term Negro for the longest period of time, and then after a while found that it was offensive, because it was...
Actually, being called African American is more offensive than being called Negro, in my opinion.
Thank you. I mean,
because if anything, the Africans have made it quite clear that they're done with us, and so to somehow denote that I'm African American means I'm not an American citizen. I am an American citizen, so I'd rather be called black or a Negro than African American personally.
I understand that. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. That resonates with me, and at the same time, I can understand also the term Africa as it is used if it's used in the sense to apply like New Africa or a kind of like many European Americans, obviously, really would never be accepted back in Europe. So but yet they use the term European American, and they tend to identify with the European culture, and in a sense, it's kind of a fantasy in their mind, because they would never really go back to Europe and really assimilate, because for one thing, most Americans would be too fucking stupid. This is where I use that term again, and I use it quite pointedly, because your average American will go to Europe, and the first thing they'll experience is their inability to be multilingual. Almost all Europeans are multilingual. Most Europeans speak multiple languages, and they have to dumb down for Americans. A bunch of them will be talking, and the American will say, "I don't understand what you're saying, and I feel alienated." So they say, "Oh, okay, I forgot you're here," and then they'll speak English, making the American feel even more childlike and infantile. But that's why Americans are viewed the way they are in the rest of the world. But anyhow, Daryl Hamamoto, he was basically two things he did, as again self-evident as opposed to apparent. Anyone should understand this commonsensically. You don't go on someone's radio show or digital transmission and without their permission begin recommending other people's programs. Okay? That should be self-evident. There's no one in their right mind who would do that. It is considered the greatest offense in the world. It's like, can you imagine going on someone's program and advertising another program without permission? It's just something that is not done. Anyone could see this is not something a mature adult would do. But Daryl Hamamoto did. And he started recommending that people listen to Michael Savage. And Michael Savage was and is a piece of shit. He's a Jewish piece of shit in his case, and he's Jewish trash who wants to be a Nazi so bad he can taste it. He said he had a solution for San Francisco and California's homeless, and started outlining this final solution. He actually used that term, and it started describing basically a bunch of concentration camps, which could only lead ultimately to one location, which would probably be ovens and furnaces, because what are you going to do with the homeless, since the majority of them are incurably mentally ill? This is why they're homeless. If they weren't incurably mentally ill before they were homeless, they're pretty much incurably mentally ill on the experience of homelessness, which pretty much scars you in such a way that it's almost impossible to recover. So this is the kind of
Michael Savage. I hate that man.
Yeah, he is. He's evil. He's stupid. He's ugly. It's everything negative you can imagine. And he is, of course, he ultimately got fired from the station he was on in San Francisco. I can't even remember the name of the station. One of the few terrestrial broadcast stations we have in the city. And he got to another place where he was also fired. And each time he's fired, it's for just stupid shit, because this guy's up for hours and hours every day. And people don't understand this. This is what happens when you're on for hours and hours every day, is that you're going to fuck up. Because these people, especially people like that, whether it was Imus in the morning, you might remember Imus had this career that was like, he was like a kingmaker. He was the one you wanted to be on if you were running for president, was the Imus show. And Imus was this guy who was like at the pinnacle when he fucked up because he's doing all-night radio. And unlike myself, he's not biologically evolved for that. Your baseline human is not biologically evolved to be up all night. So your average baseline human, unless they adapt really well, which he obviously didn't, you begin to just fuck up. And for instance, the Chernobyl meltdown occurred on the night shift. And that's inevitable. That's inevitable. Something like that would have happened on the night shift. All of this is like what you saw in Imus when he just let it slip one time. He wasn't thinking, and not to defend him, not to defend him. It was indefensible. But he's not. After a while, you just space out, and so he's just filling in airtime, and then he starts saying, "Oh, our local team's going to play this team from an all-black girls' school," and he said, "Yeah, we'll see what our girls can do against their nappy-head hoes," and that was like, that was the death of his career. And there you go. With somebody like Michael Savage, somebody trolled him, and they called up, and he basically said they were gay, and he's a raging homophobe, which goes to show you he's probably gay. And but anyhow, so the fucker started attacking the guy, saying, "Are you a sodomite?" Because he was being biblical about it and condemning all these people based on biblical rationalization. And the guy said yes. And then Michael, I almost said Michael Jackson. Then Michael, that's another rabbit hole. Yeah, but Michael Savage and Michael Jackson, they really deserve each other. The interesting thing about Michael Jackson is he's really part of no political spectrum. He's not left or right. What would you call him? Well, he's not of this earth, but he's gone now anyway. But
it's like a chameleon.
Yeah, talk about inhuman. Yeah, that guy was like, yeah, he just didn't belong on this planet. But Michael Savage, unfortunately, is still on this planet, and so he was like, he says to this guy, "Why don't you go get AIDS and die, you pig?" And that was the end of his career, essentially, as he knew it. And he
said that, Michael Savage?
Yeah, Michael Savage said that. Yeah, he said, "Why don't you go get AIDS and die, you pig?" By the way, I'm so inured to just crap. That just flew right over me when I heard it. I didn't even register. I hear so much crap all the time of people saying horrible things to each other that something like that was almost comparatively mild. I mean, but not to defend him. Again, that just like I wasn't defending Imus. I mean, what he did was unacceptable and was stupid and self-destructive. He deserved to be fired. Then he wound up at some other stupid station. But Michael Savage is just toxic. The word for these people is toxic. When you're speaking about people who have the responsibility of a public forum, okay, it's different from myself. And I go on and I use these words and I use these terms and I've gone so far as to talk about killing people. The difference between myself and these other people, they have thousands and thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, and with a few of them, on certain nights, on the level of millions of listeners. And so that is a totally different level of self-presentation. I would not present myself the way I present myself here if I were being paid. This is something that I think everyone who's here understands, is that you are not receiving a professional grade performance. You're not receiving a professional delivery because I'm not being paid. None of us are paid to be here. None of this is professional. So we swear, we use inappropriate language, and we talk about we've spoken of bowel movements on this program because we can do that. Because we
right, but if you had sponsors and you were being paid, the sponsors would demand that you speak on certain things and have certain opinions that would match what they would want their anyone that they were sponsoring to represent.
Yes, I have one sponsor, and he doesn't do that because he's, I don't know how to describe it. Because Benestenius is like, he's like paying for damages, okay? Not on the basis of anything he's doing with his business, far from it, or he's like, it's just me on a personal level. Let's just put it that way. And that's I went down to Arizona, and that had to be, along with Australia, that trip to Arizona. This is gonna sound unbelievable because it's fucking Arizona, right? It's in these United States. Oh man, oh that in Australia. I've said this before, and I am not lying. I'm not exaggerating. I mean it when I say it. I've had better fucking times in combat. I've enjoyed myself more under fire than I did in Australia or in Arizona. All right, I mean that was just unbelievable. I mean, in both cases, oh my fucking God. There's no describing that. If I went into describing it, it just, I mean, it's just, I would just suddenly just go into, how would I say it, post-traumatic stress disorder again, and I'm already there anyway. I'm already there looking at these stupid pictures of peppers in front of me from Zoe Brendan. Like, what the fuck is he doing with those things? I mean, is he, like, stuffing them up his nose or something? He's, like, taking forever with these peppers. Like, I'm eating these peppers and shit. And it's like, what the fuck? I guess it must be because he's in such agony after each one that he's rolling around on the floor and screaming. That's probably what's going on, which is a good thing that he's not online yet. That's probably what's going on. And or he's desperately searching for lactic acid products to to deal with the sensations, and they're on like some kind of counter or something. He's probably stolen these from work, which I don't blame him for. If I were at work, I'd steal all the food I could too. I mean, that's why he's working at the place, right? A place where they serve food so that he can have something to eat when he's not in. Anyhow, so when it came to Daryl Hamamoto, he actually was telling people, oh, you should listen to Michael Savage. And then he was, we're talking about years ago. If anybody barely remembers Daryl Hamamoto, he was on forever. Oh, God, see, the guy's so fucked up now, he can't even spell. He's saying, ha, and he spelled like H-A-H-A-H, like, ha, like, you can call, like, C-A-L-L-P. He's probably saying call for help, is probably what he's trying to say. But, anyhow, let's see if I can bring him on. And then I'll get back to everything. Let's see now. What am I looking for? Here we are. Now let's see if we can add him here. Brendan Zog. It says he's away, but we're going to try and add him on now. We'll add, just so he knows it's coming. We'll add. Yes, there we are. Okay. Add. Let's see what happens, see if he responds here. Alright, seeing Douglas Dietrich added Brendan Zogit to the conversation. Let's see if the bandwidth can carry this. And this is so thrilling, just to watch the circle go around as it rings him. And okay, both of you gentlemen are welcome to, burn bandwidth while I'm looking at this. I mean, I should, there he is.
Hello?
Oh, yes, so where are you right now? Are you outside?
I just left the firewall.
Okay. Yes, the electronic mode.
Yeah.
Yes, so there's a mode of electronic interference, or rather what they call a dampening effect, a suppression mode that is around his... a
literal jamming signal around my house.
Thank you, a suppression field, jamming signal that's around his house. And so he has to leave there to... So where are you now? Are you still driving, or are you parked?
I'm gonna possibly go get something to drink because my mouth is on fire from these peppers.
Yeah, what did I say? Yeah, I mean, oh my God.
It hurts really bad, yeah.
But with the time you took, I thought you were shoving them up your ass. It was,
holy shit. That would, kill someone.
Yes, that would. They do that in interrogation, by the way, just so people understand this.
Oh my God, no. I hope not.
Yes, yes, that's don't ever let it happen to
craziness.
you. Yes,
Oh, holy
because
shit.
your anus is a mucous membrane. It's like shoving them up your nose. Everything gets
It's
swollen.
like probably worse, or definitely worse.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, people feel that after they eat a bunch of peppers and it comes out the other end. I mean, I never was really bothered by that, but apparently
Right.
some people find that excruciatingly painful. But whatever. In
Right.
terms of yeah, be careful then. Keep your eyes on the road. I take it then you shouldn't be talking to us until you've found something to drink, right? Because you're distracted and you're driving, right?
There's a lot of chickens and stuff, but I think I'm okay to drive.
Yeah. Well, feel free to just kind of.
But it'll just like I can talk for a bit, and then I'll like when I go into the store, I'll just tell you like.
Okay, just be careful. Okay, if we hear some thumping sound and a body flies over the hood or something.
All right.
Yeah.
Then you'll know what happened.
Yes.
And then how is my sound quality? Because there's like I have new headphones.
Yeah, it's surprisingly good. It's thanks to your new headphones. So basically, what I'd like you to do is tell people, because I was talking about that idiot Daryl Hamamoto, and when he came on my show, it was like years ago. To anyone who's listened to me for a long time, they'll know it was years and years ago. I mean, literally, like we're talking about 2014 probably, and that fucker was the first guy to use MAGA.
I thought it was like 2016 or something.
Was it 2016? Okay, yeah, but it was
15 maybe. I
15.
think it was Trump was still a candidate or something.
Yeah, because he was the first guy to use "Make America Great Again." He was the first guy I ever heard start saying that, shouting it on my show. And he was using that MAGA, and it was distinctive, and it's branded in my memory because he said that before Trump was running. So it was like he was part of the campaign before Trump even started.
Right.
Yeah, and the horrible thing is, think about what I'm saying. For those of you who don't grasp the insanity of this, we're talking about a Nikkei America gene, a Japanese American saying "Make America Great Again," which harkens inescapably to most Americans. Their idea of Great America is World War II, which means most people like him would be in an internment camp. So where there's something here that does not compute.
Well, it's like isn't that some kind of weird logic thing? Because if you're saying "Make America Great Again," that would imply that America has fallen. But like these people don't even admit that. It's like it's in their own wording.
Thank you.
It's like, wouldn't it be like "Keep America Great" theoretically?
Well, they finally figured it out, and that's what they were supposed to change it to when they were doing the stupid, the new campaign for re-election. It was that Trump was going to go with the "Keep America Great," but then they changed it to something really stupid. I can't even remember what it was. It was something like, America in transition, or we stabilized, or something, or we're frozen now, or whatever. But what I'd like you to tell people about, and of course keep an eye on the road while you're doing it, is tell them about...
I finally parked. I parked.
Oh, okay, good. So tell us when you're going to go into the store. But before then, let everybody know. Okay, so I spoke about the Black Lancasters, a secret unit of British bombers that was basically deemed by the British nation, and I'm sure the motherfucker didn't say this, that the British nation deemed these to be terrorists, and they thought that they conceived this as a terrorist.
No, of course he didn't say that. He took the credit he had the Brits take credit.
Yeah, but incredible. So tell us who this was, what's going on, and what happened on British time, which is a day ahead of us by at least 8 hours, and what you heard from Douglas Dietrich wound up verbatim being produced into a video within 8 hours. Within approximately.
It was like at the same time, like he was like transcribing what you were saying into like his script.
Thank you.
And then he just like made the video and then posted it like before your live stream even uploaded, probably.
That's fucking incredible.
But basically, it was Mark Felton.
That was before my live stream uploaded because it takes 14 hours for it to fucking upload at least. Yes, so please go on. Yeah, yeah.
Right, so, and he's in England listening to you probably at, like 8 a.m. or something, like super early in the morning.
Yeah.
But basically, so you told us about the Lancasters and the bomb and how the super fortress had to be developed, and before that they didn't have a plane that could carry it, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And so I think one of your Facebook friends posted this Mark Felton video, and I watched it. And then I looked at when it was published, and I was like, oh my god, August 5th, and I went back to your videos, and it was the same date that you did the Hiroshima bombing, August 5th episode, of course.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my
So this Mark Felton guy, he basically was like, oh shit, Douglas knows some shit, and he made his own video because he wanted to be the first academic on it,
Right, and by the way,
but he did have, I will say, I mean, I'm not defending him, but he did have what is it called? Like documents, like photos of documents that supported the argument.
Well, all he had to do was look up what I said.
Yeah, exactly. For example, the company, what was it? The false company that was set up, like
just the false metals company that.
The tubes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Tube alloy.
Tube alloy.
Yeah,
he had that document on there, and so I was like, yeah, like Douglas said this, like, you know.
Holy shit! But this is what I tell people to do. I always tell people, don't believe me. Look it up. By the way, who the fuck is playing the saxophone back there?
Sorry, it's the channel on my radio.
Oh, okay. Thank God. I thought you were in the car with Bill Clinton or something like that. And, yeah. So this. But by the way, just so people know, this son of a bitch.
I didn't know if you wanted to bring him up, but it's like,
oh God,
he has 700,000 views overnight, basically. So people know him.
You know, no need to name him. I don't think the guy deserves any extra attention, but this son of a bitch has published as many books as Peter Moon. So this guy has got basically coverage. He's got coverage, and so but that's not enough. Oh no, yeah, he's got to listen to Douglas Dietrich and basically look up what Douglas Dietrich says, and then what was it? He actually had the balls, the fucking chutzpah, the temerity, the audacity to say this has never been released before.
Yeah, in the video, he was like, this has never been discussed before anywhere, you know, outside of like whatever certified documents or whatever, you know, whatever British thing he cooked up, and it was just like, you know.
Oh, the son of a bitch.
Typical.
Yeah, fucking son of a bitch. See, this is what I've been dealing with all my fucking life.
I was like, when I heard that, I was like, oh my God, like, you know, like, I just heard this last night.
Thank you.
Or whatever night it was.
Yeah, thank you. And you know who had that up? Peter Mayer had that up on his Facebook.
Peter Mayer,
our birthday boy, who I gave the picture of one of my prostitutes to.
Right. And to his credit, I think he was basically showing, you know, that like he took your shit. You know?
I understand. Yeah, I hope that's the spirit he was displaying. That he may have been simply naively, innocently trying to verify or vet what I was saying and just showing people see it's true. But you know, the reality is you know, and the truth is, there's no copyright on history. There's no copyright on history.
That's what I was gonna say too. It's like, and if you were to like bring it up to that dude, the author, he would just be like, "Well, I published it before Douglas."
Yeah, that's what he would claim. That's what he would claim.
Yeah, because like by the numbers, he posted it first, but it's because you were in the middle of like a live transmission.
First off, I'm in the middle of a live transmission that takes hours. Hours, and I'm also not only in the middle of a live transmission that takes hours. It takes hours thereafter. That's like 3 or 4 times as long. Sometimes like literally days after I'm done recording that before it uploads. I mean, and we have recorded this in terms of, but we've cross-referenced not just Brendan Zogit, but Peter Moon and myself. And we know for a fact that sometimes after I'm done with a transmission, especially when the longer it is, like up to 12 hours, the longer it takes to publish, sometimes it takes literally a full work week, effectively. You know, half a work week to a full work week. And we're not kidding. It takes that long. So this guy's got that advantage where he just is not only in an earlier time zone that is literally, effectively, a workday ahead of us. You know, an 8 hour.
It's like, 8 hours ahead, exactly.
Yeah, it's a workday ahead of us. And he takes advantage of that. He gets his thing published while I'm still transmitting. So it looks like he's got it up there first. And the reality is he's basically plagiarized me. And we can't use that term, of course, because it's history. And that's the problem. That's the problem. But this is what's happened to me all my life.
But I mean, give credit where credit's due. I mean, you know, no one else has said, you know, revealed that aspect of it, you know.
Well, but by that, you mean the credits to me, and then the fact that you give him credit for just looking the shit up is what you're saying.
I'm saying credit to you for bringing it out, because like no one else has even had seen those documents or had even knowledge of it.
Thank you,
You know?
thank you, and because the fucker has,
it's like the same thing with all those like you know, all these conspiracy people. Like they'll talk about like Atlantis and shit, but they'll never like acknowledge like the ancient writers or like the other, you know, the people they learned it from. It's like it's the same kind of concept. Like
thank you.
Not giving credit.
Yeah. No, I really appreciate that. And this is so important, because this is like this is just another thing. This is what I deal with every day. It's wearing on the morale. I mean, there's really no point in going on with all of the attacks from inside and outside. then I'm left with this as well. It's never ending. Basically, I'm this source that's.
I mean, you could look it at as a, what is it?
What, the highest form of compliment? Plagiarism.
Yeah.
The highest form of compliment.
Exactly.
It's like,
even the quote unquote real historians have to go to you because they're so they have so many tropes and just bullshit.
Thank you. That they have nothing else to do other than listen to Douglas.
They can't even do their own research to the point of being on your level. They have to just take it.
Thank you. Well, this is part of the problem. There's no way that any of these people could know about this because they weren't ever assigned to burn documents. They weren't ever assigned to destroy documents. So, see, these historians, quote unquote, they're just these guys who are propagandists. Their whole job is to write history as it sells, because if they don't sell, they're not going to publish, right? So they have to say what sells. And I've never catered to that. So for that reason, until Peter Moon, we have yet to publish that. So just cross your fingers, right? But in terms of what we're experiencing basically these guys who are totally bereft of new information. And so what happens is when they hear new information, like what I say, and I say, oh, come on, don't take my word for it, look it up, then they're trained at least to look it up. And then instead of crediting me, they rush forward and they publish it. And no one ever asks them, well, how did you learn about this shit?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, no one.
Especially if you're the first person to ever, quote unquote, reveal it, then and there's no explanation for how he finds that.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just like a 15-minute video on it, and it's just all right, have a good day.
And no source.
No source.
And no source. And everybody's
except for the documents, which you referenced.
Thank you. Rather,
I'm going to go into the store real quick and get coconut water.
You're going to go to the store. So we're going to resume talking until you come back. Okay, great. So he's going mute. It sounded like he was getting carjacked and being pulled out of his car, where he'll promptly be shot.
Douglas, I just wanted to say something.
Of course.
I have to say, the professional escort in your picture, God, she's hot as hell, man.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Oh man, that. I have to commend your taste.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. Maybe when we're speaking privately, I can relay the name, and we'll do that one of these days. But of course, it would take quite a bit to afford her. It's only through, of course, my blood and sperm being wanted by my son's multi-billionaire husband that I get access to such services. And she does dress up like they do. They dress up per the taste of the clientele. And of course, the Power Girl outfit has always been a personal fetish of mine. I mean, who couldn't go for that? The circle cutout for the cleavage. I mean, that was radical when they first produced that design. It was, the guy who did that was Wallace Wood. He was a pornography illustrator like myself, only the early days. And then he got hired for conventional comics, but he brought along the burlesque. And so when he did a superheroine, that's the concept he came up with. And so that's why her boobs are so big compared to any other kind of superheroine you've ever seen drawn, or illustrated in children's comics. So he was just like an adult illustrator brought into a child's comic scene where he produced what he did, and of course she was never meant as a major character. She was like a peripheral character that was supposed to be from an alternate universe. Supposedly, if I remember correctly, she was supposed to be Supergirl as an adult, or a young adult, and so that was like, after the boobs had grown out, and the poor dear's back begins to hurt like a bitch for the rest of her life. But such is life, and so there we go with that, and I could spend hours just looking up her nostrils. To tell you the truth, that's so. Okay, that aside, and before we get too deep there, and of course, what did I tell everybody about Brendan Zokit? I can't believe that's actually what he was doing. I said, what the fuck is this guy doing? His mouth is going to be burning. And then what does he tell us? Oh, I'm in the car. I got to get to some place where I can get something to drink because my mouth is burning from all these hot. What the fuck? I mean, he's just eating them raw, like whole. I mean, knowing him, that's probably what he's doing. He's probably getting high off the pain or something. It's like, Whatever.
There's
Oh,
a
he's
bit
back.
of a high.
Yeah. So we were talking about you, and I'm saying, like, what the
Not
fuck?
good.
Were you eating those things whole? Were you just like by themselves? Just for health reasons?
Well, I went and reobtained some. They're called buchadokia, like ghost peppers. Yeah, and I'm eating them to clear out like the COVID exposure for my work. Like these fuckers like are working me like extra days, and like at the bakery where the people like basically where the outbreak started, so to speak. So,
yeah, Lena was counting on you to take over the majority of her responsibilities, and I can't I told her you're so busy that you're going to have to teach Jameson how to do the Instagram thing, but of course you'll have to figure out first yourself. But I can't do that.
yeah, basically.
And Derek can participate once in a while. But like I told everybody, I'm going to try and ask people.
I think I could proctor the website possibly if I like learn how to use it.
Okay, great. So I'll give.
I mean, in the spirit of helping you, it's more like. I'm not saying this to be like rude, but I think it's like, in a sense, it helps me to learn certain things. Like perhaps I could use, perhaps I could use some of these skills.
Oh, I get it. Yes, no, I totally.
So I wouldn't mind learning it. You know what I'm saying?
Wonderful. And Derek Talley has worked with WordPress. So the three of you gentlemen.
I feel like I have before too. I think I had some like. Literally in middle school or high school, I had some like vegetarian like blog that I made.
That's incredible.
For like some school project.
That's incredible, and again so predictable. I mean, by vegetarian blog, of course, he's talking about a journal that he kept while he was doing various narcotics, so that he could, who was that guy? Yeah. I'm sorry. Who was the guy who wrote about all those drugs all the time? There was that one author who was like
Hunter S. Thompson.
Abby Hoffman was one. There was the other guy.
Well, Hunter S. Thompson.
No, that was another one. Yes, admittedly.
So
Terrence McKenna.
Yes, Terrence McKenna. Yes, that's what.
The stoned ape theory.
Yes. Brendan Zogan is more along the lines of Terrence McKenna. Yes.
No.
Okay, what is it about Terrence McKenna?
I wouldn't accept that.
Okay, why? Is that an insult? I don't know enough about it. What is it about Terrence McKenna? Is it?
I just have my certain qualms with people like Terrence McKenna, but like he's exposed a lot, or like he was good, in a sense. But
okay, but because
it's complicated.
I could understand that. For instance, it's offensive for many people to be compared to Timothy Leary, because Timothy Leary turned out to be
that's pretty offensive.
Yeah, a CIA asset. But with Terrence McKenna, is it something similar to that? Was he some kind of shill, or was it? It's just like
no, not necessarily. It's just that he took what is it called? The psychonautics. Like, what do they call that whole genre, Jameson? You might know.
Right.
Oh yeah. It's called
a psychonaut.
Yeah, it's called psychonautics, where you go into the discovery of altered states of consciousness to explore more of the human potential, and that was actually kind of one of the reasons why I was drawn to Terrence McKenna.
Right. Yeah, and that's why a lot of people were. And I've listened to his stuff, and I've read Food of the Gods. So I mean, it's not that I'm insulting his like academic work. It's just like. I feel like he took it so far that like he ended up dying of like brain cancer.
Oh yeah, they said that his tumor was in the shape of a mushroom.
Literally, I mean, it's like you can't make that shit up. Yeah, it's basically he just overdid it. I think, in my opinion at least.
Oh yeah. That's
so to the point of harming himself, which would defeat the purpose of being transcendental.
Okay, I get it. Okay, so what Brendan Zogan
kind of like how Joe Rogan just tells people to go do DMT when like he doesn't even talk about like why to do it or the reasons or what it even is.
Thank you. I don't even
fully. He talks about it briefly, but not fully.
Right. Yeah. In other words, it's a danger. He turns it into a danger. What would otherwise be, and of course, Joe Rogan's another person I don't want to bring up. That's someone like Michael Savage. It's just like
but they already have so much airtime. It's like there's nothing you could do. I mean,
true.
Millions of people listen to anything they say, and it's all just drivel.
Yes, thank you. It is just drivel. Well,
it's like they know they're getting paid to just talk about nothing, so that's just what they do.
Thank you. And that's what that's what Jameson Reese felt when he was listening to Michael Aquino talk to, who was it, when he was just E.A. Coetting or something, when he was just
it was E.A. Coetting, who I have to say, E.A. Coetting is a brilliant occultist. I would say that his methods and techniques of evocation work, but as a human being, I am disappointed. I'm really disappointed because, you know, I used to actually watch the, you know, Become a Living God stuff. And because, you know, my whole thing is, my only interest is in the arcane, you know, advancement and psychonautic aspect, of course. But, you know, but the thing is, you know, I also have come to start to realize that some of what they were doing on that platform really struck me as very much bullshit, some of it, because some of it didn't seem like it was following the anthropological research, their personal gnosis of this and that. Who gives a shit about your personal gnosis? If it doesn't historically add up, there's something wrong with the information, you know?
Definitely.
Yeah. And so now that we've covered this other asshole who basically transcribed everything I said, you know,
that's the vibe I got from it. Like, he just went to Google Slides and then just like was like typing notes to himself and then just like read it over, like narrated over it and just posted it within the same, like, that's just the vibe I got.
Oh,
I'm not saying that's what he did, but like, how else would he get that out, you know?
Thank you. Blow by below.
Yeah.
And pretty much, you know, and like I said, the offensive nature is that people are there in his comment section saying what a brilliant, great, you know, fabulous guy this guy is. He's the savior of us all. And it's like no one's asking, well, how did you know about this? You know, I mean, you're at this age, it's this year, and suddenly at your age now and this year, you decide to suddenly.
And then he also put a video of the third. It says the third atomic bomb attack, Japan, 1945.
So just like I was talking about the other night.
Exactly verbatim of what you said, yeah.
Holy fucking shit! Oh God, I've got to stop talking.
400,000 views. Like.
Oh my fucking God! You know, I mean, like, this is bullshit. I'm sick of this. I'm really demotivated. Everything is just you know, converging to demotivate me. I'm disgusted with the world.
I mean, he obviously listens to you. It's just that's obvious.
Oh shit.
But if anything, you should take it. You know, I don't think that. I mean, I understand how it's extremely demotivating having to deal with continuous wave of human piece of shit after human piece of shit. But if anything, you know, though there are those of us who do know that you are the authentic article, you are the original. You know, you're not. You're the real McCoy. These people are just charlatans. They're quacks, and I think, you know, more and more people are starting to realize this.
I hope so, and I do remind my listeners, it's up to you. Really, it's your war. You've got to fight it. The point is that nothing is going to come of any benefit unless people know who I am, and this is the problem. They tried to destroy my message. This was the original tactic, was to destroy my message by associating it with myself, whom they would relay bits and pieces of to make it sound as crazy as possible. And, of course, like, there's one lady who's listening, who I'm not going to name her, who told me about an experience with her daughter. And her daughter actually was approaching her sister and saying, oh, God, you got to worry about Mom. She's listening to this guy who says he's the son of Adolf Hitler. And out of context, of course, that sounds totally insane. Out of context of anything I said, then, of course, you get somebody like... you know, our dear friend Jonathan Warrington, who produces videos like Douglas Dietrich, vampire son of Adolf Hitler, which doesn't really serve the purpose better either necessarily, but, you know, it's like, again, out of context, that phrase alone.
With that, like, chibi Hitler photo.
Oh, God, don't even get me started. That was actually, that was an illustration I did for him, that this is the problem with coloration. It could scan really bad. It had a red coloration, and it came out pink. And then he shows that, and it's just all together. The whole effect is just, oh my God, it's just awful.
I'm sorry, it's not funny.
It's like, oh my God, it just may as well have like a title like Hitler's favorite science fiction novel, Anal Vampire, or something like that. Just something equally preposterous.
It's clickbait. If anything, it's clickbait.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure I want to be affiliated with anyone who wants to click on that. I mean, it's like. You know,
sorry.
Anyhow, it's just altogether the effect is depressing.
But it is kind of offensive for that dude to like make the same video or like condense what you had to say into like a video. And not,
thank you.
Not at least say like, "Hey, how's it going, Douglas?" Like,
oh no. But you notice, you know, I
on his channel it says he's been on like History Channel, like Netflix documentaries. And
oh, of course, that goes without saying. Yeah.
So he's getting paid. This fool's
he's getting paid. And you know, and what he does, you know, with his shit is that you've got this individual who's basically leeching off me for a living. I mean, this is a parasite. And so this fucking parasite, you know, is basically out there, and he's, you know, only, what does he do? He fits it into the propaganda paradigm. And it doesn't make any sense. Nobody looks at that, and nobody asks about the propaganda paradigm, like, well, you know, hey, you're saying all this stuff, and it's like, he'll just rephrase everything like, oh, it's a good thing the Japs surrendered, you know, before the, you know, Americans dropped a third bomb, or something stupid like that. He'll say, and he won't take into account the way I presented it factually, where, okay, so the Americans had this third bomb, why didn't they drop it? Like, after battle recommenced, after the so-called surrender and shit, you know, and it's obviously a violation of, if it's a surrender, then it's a violation of that. So
or how those like black Lancasters were like pirate ships, essentially. You know, he didn't mention that.
Yeah, oh, of course not. Yeah, isn't that interesting? You know, like, why didn't anyone ask, okay, why was it the Americans are flying full national colors, whereas the British have blacked everything out and refuse to even acknowledge this? You know, it's totally different cultural paradigms, and he's British, and he's not acknowledging that. And that I can't understand. What's that about? What's that shit about?
I thought he was trying to give credit to them, you know, like, oh, you know, we had our own wing, you know.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, if he's trying to present it in that way to make it like look like some positive, then that doesn't explain why the British were trying so desperately to not take credit for the act.
He's probably trying to get an MBE or something.
That must be it. Thank you. That's it. You see, what Brendan Johnson...
That would make the most sense.
Thank you. What Brendan Johnson is referring to is basically a knighthood, right? This is explain to people this. Yeah, and so...
It's like, yeah, like one of the you know, orders of the British Empire, like awards.
Yes.
There's like different levels. There's like OBE, MBE, like... And historians can get them, or like it's pretty easy for an academician to get one.
Thank you.
If you side with the British history, you know.
Thank you. Or present it in a rosy light. Yeah, you present it in a positive light where the British are rehabilitated, where you rehabilitate them for all their crimes. Yes, it's like,
I know.
Yeah, you know, all those Asian Indians died because we were trying to help them control their population. You know, the Asian Indians otherwise would have overpopulated like rabbits, but we helped them. We helped them by killing so many of them. Yeah.
Oh, that's literally what they would say too.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, like how do they explain themselves for like Rhodesia and shit, like all the fucked up shit they did? You know?
My God, don't even go
there. They try and talk shit on Cecil Rhodes, but it's like he was an agent of the fucking Queen and shit.
Yes,
I thought.
Thank you.
Then nowadays they try and say like, oh, what did this evil dictator just went rogue from the empire? You know, no, he didn't go rogue.
Thank you.
He was already, you know.
Oh my fucking God!
He was getting money from them, I thought.
Yeah. Oh God, he was acting on behalf of the British Empire. Yes. Oh my God.
But the BBC, when they talk about Cecil Rhodes, they're like, oh, he was just some crazy madman, and like, you know.
I mean, I'm impressed that they even do that. I'm surprised.
It took them like 50 years to finally say that.
Thank you. Like half a century. It's just like Derek Talley was talking about with the fucking Belgians finally apologizing for the human zoos and shit, and you know.
Oh my God! Yeah, unspeakable shit.
Yeah, thank you. And
well, the Americans did that too. They had that one guy in the Bronx Zoo, right?
Oh God! It went beyond that. There's other cases too. I mean,
that's fucked up.
Yeah, Michaela Grigorich was bringing them to our attention, and but beyond that, we have of course, in the Belgian Congo, that was one of the worst genocides in history. Millions dead.
Yes.
And so people understand the horror of what we're discussing. I'm
Douglas,
yeah.
I think they have a phenomenon in Africa where, you know, these white guys go on what they call sex safaris as well.
Oh God.
There's something really dark about that, where they just you know, they just go looking to pretty much fuck any black woman they see. Right. In Africa, and they could get away with it.
Yeah, this has been going on in Thailand forever, and it's probably only now that they're moving to Africa because Thailand is beginning to kick Americans out and beginning to kind of like take control of itself. And
when I was talking to the Laotian lady that I knew, she said if I ever go to Thailand or Laos, like, and she said like you can't try to like go out and get a chick because some of them will like spike you, or like she was saying if like some chick tries to touch you on the skin, like you can't let her because she'll like administer some kind of poison or something, and then they'll basically like kidnap you.
Oh yeah.
So like,
yeah.
Is that true? Like.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They had what it is mostly this was the reality of the situation, and it was because Thai men are world famous. They're world famous for making the best drag queens. I mean, most Thai men are just world famous for being better able to do drag than almost any other people on earth because they're small, they're effete, they're effeminate, they're frail, they're childlike looking, and they just they carry it off really well. So they're just infamous for being ideal drag queens. And so what is happening in Thailand when that is carried out, it's almost never females, it's drag queens that are doing it. And what they were seriously doing was they were lacing their nipples with narcotics. And so the tourists they would offer them a lick of their nipples as a taste, a foretaste, like a sample, and then the Americans would bend down and avail themselves of that, and then collapse. And that's when they wound up, because if the guy's a man, he's got the upper arm strength to drag the guy off. You see, your average female could not do that. Imagine, okay, so a lot of people don't get this. Dead weight for a person is you almost can't do shit with it. I mean, this is like, I was once confronted with this stupid situation, which fortunately I got out of it, thanks to the help of the quote-unquote victim when she became conscious. But there was this big-ass white girl. I mean, not like fat. I mean, tall. She was this Texan kind of like, everything's bigger in Texas. I mean, like, the size of my escort, but much slimmer. And so in terms of the, she was like drunk as hell, and we started making out, and she collapsed. I mean, like, collapsed, like on the lawn. At this party, big ass party in this estate, and we're talking years ago when I was still affiliated with the Department of Defense, and this was like I was in this party that was in San Francisco. Well, you can imagine, and so San Francisco nights are cold, and so then people started saying, "Well, fuck you." That's why I like it. Fuck you. I hate it here. Anyhow, so then people start.
I should say the Bay Area in general, not necessarily.
Oh, just how about just most of California until you get down south. I think it's just unlivable, really. I mean, but at any rate, yeah, I know people like Brendan like it. Anyhow, so people are telling me, "Oh, yeah,
because it's like 100 degrees where I'm at. It's like summer drought climate."
Wish I was there. Oh my God. At any rate, so people start saying, "Oh, you were making out with her. Oh, you're responsible for her. Come on, you can't leave her lying like that. You can't leave her lying like that." Anyhow, so here's this girl who is, I will admit this freely, taller than I am. Okay, dead weight. It's like, oh my fucking God, I may as well have been trying to barbell, an Olympic challenge or something. This just was not fucking working. It was like, oh my fucking God, non-cooperative, tall, lanky body. It just, you can't do anything with it other than like, I understand why cavemen started dragging a woman by the fucking hair. It was just like, there's almost nothing else you can do. Anyhow, but by all of my groping and grinding all over her body, trying to find areas of grip, areas of, we're talking about a limp, totally unconscious female body. And I'm like, for all intents and purposes, she might as well have been dead. She wasn't, thank God. But anyhow, so I'm trying to pick this chick up, and it's like, it's like sliding a sample off a microscope slab. It's like you're trying to, like an amoeba. You're trying to grip something and something else drops. And, so it's just not fucking working. And, and nobody was fucking helping. And they're all just like, when they're not drugging or drinking, they're all staring. And so then I finally...
Right, it takes at least two people.
Thank you. Oh, but no, but finally, by gripping between her legs and under her ass and, you know, under her arms, I'm able to, like, lift her, hugging her, body hugging her, flipping her kind of over my shoulder, and I'm able to grunt and carry her, you know, practically dying. I'm dying, not her. Taking her to this other part where I lay her out on, like, a cot. And so above the ground, so she's not freezing with all of her body warmth draining, leaching into the ground, which is what it does. And that's how homeless people die. All the body warmth leaches into the ground. So I get her on the cot. Anyhow, so the next morning, of course, all of these photographs come out of me with this girl's body that I'm apparently violating, and I'm accused of rape. And so, you've date raped this girl that you drugged at the party.
Oh my God, that's why you don't help people, or that's why you don't, like,
these days, I let people die. I've had the ability to call the police to help people, and I've just let them die. Anyhow, thankfully, she was on my side and just said, that nothing was done by Douglas that I didn't want him to do. And it was just that it ended there. But this was like, the whole movement was determined to make certain I would be prosecuted for, with all of this physical evidence, all of this photographic evidence. This is what everybody was doing while I was trying to help her, is that everyone was taking pictures. So they could.
That sounds like what would happen. I mean, people are assholes.
Yeah, this is what people do. Yeah, they'll do nothing to help anybody else, but they'll do everything they can to fuck everybody else over, or rather,
right, exactly.
Certainly myself, by my own experience. You wonder why JMO, tries to dissociate himself with humanity, and why I tolerate it. That's a question I get. Why do you tolerate JMO Reese's, hostility towards all that is positive in life? It's like, first it takes a lot of searching to find the positive based on the experiences that either I or he have had, and I'm sure Brendan and Derek could add their own, but there you go with that. Aside from all of that, now that you're here to kind of help me by tongue, I'm hoping Brendan Zoget and both of these gentlemen can start talking now about various subjects. I'm certain that Brendan Zoget has a lot that he needs to cathart and vent about that since the last time we've heard from him, and that'll buy me a little more time to get some other analysis together.
I mean, there's a few things I wanted to go over, and then there's this book I found that I was gonna cover a few things on.
Please, by all means, I beg you.
But this chili pepper is still getting me. So
okay.
So it's called boot jolokia. It's like everyone knows it as a ghost pepper. And yeah, I was just eating them raw, but it was in order to banish any kind of COVID from my system.
Understood.
And so it's working.
I would hope. I would fucking hope. Yeah.
I would hope so, because it's really painful. It's it's basically approximately 1 million Scovilles.
Oh shit.
Just to put that in perspective.
Thank you.
It's a scale of chili pepper scale, made by some guy named Scoville, obviously, but a jalapeno is I want to say 100,000 max, or 200,000, but a habanero is up to 300 to 600,000, and so the one I was just eating is 1 million. It used to be one of the world's hottest peppers, Guinness World Record holding. So it's basically pepper spraying yourself. It's it's really shitty.
Holy
and
shit.
Then I gave one to my friend the other night. He was like, "Oh, I've had a ghost pepper before, at a party."
Oh yeah, right. Oh.
And so I gave him one, and he basically started screaming and shit, and then he got it in his eye, and he was screaming, and his roommates thought I tried to kill him or some shit. It was crazy.
It
was funny.
What a
I know. I told him too. I was like, this is literally the world's spiciest fucking chili, and he was like, oh no, I've tried it before, no big deal. And he ate the whole part with the seeds in it, in one bite.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, just idiot! It's a dark.
And then after that passed, he touched his eye, and he's like, is it supposed to be burning my eye? And I was like, dude, did you touch your eye? And he's like, yeah. And then, yeah, for 15 minutes, he was screaming and shit. He was like, what do I do?
Why do they call pepper spray pepper spray?
Yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, they make weapons out of this shit. What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Hey, Brendan, do you do garlic? Do you eat a lot of garlic for medicinal purposes?
Definitely. Garlic is like, in general, you should have a little bit every day for like the pollution. But it's very cleansing. I mean, garlic is essential. Like organic garlic too, with like the purple. It looks purple. That's the garlic you want to get.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like organic garlic. Any garlic works though. I mean, and it's like a proven antibiotic. Like it's called allicin, the substance that makes like garlic and onion smell like that. It's like, so it's.
Well, you know, my cousin had sent me some vitamins, and one of them was called chaga, and I didn't know that was a type of mushroom.
Yeah, chagas, dude, try it. Have you taken it?
Yes, I finished the whole thing.
Holy shit.
Before I found out it was mushrooms.
It's a type of mushroom. Yeah, it's very good. It's super good for the body. Like, it gives you like energy. I've always liked chaga, and what's that other one? Cordyceps and chaga. It's a very good like combo there. But the mushrooms are real. Like medicinal mushrooms are definitely real. They're no joke.
And so tell us a bit about that. Educate us a bit. By the way, do you want me to buy you time so you can, put more milk in your mouth to, separate the molecules from your tongue that are setting it on fire?
No, I recovered. I drink like the whole thing of coconut water and like aloe water.
Okay.
And
that's some more good stuff. Yeah, right. you get the good stuff working at the supermarket.
Yeah, exactly. I have access to like as much as I need. Thank God.
Oh my God! I was telling people that. I said he's basically stealing food, which I don't blame him. If I were there, I'd steal all the food I fucking could.
I mean, if I wasn't vegetarian, I would be able to take as much as I wanted. But it's like it's all meat. It's all flesh.
Oh my God! You mean in your department? They've got you working. Why do they have you working in the butcher department?
No, they took me out, dude. I told them, I was like, they think I'm a weirdo because I was telling the guy I worked with, I was like, I don't like working here, and he's like, why? It's the easiest department. And I was like, cows are my friend. I don't like cutting up my friends. And now they look at me like I'm fucking insane. Like the meat department guy, he laughs at me when he sees me.
Oh God! Well, they probably have this image that you're fucking the cows out there or some shit like that. That's cows are my friends. They say, oh God, he's a zoophile.
I was saying I don't like cutting up my friends.
Yeah. Oh God.
And I found out mad cow disease sometimes takes 40 years to manifest.
Indeed. Yes. Douglas has talked about the prions.
Oh God. Scary. Yeah. Don't even get me started. Yeah, because I went on for years about that because that's all people wanted to hear from me was about fucking zombies. And as for the vampires, people wanted to hear about that too. But it was odd how that kind of just stayed. That kind of stayed under because I wasn't saying what people wanted to hear about vampires and shit.
Right.
I mean, they want to hear this sexy bullshit, right. I make love to my food. I mean, this is what I can't fucking get, this your food, okay? Your chattel. It's kind of like what they say. This the only reason I want to see happy people is because it's like the ad. Good milk comes from happy cows. It's like good blood. Yeah, good blood comes from happy people. That's the only reason I want to see you people happy. Otherwise, I really would just kill you all myself if I didn't need to live off of you. So there we are. In one form or another, I'm parasitizing, either off your taxes or off your bodies. But the only one of us working right now is fucking Brendan, poor bastard. He's the only one supporting us all. That's why he's working so hard. This is why they got him working double shift.
Yeah, I'm supporting all these fat people that come in and want food.
Oh my God. Yes.
And then they're like...
Well, at least they can buy food because I was speaking to a woman today that was so upset that people on unemployment was getting $600 a month extra.
Yeah, that's
that
awful.
They're getting paid more than them, and they have they're working full time, and people are getting paid more than me to sit at home.
Yeah. Oh my fucking God. And about these, tell them about the government workers you see. Tell them about the fucking government workers.
Oh yeah, they're extremely unhealthy looking and just their personalities are turfed. I don't know why they're like that. It's just I think that job makes you rotten like that. I don't know. It's just they have I don't know if it's weird dealing with them. Not all of them are like that. So you could tell some of them are professional, but there's a few that you could tell they're lifetime government workers, and they just let themselves go. They don't care. They've been wearing the same button-up shirt for a year.
It's pathetic. Well, I was telling Brendan about government work and what it's like, and how these people, they have no, you can't be fired, no matter what you do.
Right.
You can never be fired. So these people, they're the most untalented, uncharismatic. They're people who are totally unemployable. Basically, they're unemployable by any private standards.
Yes.
And so they go to work every day. They just show up and they don't do shit, and then they go home. This was the horror story I started to tell Brendan. My gang brother Beaver, because he has such a large extended family, there's family members all over the United States. For people who don't get this about the Chinese culture, and Brendan,
I've met Cantonese people like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but just so people understand, there's basically only 100 Chinese last names. Basically, I mean, obviously there's
literally
there's some kind of branches and but basically overall there's 100 major Chinese family names, and so
there's even less in like Vietnam and shit.
Yeah, and so. In terms of like his surname is Wu, and whether it's WOO or WU, these are just romanizations of the same Chinese character. So a lot of people don't know that.
Yes.
They'll think that these are different names. They're not. They're just different. It's like just fucked up spellings for the same Chinese character. And so there is like every family has its own magazine. There's a Wu family magazine, just so people get how large these things are. So, but in his case, he got a call from the government, and it was some, obscure department like, fucking Bureau of Normalcy or something. And just something that he couldn't even remember the name of the department. And it's like, oh, Mr. Wu? It's like, yo, what? It's like, hey, there's an individual named whatever, stupid Chinese American names. They give them stupid American names that just sound stupid, like Sherman Wu and shit.
Oh my god.
Just these names that sound stupid. And they name them after famous Americans and think it'll fly. They'll somehow become more white or acceptable or something. And so, are you related to this individual? He works with the U.S. government, the department, Bureau of Normalcy, whatever. It's like,
right.
Yeah, what about it? He hasn't come to work in 6 months. He says, 6 months? Why are you calling me now? It's like, well, we're wondering if you could, conduct a welfare check. Could you check in on him? And he says, oh, yeah, okay. And then he went to the guy's address, and because he's a property manager and a gangster, he basically picked the lock, which is what property managers and gangsters do. So he's got the perfect combination. He picked the lock, he got inside the room, and the guy's dead. And he's been dead for a long while. I mean, he was so dead that when he died, he fell against the heater, so his body totally desiccated, and he mummified. So it was totally mummified and shit, And so then, this was this guy's life.
6 months is a long ass time. That's like beef jerky status.
Yeah. And anyhow, so there's no smell. There's no smell.
Right.
It's like totally dried, desiccated, dehydrated. But the guy, all he did was go to work. He had no fucking life. He came home, and because you have to cash the checks, because if you don't cash the checks after a certain point, they're no longer viable. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So
90 days typically.
Yeah. So he had to cash all his checks, but he didn't trust banks, obviously, because of what I'm going to tell you. So he just stuck his money all over the home, all over the apartment. So all over the apartment, there were just $100 bills that he had taken home. And there were literally thousands of $100 bills that he had from 20, 30 years of working with the government. Just everywhere. Just $100 bills everywhere. Just under books, under jars. And the problem with Beaver is that he grew up with a total contempt for money because his family was so money grubbing. His family was this is all that ever mattered to them was money, that he developed what I would call a pathological hatred of money. He had what would you call that phobia, a fear of money? There's a kind of
aversion to money.
Yeah. And there was like only one case where it was like almost out of contempt that he even considered, fucking over a relative for money, and that was this nuclear physicist. There was this Chinese guy who was a nuclear physicist in his family, and the guy worked out at fucking, Yucca Flats or something like that. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Yucca Flats. YUCCA. Yeah, but Yucca Flats is where they were burying a lot of nuclear waste. And the problem is they
Nevada, right?
Yeah. And they employ physicists who are like, who are there simply to instruct them on a daily basis as to how to manage nuclear waste and how to bury it and all the shit. And they still can't get it right. They're always fucking up. And so when he had this one relation who was a nuclear physicist, then the guy was like, how would I say it? He was like so devoid of a personality that he thought he just like he was so devoid of personality that what freaked Beaver out was that the guy had seen ghosts 3 times. And so when he brought this up, he said, "Oh yeah, one time in Yucca Flats, it's by the way, Yucca Flats is out in the middle of nowhere, and this guy's schedule consisted of driving out to Yucca Flats to his job site where they were burying the nuclear waste, because you can imagine they bury the nuclear waste as far away from civilization as possible, right? So this guy's got a fucking commute that lasts hours." So
right, yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, so he spent hours driving to work and hours driving home. He only spent like 6 hours a night sleeping at home, drove back to work, then drove back home, and 6 hours sleeping. This was pretty much the guy's life on any work day. And then, so when the guy was out there at Yucca Flats, he said, "Oh yeah, one time I saw a ghost." And so Beaver says to him, "What'd you do?" Because this is obviously interesting. We're entering, instead of physics, metaphysics. And the guy says, right. "Oh, I put my head down, made certain I didn't look at it, hunched my shoulders, turned around and walked away." And Beaver
Holy shit.
Beaver said, "That's it?" He said, "Yeah, that's it." And then this happened like 3 times in his life. The second time, Beaver asked him about it when he brought that up again in some other area where he had seen a ghost. And then, "Oh, what'd you do?" Same pattern. He said this is what he did. And the third time Beaver found out about it, Beaver didn't even ask because he knew what the guy was going to say. But the guy's home, Beaver had actually been to the fucker's home. The guy's living out there in Nevada with his wife. They have a single daughter. And they literally were afraid of, for whatever reason, break-ins or home invasions. And so they had this like lockdown set up in their home. And it's not like they had anything in their home. It's not like they collected Van Goghs. It's not like they had any Chinese vases or porcelain. Because people who have things to steal are people who have collectibles, right? Even a firearms arsenal is a collectible. It's something people can steal, right? I mean, anything people can steal has got to be portable. They had shit like furniture and pianos and shit, and there's nobody's gonna steal a piano. It's like you can't, you can't steal a piano. So it's like there's nothing in their home that Beaver saw. And Beaver's a criminal, right? I've dealt with criminals all my life, and he's part of the underworld. We know when there's shit to steal, right? So he says there was nothing in this guy's home that you could steal, and yet he said they had the piano for the daughter to learn how to play piano, which is something they wanted her to learn just as a sap to culture what little sap they had. And then, and he said the rest of their home, every night, he said they literally pushed a button, and then these steel shutters would come down, and it would sound like a nuclear submarine. There'd be this alarm that would go out, and then the shutters. And
the like red light, like the
yeah. And he said it was like the Purge. He said it was like the fucking Purge, and this was before they even made the film. And and it was like, and he said, "Why?" And he said, "Oh, because of all our money." And Beaver said, "You keep it in a safe, right?" He says, "Oh yeah." And Beaver says, "Why don't you keep it in a bank?" And the guy says, "Well, the guy, it was just like the other government worker." He said, "Oh, I don't trust banks." And then Beaver says, "Well, he was just curious." He said, "Can I take a look at it?" The guy says, "Sure." And he opened up his safe. It's just all these stacks of money because he's a physicist, right? Who's working like 6 days a week up in Yucca Flats, Nevada. He's getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, and so it's like, so this guy had just stack after stack. Beaver said there was millions there, and Beaver said, "That's incredible." He said, "I've never seen," and he's a gangster, right? He said, "I've never seen that much paper money together at once."
Holy shit!
And then Beaver said, "What are you gonna do with it?"
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and the guy said, "Oh, well, my wife gets half, and my daughter gets so much." And he says, "Well, I'll set them both up for life, but what about the rest of it? What are you gonna do with that?" The guy says, "Oh," and he was serious. He was dead serious. He said, I'm going to bury myself with it. So when I die, and Beaver said, you mean like the nuclear waste? And he says, yeah, like the nuclear waste. It's going to go with me. And
Holy shit.
Beaver actually told him, let me know where you're buried. That was the only time I ever... Yeah, but that was the only time. It wasn't like he needed the money or wanted the money. It was just because Beaver felt so agitated by this guy.
Because that doesn't even make sense, yeah.
Yeah, that he wanted to just dig the guy up and take the money just to fuck him over, you know, in death, just because he thought... But anyhow, so when Beaver was confronted in that apartment building with all these stupid, you know...
Would, like, the mortician even allow that? They probably wouldn't let you do that. They're like, no.
That's an interesting question because they are required to allow you to be buried with whatever you ask. You can be buried.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can be buried inside of say, for instance, and people do this. People have had themselves entombed with brand new automobiles, where they're actually sat up in the automobile. So people can do this. It's not illegal. So yes, you can do that.
My cousin was buried in the Cadillac.
No way. You know someone?
Are you serious?
Well, I say my cousin, but it's really my cousin's brother. I got a cousin that's the son of Fluky Stokes, and Fluky Stokes' other son got buried in the Cadillac.
Nice.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What do you think about that? How does that make you feel? What do you?
Well, I remember the story in Jet magazine when I was younger, when when I was a kid, I'm all, these people are whacked out. Then when I met my cousin and found out that was his brother, I'm all, damn, them are my people.
Oh my god! Oh my god! And so, like,
you gotta have a ride for the afterlife.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I one of these days I'll go into a story of it. But in terms of that, so people are confronted with all these $100 bills in that apartment of this other government worker, and because he's got this pathological, you know, aversion to money. He just hated the way his parents raised him to care about nothing else.
I kind of feel for it. I have the same feeling after working at a casino, and like,
thank you.
To me, cash is like, I hate cash. So.
Thank you. There's just kind of an aversion.
You know what?
But
hey,
normal people would like go crazy over it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, hundreds.
That reminds me of this joke that I heard, and it was like a Baptist preacher, a Catholic priest, and a Jewish rabbi knew this very rich man, and he knew he was going to die. So what he did was he said, I got $3 million, and I want to be buried with it. So being that you guys are like men of faith, I'm going to give you guys $1 million apiece. And when I die, I trust you guys to put that $1 million in my coffin, put it in my grave. So
right.
after he died and he was buried, the Baptist priest turned to the Catholic priest. He said, did you put the money in the grave? He said, no, I can't lie, I didn't. And the Baptist priest said, no, I can't lie, I didn't. And that's when the Jewish rabbi said, I knew you fuckers were no good. That's why I wrote him a check for the whole thing.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yes, that's good. I like that. Yes. And so at any rate, so when Beaver was in the apartment, basically, of course, everybody is waiting with bated breath for him to, what'd you do with the money, right? And of course, he said, I didn't even bother to touch it. It was everywhere. It was in jars. It was under his bed. It was everywhere. He said, I just called the paramedics to take the body away. And of course, I was just, you just roll with pain because you know what those paramedics and the police and the fire department did. Is of course they just stuffed everything in fucking duffel bags, and just, they probably left the body there and just took all the fucking money. They put that on the stretcher, duffel bags full of that shit, and left the body there thinking no one would notice because you can't smell it and it's desiccated. They think it was an interior decoration.
It's like, what's the point of even having that much cash? Like, theoretically, you're supposed to put it into like gold or something physical,
But even that's stupid. I mean, why do that even? I mean, honestly,
because it's like it's more condensed and like if the state fails, you could like go to another state. And,
I understand, but you get my point. I mean, really, here's the whole thing.
It's the same concept, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I knew one guy. It's the same Brian Frank Carter I told you about, the one who said, Wayne is going to be, remembered only
right.
for, I was Wayne and shit before the guy became a multi-billionaire doing Austin
right.
Powers and shit. Michael Myers, yeah, whom they named the serial killer after, yeah. But at any rate, the you know, that Brian Carter, he says, oh yeah, I keep 3 gold coins, and you know, one is to buy me transit when, you know, society collapses, you know, the other is to you know, one's to get me to the transport, like the ship, to get me out of the United States. The other is to, you know, the other is to get me across the water to the other country. The other is to hold me in the other country. You know, 3 gold coins for the, and you know, the reality is the first place he goes to, they shoot him and they take all 3 gold coins, right? I mean,
I was gonna say, they'd be like, why do you have all this gold, and then like you're on the fucking, you know, the cruise ship and you just go missing. Like,
yeah, honestly, and the truth is, what can you do with all this gold? There's nothing you can do with it, because if somebody wants it, they're just going to kill you and they're just going to take it, and so the end result is it's preposterous. You know, there's a difference between people who are doing something with the gold, and you know, honestly, gold is not good for much, other than like communication satellites have solid gold,
right,
you know, in them and stuff like that. But you know, it has some utilitarian purposes. But otherwise, gold is gold, and it's okay, it's wonderful, and I love it. Everybody loves it, but it's like you can't bank your life on that. It's just too easy to kill you and take it.
right, true.
Yeah, so yeah, in the end, it would be better off, instead of gold, that you had a firearm and a bunch of ammunition. Now, that sounds funny for me, who talks about.
I mean, in reality, like if you just randomly got like $10 million, like what would? Because you can only put $250,000 in the bank, because after that, it's not insured, like federally insured.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's like, what do you do with that much money? Like, you know, you'd have to buy like property or something.
Well, you know, that's an interesting point, because that's why none of those guys were trusting the banks. That's why none of the guys were trusting the banks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like after a certain amount of money, they can't protect your money after that.
Okay, that makes sense. So that's why they had it all around them. But then again, the stupidity is, what you need to do is, if you have that level of income, is to start spending it, to start living life. You know, you only live once. You're not going to be using it on the other side. It's preposterous. So yeah, but definitely. Oh my fucking god! So aside from all of that, now that I've told those stupid stories, that brings us back to Brendan Zogit, and I'm going to count on him and Jameson Reese, who's getting his ass kicked on Magic the Gathering arena. I mean, tell him about he's got to switch to Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that. You can educate him in this shit. You know, tell us the difference.
I've played Magic the Gathering.
And what do you think? What's the best one, comparing Yu-Gi-Oh to that, which is, you know, give us some.
Well, you see, like Magic the Gathering is like the original, like, you know, it was around during, like, before Yu-Gi-Oh, and like Yu-Gi-Oh took inspiration from that game.
Did it really? Are you sure? Oh my god!
Yes.
It's addictive as fuck, man. Once you get.
Yeah.
I spent my entire high school doing nothing but that. That was one of the reasons why I didn't get bullied anymore, because what happened was, you know, I was getting slammed for being black by all the white kids and shit. And then one day I was just looking at a deck of cards that my sister had, because she said you could have them. And then all the kids were like, "Oh, you play Magic the Gathering? I play it too!" And everyone bought their decks. And then for the rest of the school year, we're just making decks and playing cards all fucking year. Yeah. And then the Yu-Gi-Oh kids were like, "Holy shit, they're playing!" They were like, "Oh, we gotta play our game too." Right. So it's kind of weird.
Wow.
Yeah, there's factions for sure.
And so how did this happen where Yu-Gi-Oh was inspired by that? I had no idea. I thought that Yu-Gi-Oh had been around forever.
It's been around for a long time, but the Magic the Gathering had been around since like the 80s, since like the original Dungeons and Dragons type of era thing.
Oh my god.
Fantasy era, yeah.
I had no idea. But then again, I remember some favorite artists of mine, some top quality illustrators were doing the paintings for Magic the Gathering cards.
Right. So they were pretty high level, yeah.
Yeah, the art on them is professional quality illustration, just so people understand what we're talking about. And they do all kinds of things, just all kinds of different, anything you can imagine. It's a fantasy game, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so, oh my god. So go on.
I personally like Yu-Gi-Oh better because it's just more Japanese. It's more Asian style, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah,
thank
you.
It operates on like a different setup. Like, you know, it's way more tech. It's almost like the game Go. It's like there's so many like ways to play it. You know, there's like thousands of ways to play it. Whereas Magic, it's more like you know, it has like a rigid set of rules. It's more like you know, it's more in it has its own kind of flow to it.
Interesting.
Well, in Magic's defense, they actually consider Magic to be one of the most complex card games in the world,
Right,
as far as versatility and variety. So I don't know. I'm just a fucking turbo nerd, man. I'm like a turbo nerd with a hot body. So how the fuck? so if you wonder why I can't get chicks, you know, there's your answer.
Oh my God. Well, we were wondering. Yes, I mean, I did make the comment, as did Lena Shea, that you
more chicks need to watch anime. I feel like, you know.
There you go. And both Lena Shea and I had compared Jameson Reese's body to that of one of the Chippendale dancers. So at any rate, so aside from that, cut loose with everything you were going to bring up, Brendan. Let's have you take over, Brendan.
So I got this at my work. Even though it's like COVID, they still had like this take a book, leave a book rack.
Oh wow!
Just shows,
cool.
Yeah, it shows how like out of touch some people are, but it's fine because I'm benefiting from it. Like my first score that I found was these old like martial arts films with like Sonny Chiba and like Bruce Lee. There's one called like Shogun or like Ninja Wars, and it's this old Japanese film. It's super brutal, like crazy, like. Yeah, like it's like people are getting decapitated and shit, but like the story is pretty cool.
So yeah, okay.
But it's based off of like the historical, you know, battles between ninja clans and how they were sent as assassins, and like there is like this evil, and then in the movie there's like this evil faction that like basically like in order to become more powerful and like rule the world, they have to like use this like they have to like torture some chick and get her tears. So it's like they had to get like tears of a virgin or some crazy shit.
So this is like adrenochrome,
essentially, it's like the story's analog for it, but it comes from like 1,000-year-old kabuki like film. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, or the film's based off of from what I could ascertain, it was based off of a kabuki act.
Right. Okay.
Because I've seen the kabuki act like on Japanese television before, but they just adapted it for like a longer movie in this kung fu film.
Right.
And one of the evil factions are like these evil ninjas that were doing black magic and shit. Right. And they had this kettle that was like a spider kettle, and it had like this black spider on it. It looked hella sketch. And yeah, so they were so like, you know, humans have been on some dark shit for a while, you know.
Yes.
Even, you know, multiple cultures like.
Yeah. That's fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. And go on, yeah please. So I'm just impressed that they even have this rack where they're.
I know, right? Yeah, it's crazy. But like, you know, old people will bring their books and just put them down, and like, it's a pretty eclectic neighborhood. So I found some crazy stuff. But I found this one called "Chiropractic First: The Fastest Growing Healthcare Choice Before Drugs or Surgery" by like this chiropractor.
Of course, yes. Who else? Yes.
Yeah, but you know, and obviously it's like it has to do with like pushing their agenda, so to speak. But I mean, there's truths in it. So I wanted to read like the introduction or parts of it, just because it was interesting. Because a lot of this is true. He's saying, if you think chiropractic is a new science, it is. However, you'll be surprised to know that early pictures and depictions of spinal manipulation were discovered in prehistoric cave paintings in Pointe-les-Mers in southwestern France. They may have been crude, non-specific attempts to manipulate the spine, but some of these historical records date back to 17,500 BC. So there's like actual evidence of people using, you know,
spinal manipulation or
some form of chiropractic even back then.
Right.
So humans have understood that this is a form of healing. He's saying the ancient Chinese were using this manipulation technique in 2700 BC, which, if you just put that into perspective, that was before even like the classical Greeks. Right. The classical Greeks were 800 BC. So this was the time during like even before the Mycenaean era. Even the Chinese had like a pretty advanced civilization.
Yes.
It's saying Greek papyruses from 1500 BC also show directions for solving lower back problems by maneuvering legs. We also know ancient Japanese, Egyptians, Babylonians, Hindus, Tibetans, and Syrians all practiced spinal manipulation. even in Tahiti, there was evidence of manipulative therapy that has been used for centuries. Historical records in Egypt reveal that men and women were stronger and healthier when their backs were straight instead of twisted. So the Egyptians were focused on correcting the spine. Yeah, so.
Amazing. And yeah, do go on.
Right. So I found that to be interesting that, like, all, you know, and in the Vedic perspective, like they always focus on centering of the spine, and because that increases like your Sushumna channel, like the energy channel, and like the prana. So it's like there, you know, the spine is very essential to like centering, and like Peter Moon's mentioned it with like qigong. You know, all these tai chi, qigong, like martial arts, like everything, it's all about centering. I mean, if you know, you do the bow in karate. When I took karate, like you do the bow every time and center your posture, and then you like bow to the sensei, right? You know, like, so the point of it is to train your body to be centered. So I definitely think, like, you know, chiropractic is historically vetted. You know, like the point of it was to have a straight spine.
That's amazing. It's a pity that my own MD, he's my general internal medicine practitioner, like, of course, most conventional MDs in postmodern United States, is antithetical to chiropractic. It's a pity because
a lot of them are. It's strange.
Yeah. They argue that most of their patients who have gone to chiropractors have come back worse, is what they'll claim, they'll assert. Right. You know, I don't.
But then they'll still give people the poison, like fucking.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So you know,
it's a bit hypocritical.
Yes, I know. I only wish he would. He was willing to sign off on a acupuncture for me, but I had to go through the whole physical therapy thing first, and then the COVID happened, so I couldn't go through that. Yeah, and not only that, but you know, at the time, the cost was just too much. The plague has been kind to me, and I've actually stabilized fiscally, financially, because of the plague. And so...
Well, there are a lot of energies going around, and like some benefic ones too. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, and but definitely, I would have money now to actually be able to go take a cab to go into physical therapy, whereas before I didn't even have the money to get there. So in your case, of course, you have the car and the insurance and the and the gas and everything.
Well, I have like state insurance now, so like who knows what they'll cover? Probably nothing.
You just find out. See what you can find out, because I think
because when I had it before, I tried to like investigate if they offered acupuncture, and they didn't. But I think they offer chiropractic. Maybe I should look into that.
Yeah, look into it, because you know, oh my God.
So I'm having some like lower back issues, dude.
I can imagine. Oh God, yeah. I can fucking imagine. Just
well, it like runs in my family, like the sciatica kind of like nerve pinch. It's common, yeah.
That's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. And yeah, go on. Tell us more about what else you wanted to bring to our attention with everything.
Right. I wanted to take it from the anthropological point of view and not go into like the more modern chiropractic, because I'm not that vested in it. I just wanted to finish this part. It was saying ancient American Indian hieroglyphics showed back walking, you know, walking on the back of someone, being practiced as a method of curing the sick. The Sioux, Winnebago, and Creek Indians in North America left records of manipulations, spinal manipulation and healing. In Mexico and Central America, the Mayan, Aztec, Toltec, Tarascan, and Zoltec Indians also routinely used manipulation. The South American Incas were also sophisticated enough to develop manipulation into a well-defined, well-documented art. And of course, Hippocrates, the Greek physician who died in 377 BC, wrote over 70 books on healing and was a prominent proponent of spinal manipulations. He believed that only nature could heal, and it was the physician's duty to remove any obstruction that would prevent the body from healing. So that's the real Hippocratic Oath that these fuckers edited and ruined. The real Hippocratic Oath is only nature can heal, and it was the physician's duty to remove any obstructions that would prevent healing. So
interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, that is like revealing of you know, what happened to theoretically the doctors could have been, you know, benevolent at one point, and then just kind of like lost it.
Yeah.
Because even in English, the word doctor, to doctor something is never a good thing. I mean, it's illegal.
Thank you. No, that's an interesting point. Yes, to doctor a document. Yes, thank you.
So, like, why would you want someone to doctor your body? You know, so for me, the whole, like, linguistics of it's pretty interesting.
Yes, that's fascinating. Yeah. So yeah, go on. And definitely what I'll do is I'll check into the live chat here and see how people are responding, which I was impressed by both Jameson and Derek actually increasing our listeners while they were speaking. We're holding steady. We're holding steady with the listeners. Johnny Arugula, who's named after this herb, talks about passed out. Yes, he says passed out Amazon woman.
Could that be like a double entendre? He's trying to say Johnny Rocket.
Maybe, yeah. Arugula, isn't that a herb? What you mean? Like, what do you mean by?
Yeah, but arugula. I think arugula has an alternate name. It's called rocket.
Okay.
So I think it could be like. Does that make sense, John? No.
Yeah, sounds good. Johnny Rocket. Yeah. Lelo Zalim. Lesleo or Lelo Zalim says that's the first time I found Douglas was when he was talking about vampires and zombies years ago. Been hooked ever since. Oh, thank you.
Right.
I believe
those are some good classic hitters. Those are good ones.
Oh God, you remember them? Oh my fucking God, you've been around forever.
Those are like some of my favorite ones. Well, I didn't listen to them at the time. I just I found them later, but those were like proper. Yeah.
Right. Anyhow, I think it's a lady, Zalim, and Marcus Grick says $600 a month is brutal. How do you even afford rent? Yes, I know, and he's in Australia, where it's nowhere. I'm assuming it's better there than here, though barely, actually. Yeah, it's no good anyway. Yeah, but anyhow, well, anywhere's.
I heard horror stories of Australians having to pay like $2,000 a month for electricity. Yeah. Because of some Australians fucking them over, some other Australians.
Yeah. Oh God, Australia and New Zealand, they're horrible. I mean, they're as bad as America now. Yeah, it's because all the wealthy people moving there. That's the problem. They're moving to New Zealand in particular, where they're putting the property rates up so high, they're pushing the property rates up so high that your average New Zealander is out on the streets and shit, living in communes. It's pathetic. Yeah. So, anyhow, so go on with what else you were talking about. Other things that come to mind.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to continue with the Hippocrates here. He was saying, get knowledge of the spine, for this is the requisite for many diseases. And he said this, around 460 to 377 BC. So, even the Greeks knew about, the spine and, centering. I feel like, they had access to, the Vedic knowledge, too. Hippocrates believed that the essence of life and the natural healing ability of the body was result of the vital spirit. The same concept of vitalism occurred throughout the ancient writings, and in the 20th century, vitalism was replaced by the idea of an innate intelligence. I don't know why he's stressing that point, but
that's a big deal with chiropractors for some reason. Is the innate body?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. It has to do with his practice. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Herodotus, a contemporary of Hippocrates, gained fame curing diseases by correcting spinal abnormalities through therapeutic exercise. If the patient was too weak, Herodotus would manipulate the patient's spine himself. The philosopher Aristotle was critical of Herodotus' tonic-free approach because he made old men young and thus prolonged their lives too greatly.
Oh, shit.
So this, that
Can't
could
have
be
that. Yeah, I'm sorry, go on.
That's the same, isn't that the same kind of concept with the modern doctors?
Yes, they want you to die.
Yeah, why do you want to extend their life? What's the point of that?
Thank you. That's our attitude. Is you want to process out. Your time has come. Oh my God.
And this guy argues. He said it would be a benefit today, but it was disconcerting in early Greece, where life expectancy was limited to not more than 3 decades. Well, that's what we interpret as anthropologists. But I saw an article recently that was saying life expectancy was lower, but there were still people that lived to be 60 and 70. They were there. Yeah. It just wasn't common. It was those people were more rare. Right. So it's when you get the statistic of it, it makes it seem everyone died when they were 30. No, it wasn't entirely true, actually.
No. I mean, just the majority of them. But this is why elderly people seemed so magical. Elderly people were deemed to have great wisdom because so few people lived to be elderly. And so, yes. And,
so it's interesting that he says that. But He's saying in Greece, crude mechanical devices were invented to stretch the spine, correct dislocations, and archaeologists have uncovered photos, I'm guessing like mosaics or something, pictures of Greek patients being hung upside down by their heels. Physicians also walked on patients' backs, to correct spinal deformities. In Rome as well, Claudius Galen, who was he was like the original physician of the king. If anyone's heard of this guy. 2nd century AD, Claudius Galen taught proper positions and related the vertebrae of the spinal column. He was known as the Prince of Physicians at that time, a title that he was given after he aligned the neck vertebrae of the well-known Roman scholar whose right hand was paralyzed. I don't know why they don't name the scholar, but that's fine. But anyway, so it's been in history that correcting the spine, straightening the spine, that does have an effect, I think, of course, on if you really want to get more enlightened and you really want to go towards higher and divine, that's the starting point is centering, posture. And that's in and of itself, people are always trying to do yoga and exercises, but it's that's a hard enough exercise. If you've ever tried to keep a good posture permanently, that's an exercise in and of itself.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually
pretty difficult.
Well, I wanted to add that's actually kind of why I have the physique I have, is because I'm constantly trying to keep a posture. And the thing is, when I go shopping, what I do is I carry a book bag with me, and if I get a shitload of groceries, I have them on my book bag. So I'm walking around trying to keep my spine upright and in proper posture while carrying 10 to 20 pounds every day, just about.
And yeah, definitely. It's important. And yeah, if people just try it, they'll realize that is an exercise. You don't have to lift weights very much, you just gotta watch, but it has to be constantly watching. It's hard. I'll admit it's difficult.
Yes.
So historically, people have known about this.
So yeah, and yeah, go on. And thank you for educating people about this. And aside from that, of course, are there any horror stories? I mean, I've heard horror stories, and there's no need to relate them, but obviously chiropractic does do some damage to some people, but we're speaking about
like I said, I'm not defending the chiropractors at all. It's just the history is what intrigued me about it. And
yes, the important thing that we're pointing out is that it's like any other art. You're going to have malpractitioners, and you're going to have practitioners who excel. So it's the same with medical doctors applying that. The important thing to remember about medicine, no matter what stage that you're dealing with, when you're dealing with conventional medicine in the modern age, with all the imaging, with the surgery that is based on that imaging, medicine is still an art more than it is a science, and people don't understand that.
Definitely.
And medical doctors themselves are never good practitioners unless they understand that. And once they understand that, then, because every case is so different, every physical case is so different, it's incredible that we are able to have a science of medicine at all, really, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
So do go on, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that was it for that. And let me see. I sent a couple articles to you. I'm going to see if I can review it here.
Yeah, please. By all means.
Oh, but that photo of those peppers, those were crazy. Those were so spicy.
Oh my God! Just looking at them makes my it's painful to me. I mean,
yeah, it's strong, but they work to clear out any kind of problems. In countries where they eat spicy food, their COVID rates are very low. I mean, I don't know if I'm just making a generalization, but in Thailand and Vietnam, they have infections, but it's no one has died from them. I think it has to do with the diet, lots of ginger, stuff that really can clear the lungs. A lot, So I think that's possibly part of it.
That's great, yeah. And so in terms of anything else, go ahead and bring it up. I mean, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Of course. But so I was talking about what last time I was on. I was telling you about how Macron he began in. A mission, a French mission in the Mediterranean outside of NATO. And the most recent article that came up was saying, I'll quote it here from the Deutsche Welle, France to increase Mediterranean troop presence over Turkey gas explorations. French President Macron said he'll increase military presence in the Mediterranean over unilateral, in quotes, gas explorations by Turkey. He called on Ankara to cease the explorations in order to allow a peaceful dialogue. France will increase its military presence in the Eastern Mediterranean, according to French President Emmanuel Macron announced on Wednesday. So it seems like it's getting more heated, and because it's outside of NATO, like he could strike against Turkey, easily.
No, that's amazing. Now, France is now a part of NATO, right? France is a part of NATO.
Currently, yeah, they're like an essential key nation, I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought at this point in history. At one time, they were not.
But because they're a sovereign state, they can send out a mission outside of NATO.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Just like we can, right?
Right. Okay, that's important. And France does
so they're
that.
Still part of NATO, but he's sending a specific, like, he's declaring that this is just like a French mission,
Mm-hmm. And by the way, you can follow up on this because I think it's fascinating. The people of Easter Island, which of course the proper indigenous name for Easter Island is Rapa Nui, just so you know.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, he would know. Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying he would know. But I mean, just so the rest of you know, yeah, Easter Island's proper name is Rapa Nui. That's RAPA space NUI. And so in terms of Easter Isle, they are applying to the French to be accepted into French Polynesia because they feel they're being treated by shit by the Chileans, by the Latin Americans.
Definitely.
And so they want to become part of...
They just like send tourists over and probably don't give them any like infrastructure or anything.
Probably, yeah. If that, yeah. And you would think they would maintain it just for a strategic outreach into the Pacific, but then again, it depends. I mean, Chile, we have to remember, it's... The last place on Earth, aside from maybe Sweden, that maintains the Prussian tradition to a grand degree, where you have these old Pickelhaube-style military helmets in the Prussian military marches. So interesting. Yeah, you have this aspect of Chile where it looks like, and there are other aspects of their uniforms are more modern Germanic. By more modern, I mean like World War II Germanic, and yet at the same time you've got this aspect of what looks like a very orderly kind of nation state, and then you've got the treatment of the Easter Islanders must be, I would guess, probably one of neglect, corruption, and ignoring them. Right.
I met that one guy from Chile when I was working at the Korean grocery store, and he was saying like his country was taken over by like European interests and shit, and like that's what he blamed it on.
Okay.
He was like, oh, the Germans and like the European powers came in and just like bought everything. Mm-hmm. Just like he was saying it's happening, and he's seeing it happen here in the States by like how T-Mobile is buying a bunch of American companies, like phone companies. And to him that was alarming, but I think it's like that's the only way our phone system even fucking works. It's like the Germans are keeping it going.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Because T-Mobile owns like half of it. That's the only reason it still works.
Yeah, you should tell him that. Tell him he's got, if anything, fuck.
I did. I told him I was like the Germans and the Japanese like won the war, and he was like, yeah, I know, I'm from like Chile, like I saw all like the Germans there, like millionaires, that went into South America after the war. Like he was acknowledging, like he agreed basically.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh my God. Well, anyhow, you guys will get the password to all this later, so you'll be taking a look at what Maria sent me from Marcus Grix. He's got some kind of technical suggestion. I don't know what to do with it. I'm not technically...
Wait, what is it, though? I mean, like, what does it say?
Well, he told me that if we ever need help with HTML coding or whatnot, he would be able to help us with that. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, okay.
That's a very good thing, because if we're dealing with a website, well, I don't know. Since it's WordPress, since it's WordPress, I don't know if we're going to have to worry about the coding so much behind it. But
everything is HTML, right? I mean, HTML is all part of the stupid
HTML, Java. There's a load of other what do you call it, languages. I was supposed to be working on that stuff, but the thing is, like, I was plastered all through freaking, college, so I remember.
Why am I not surprised? Why? Yes. Okay. Go on. Yes. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist that. I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
But that's actually hopeful for us. If we ever need to, if we encounter any technical issues, especially with these these assholes who are still riding the coattails of The Departed.
Yes, that's right. By that he's referring to, of course, Lilith Aquino, who's proved far more aggressive than her husband. It's like she's trying to accomplish what he couldn't do in 10 or 20 years, and she's managed to do incredible damage, most certainly. But we'll see what we can do, and to just maintain forward. Such is the nature of the beast, to use an entendre. And but of course it wearies me, and it just that's the whole intent, of course, is for it to do so. So he's talking about something about ex-IT tech. Okay, I guess what he's saying is that he's ex-information technology technician, or okay, and he says VPN to Australia and uploaded on YouTube. You would be that day ahead and get your stuff processed the same day. I see. Okay. So he's saying take advantage of
That's what I considered telling you about getting a VPN, because it would it's just safer.
Okay, I see what you gentlemen are saying. So we might work with him to do something like that. Not that it really helps. The problem is we're dealing with these predatory types who it
theoretically would encrypt your situation where your transmission going to YouTube would be encrypted. It wouldn't be able to be stopped.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
Because it's going through a server that's safe.
Okay.
You pay for it. You pay for the service to have a safe.
Okay. And is it prohibitively expensive? However,
it's 15 a month, 20 a month.
That's a good chunk of change, honestly. Yeah. When you use your food for money and you gotta survive.
For me,
damn, man.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's so we'll have to turn to our listeners to kind of hopefully finance that, give that much a month or something. All of that, like I said, is what made this so frustrating. Well, I was telling everybody about Ben Estenius, and of course how he's a sponsor and he doesn't really enforce any agenda on myself. But then again, then we had some idiot when I was describing it to Peter Moon about that Zachary Garrett motherfucker, and he said, "Oh, I want to be a sponsor," and our man Brendan Zoget saw the photographs of his $3,000 a month he was earning in telemarketing, and I showed that to Peter Moon too, and he says, "Yeah, those are standard income." Paperwork, and he says, what? So this guy was telling you he made this amount, said he could become a sponsor without putting himself out, and then the next day he suddenly has this total health collapse and doesn't want to do any of it, and it's honestly it's like Peter Moon said, he has to be an asset just to waste all that time, plus his multiple accounts, and then of course so when Lena Shea was this was the big difference between myself and Lena Shea lately, was she had looked at his page and said, "Oh, his GoFundMe look legit," but of course everybody else I've cross-referenced with, there is no GoFundMe link that was on his page. He was literally asking for people to send him money so he could get it over to this guy, basically. So and Brendan Zoget will add some details to that. But the son of a bitch obviously showed up as soon as Aquino died. This was a guy who was unwilling to help me at all, and it was just wasting my time trying to get my hopes up and then dash them like it was some kind of psyop. Then he became my producer, only to have the system crash and then refuse to produce again, which was how we got Brendan Zoget, thanks to Daniel Arola helping transition him in, and then Brendan Zoget helping me from that point to essentially produce for myself, except, of course, when I go running to Brendan every time there's a new development where they're reformatting the fucking studio, which is what they've been trying to do. So it's definitely a situation where this guy was apparently just sent to sabotage my program again and again and again in one way or another. And so the latest way he sabotaged it was to, of course, trying to make himself sound like sympathetic and that I was the big bully for denying him money. And we put all of the reasons behind that. And there's look, the reality is Americans are getting shot every goddamn day. There's all kinds of Americans getting shot and dying. This guy's fantasy about someone dying. What was it that you saw, Brendan? Some bullshit that took up his page that was all, just vagaries or something? Is Brendan?
Honestly, I basically unfriended him after seeing all that because I didn't really want it. I just didn't care. I was just like, come on, Mike.
Thank you.
I don't really, it's like I only have the ghost account just to go through certain things. I don't need a bunch of junk on my.
Thank you, and really with this.
That's why if people friend me and I don't friend them right away, it's because I'm I don't really use that page.
Yeah, and honestly, this son of a bitch, we know he does major drugs because he was so emphatic in the chat room. I don't do drugs. Honestly, that alone shows it's like if you really did drugs, who the fuck would care? It's like you're not applying for a job here, and as far as we're concerned, we would never hire you anyway, whether you did drugs or not. But in terms of the, is your employer listening? Who the fuck has an employer who listens to Douglas Dietrich unless you work for the government? Do you see what I'm saying? You'd have to be working for the government if you had an employer who was listening to Douglas Dietrich. That's why he was saying, I don't do drugs. He didn't want to get fired from his government job, as a fucking shill. That's basically it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and it's logic, right? That's the logical thing.
I guess so.
Thank you. And holy fucking Christ, it never ends. And these people, and they're all fucking losers and shit. And of course, drug abusers. And,
not only that, they're motherfucking fugly.
Thank you.
God.
Thank you.
They're not even like attractive people. They're just like run down. There's something. It's like it's not even that they're ugly. It's just that when you look at them, you can almost intuitively tell there's something off about this person.
Yeah. Thank you. What he was saying. Yeah, he was saying that to me himself. He was saying, "Oh, I'm a freak. I've got all these cysts developing on my head." Did he talk to you about the cysts, Brendan? Did he talk to you about the cysts?
No, I don't think so. He just said something was wrong with his jaw.
Oh, okay. Well, he was telling me about his head. He had all these cysts that were developing on his head, and he said, "Oh God, I'm a freak. I can't. Oh God, I can't live with myself." I says, "Okay, great."
Yeah, if people just had a proper diet, they wouldn't have any issues. I'm just gonna say that now.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe
every time I see people that are having problems like that, skin problems and stuff, it's they're eating hot Cheetos every day and shit.
Thank you. Yeah, and they do that because all their money is spent on the fucking drugs. So maybe if you stop using.
But still, if you're a real druggie, then you'd have you'd buy a bag of rice and a bag of beans and just eat for free basically, and then just spend all your cash, every single part of your cash.
Oh my God, yes, there's that. But...
Well, he brings up a good point, because if you're a real druggie, you're also trying to counterbalance any harmful effects for whatever the hell you're abusing.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess, maybe. I guess he didn't have even that, and it also helps if he wouldn't stop, reusing needles. Maybe that,
Holy shit.
So there we are. That reminds me of Brendan. He was saying, "Hey, I'd like to check out one of them blood parties."
Holy shit! I didn't say that exactly. I was saying, just the mystique of going to a Bay Area party would be pretty interesting. That's all I was saying.
Have you never been to a Bay Area party? Are you telling me that, or...
I've been to events.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, multiple events.
I figured that. Yeah, I mean,
but what I'm saying.
I get it. Yeah. Where you have to, where you have to deal with unconscious Amazons. Yeah, and pick them off the lawn and get accused of rape.
A real rager, a real after party rager. I'm trying to.
Yeah. Oh God.
Possibly dressing up in a cloak or something. I just have a mystique.
After what I described about that party, what on earth?
Yeah, none of that sounds like the outcome. Obviously, I don't want. But.
Thank you. Yeah, that's Oh my God! That's
a good point. Now that I think about it.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, I'm sure out on the dark web, I'm sure on the dark web, the deep web, there is pictures of Douglas Dietrich with some helpless Amazon chick taller than he is. That it looks like he's raping and humping in her sleep and shit. And this obscene thing is probably out there somewhere. A whole series, a gallery of porn that people have been jerking off to for the past 20 fucking years since then.
Holy shit.
Yeah, there you go with that. So keep on going. I'm sure the two of you gentlemen, maybe if we can pry Jameson away from his magic card.
Well, actually, you could. Sheesh, I don't even know what to say. I gotta take a bio break. Be right back.
Sure, take your time. Whereas,
Yeah, no problem.
Oh yes, and
so the situation, how last time I was on, I was talking about like Narendra Modi and his like Hindu nationalist and how they're like using Lord Ram in vain and shit. And, like,
yes.
So the latest is these Bangalore riots. India's tech city sees deadly violence over an anti-Islamic Facebook post. Basically, these Hindu nationalists were making fun of like the Prophet Muhammad.
Oh God.
And like while on paper like Islam is my enemy as far as like being a Byzantine Christian, it's like I consider them the people of the book. We're like brothers in arms in a sense. You kind of get my drift. Like I'm not against Islam really, as it's like in its pure form, but technically like being Byzantine, like I'm opposed to like you know what I'm saying. But I don't think it's right to obviously like these Hindus are against Islam, yeah, but like why are they making fun of Muhammad? Like they know that that's going to cause problems, Like I'm not necessarily agreeing with like
Oh no, I get it.
Putting down another person's culture just because they believe in that. Like they were like making fun of Muhammad, like putting like a poop emoji on his head or something.
Oh God, yes.
Like I don't even know what it was, but it was obviously offensive enough, and like people have died from this.
Yeah.
It's saying 3 people have been killed in riots, which is like a total lie. There was like way more people that died because what I heard is that the Muslim people came out on the streets, and the Bangalore police, who are all Hindu, they basically like opened fire on them.
Oh shit.
So it's like they basically like death squatted a bunch of like protesters just because they're Muslim, But on the news they only say like 3 people died. An alleged blasphemous Facebook post about the Prophet Muhammad triggered riots on Wednesday. It says the mob has burnt down the DPC's vehicle outside the police station. They've attacked police. So according to the Bangaloreans, I don't know what they'd be called.
The Bengali account.
The Bengali, yeah. The Bengali account was that. Yeah, they were getting
you've been watching too much Star Wars. The Bangalorean, like Mandalorian.
Yeah, I was thinking I went to Star Wars there, but yeah. But basically, they posted a video of like the police station getting burnt down, and so they basically were saying, "Oh, we had to kill these people."
Oh.
But it's like, it's saying 3 people were critically injured during the violence, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah. So the Hindu Nationalist Party is like killing Muslims, like in the state. So like it's just messed up, and how they were building that Ram's temple in Ayodhya, and how Modi had that grand ritual, and he put the cornerstone down, and they're basically eradicating like Muslims from the country. Essentially, is what they're trying to do.
Right. They're trying to create Hindutva, which is like an ethno-religious state, ethno-religious state. Yes, basically, a religiously exclusive ethno state. So go on.
Which is historically what the Hindus and the Buddhists both have done, actually.
Right. Yes.
So when people say, "Oh, Buddhism," and I'm not dogging Buddhism because I would consider myself philosophically tied to Buddhism, but like historically, like the Buddhism has been like a super violent, like conquering, kind of like Christianity, like a conquering religion.
Yeah. Under the Mongols in particular, yes. But go on. Yes.
Yeah. Well, even before the Mongols, you had what was his name? Ashoka.
Yes.
Ashoka the Great.
Thank you. Yes.
He went all the way to Southeast Asia. He went all the way up to some even say like Europe, parts of Europe.
Yes.
Like there's evidence of his empire.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Ashoka.
And even Ashoka the Great, exactly. Yes. And he was the first like Buddhist, emperor in history, according to the Indians.
Right. Right.
But they had high technology even then. Like he created like the Delhi pillar.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this giant iron pillar that like it was completely immune to corrosion after
Yes.
like 1,000 years.
Yes.
And so it's definitely an anomaly. And they've like fired cannonballs at it, and like the cannonballs just like ricochet off.
Yes.
And it's like it's like a pretty high level piece of metallurgy, like a solid iron pillar that's like 1,000 feet tall.
Yeah,
let me look up the dimensions.
Yeah, and it does not rust. And the people who were fighting cannonballs at it were the fucking either the occupying
Brits.
the Brits or the occupying Muslims at some point. You know, it'd be one or the other.
The Muslims destroyed a lot of shit, and so in a sense, I get the Hindu view on it, because when the Muslims conquered the Indian subcontinent, like they fucking destroyed hella temples.
Yes. Yes.
Like entire complexes, like
yeah.
And rebuilt them, like the Taj Mahal, like and there's probably some Indians that would hate me for saying this, but it was actually built on like a Shiva temple.
Right.
Like the Taj Mahal was like the Mughals, like the Muslim invaders, built it there.
Yeah.
On like a previously existing site with like a Shiva lingam and everything, like, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm not defending Hinduism. That's just like the reality, you know. Like you're saying, like history is just like history.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we can't choose our history.
But exactly.
Yeah. So go on. Yeah. You don't fight history. You work with it. And
okay, the Iron Pillar of Delhi, according to Wikipedia, of course, is 23 feet of solid iron, though, 7,000 pounds. So cast in one piece, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even bigger ones. This one's just like the famous one. There's bigger ones.
Mm-hmm.
Created by Ashoka.
Right.
This one was done by King Chandra. But anyways, yeah, so when people say the Buddhists are peaceful, like, you know, historically they were actually pretty ruthless in a sense. And even like the Hindus too, yeah, like obviously.
But remember, if the religions aren't like this, then you might never hear of them. It's that simple. I mean,
true. It's just like Sikhism, like how it's a warrior religion.
Yeah.
And they fought the Muslim invaders for years.
Yeah. And they still want their, elements of them still want their own Sikh state, an independent Sikh nation, which, I hope.
Which is like the Punjabi states are basically all Sikh.
Yeah. And so it's obviously going to be, we'll see what happens. But as I said, when I was making that comparison with Tibet and how the communist Chinese invasion and the sundering of Tibet led to the global appreciation of Tibetan culture, it's kind of like when the Taliban blew up those Buddhist statues. No one ever knew about them until the Taliban blew them up. I mean, other than, obviously...
The Bamyan site.
Thank you. Yeah, other than, very archon, experts in Central Asian culture or something.
Right. Well, what they don't know is that, like, that site is like a megalithic type site where, like, there's hundreds of those giant Buddhas under the sand.
Yes.
So there's like one, like underneath where the one they blew up, there's like another one laying down.
Yes.
Like, underneath it.
Yes.
And so it's like they had some kind of crazy building scheme going on back during those times.
Yeah, and the important thing about that, the karma there, is that by blowing up the one statue, then they brought to the world's awareness the ability to unearth the other and others, and so they may have led to the discovery of many more. So this is kind of karma, and and so it will be this way with India by kind of like the sundering of India.
I mean, there are places like, for example, the pyramids.
Yeah.
The Muslims couldn't take down the pyramids. They tried.
Right.
And they also tried to take down, where's that? That other one, and the Ellora temples in India. It's like one of the biggest temples, and it's cut out of like a solid piece of rock, and it's considered like an anomaly, like a megalithic anomaly for sure.
Right.
But it's like no invading army, like even Hindu armies, like couldn't take it out. Like it's just impossible. It's like it's so intricate, so well made, and like so massive. In the case of the pyramids, it's like so massive. Like humans can't even undo it. Like you can't even undo it. Like, maybe nowadays with like high explosives, but during those times with just cannons and stuff, like you can't do anything about it.
Right. That's right. Yeah, definitely. And thank God for that. I mean, so much of what we have today. I mean, it's amazing what man seeks to destroy. It's
Right.
yeah, incomprehensible to me. And
Like all of Palmyra was destroyed, right? You know,
yeah,
like, and
yes.
that was like a big religious site in the world, right?
Yes, yes. I'm trying to.
And then now they
yeah.
they destroyed, like, or you know, whether it's corruption or just, well, it is corruption because the whole country got fucked up, like Lebanon. You know, yeah.
That's right, and honestly, I don't know if you heard what I was saying about Lebanon the other day, but it definitely it's one of those things where yeah, such a tragedy upon tragedy. Is there something you could share about your family's history in that area of the world? Something you haven't shared before? There must be.
No, not really. I mean, my family's like from Syria, so it's pretty close, and it's just like, I would say that I have like a connection to the Lebanese people because I speak, you know, the dialect is like the Levantine dialect of Arabic, so it's like, to me, like Lebanese sounds more like, it's like the Arabic that I like, the style of Arabic that I enjoy,
That you're comfortable with, yes, yes.
that I'm comfortable with, but I think it's more euphonic. It's more like, you know, it reminds me of like ancient Egyptian kind of like, almost like it has a different feel to it,
Right.
than like other types of Arabic.
Right. And
So like I have a connection to that, and like the stories coming out of there are just like absolutely crazy tragic. Like this one chick who was she was this girl like 6 years old in the hospital with cancer, right? And you know, the hospital, first of all, the hospital got blown up, but in the blast, but also like they were trying to get her father there because her father worked in Africa or something as like a consultant.
Yeah.
So they spent like some Lebanese government grant to get her father there, and basically like whatever little time she had with her father, like he basically died in the explosion.
Yeah, shit.
So she has cancer, and then like she saw her dad, and then he got blown up.
Oh,
Like, oh my god, like fuck.
Yeah.
Like I almost started crying when I heard that. I was just like, holy shit, like that's bad. Like that's brutal.
Uh-huh.
So like, in a sense, it makes you appreciate like what you have. It's just like very, you know, that's horrible, you know.
Yes, thank you, and thank you. That's awful. I mean, honestly,
And the doctor, like you could tell the doctor that was talking about it, like he was just so like what is it called, like shell shocked, like he couldn't even process like tons of his patients just got blown up. You know, like imagine all these people you're trying to save and they all just get blown up. You know, like what are you supposed to do? You know, like,
yeah.
Crazy shit.
Yes. Oh my God. I mean, thank you.
And then the latest I heard on NPR was that America has a bunch of these ammonium nitrate like warehouses that are just stupidly set up. So it's like we have that same setup. Which I wasn't really surprised.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I would be surprised if we didn't have that. I mean,
because like the way people are about like safety nowadays, they're like, you know, it's fine, nothing will happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you know, they just have that like super lazy, like I would dare to say like American mentality on safety.
Yes, it's
pretty bad.
Well, it's at Lebanese levels, yeah, at Lebanese levels of you know, just inattentiveness.
I mean, that's saying something because they're pretty corrupt. Like,
yes, thank you.
The whole government had to resign. They were like, "Fuck, like we're gonna get hung if we don't like resign now."
Thank you. No, it's true. I want people to understand the enormity of what Brendan has just said, and I'll just cover it briefly later. But Lebanon's government,
you can tell by his face, he was like, "Fuck." You know, like we're gonna get killed if we don't leave soon.
Yeah. If they don't leave, they would. You know, the people would kill them anyway.
The economics minister, she like left the country. She just like straight dipped, like gone.
Yeah, we tell people what happened in Belarus too.
Yeah, well, that's fucked up. Yeah, Lukashenko like took over the election as per usual. He's been in power for 20 years, but the opposition was this lady, this girl. I forget her name. I should give her credit, but I need to look up her name right now. But basically, she basically went to file the paperwork to formally request a recount, and then she basically disappears overnight, and then the next day the president of Lithuania tweets, "Oh, she's safe in my country, safe and sound."
Right.
Basically, they had to smuggle her out before she got assassinated by that guy,
right?
Lukashenko. You know.
Yeah.
Or that's what's being insinuated, or, you know, like, subtextually.
Right.
But it's obviously what happened. Like, why else would she disappear to Lithuania overnight? Like,
yeah, I'm just glad she's safe. And
Same. I was like, that's good news. But it's like, she obviously had more of the popular vote. Because, like, people were coming out and, like, supporting her, you know.
Yeah, well, so did
like,
Hillary Clinton, right? But what?
Yeah.
I mean,
It doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, it's like the fix is in.
And democracy, I don't want to say that it's obsolete or republicanism or whatever, but it's like, even in the Greek times, like the first 20 years, like the democracy actually failed. Like they were trying to recreate the Athenian democracy, and it just like straight up failed.
Yeah.
And then you had like, what was his name? The guy, Draconis, the one where draconian laws are named after.
Yes.
Draco. You
Draco.
had like a real like, what did they call him?
I forgot.
Not like a dictator, but it's like
Wait, you know the word dictator comes from speaker. They say this man is the speaker for the Roman.
That was during like the Roman and
that's the Roman
times.
Yeah. So good, but you know the very term speaker means dictator, right? You're speaking into
dictation.
Yes.
Yeah. Speaking.
Yeah. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Right, and that going into the Etruscan history is interesting too, with like the Romans and how they took over the Etruscans, but then they kept that tradition of oration that actually came from Etruscan culture. So yeah, and they had like cosmology, like a complex cosmology, and they believed in ghosts and demons and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
and that's it's astonishing how the Romans were so bereft of culture that they just kept incorporating the cultures of others because they essentially had none of their own other than the garrison state culture. It's bizarre,
right?
America doesn't do that. You would wish that America would gain from the cultures that it garrisons. I mean, it's got bases in Thailand. Do any of us know anything about Thailand? No. I mean, it's got
no, not at all.
Or it used to have bases in Thailand. It's a terrorist. I mean, nobody knows anything about anywhere in America, and yet they make a joke of God having invented war so Americans could learn geography, right? But
right, basically.
Yeah, but oh my God. So
I'm trying to find this lady's name to give her credit for like at least because she came out in the open and was defying like basically a dictator, so she deserves credit. Like she's pretty OG.
Yes, yeah, and if only oh my God, if only
what is the Kursk tragedy? It's saying painful memories. I've never even heard of the Kursk.
They
tragedy.
must be talking about the submarine, the nuclear.
Submarine disaster. Okay. I'm sure that's scary.
I mean, it's like that was like a big thing in its day when that happened, which was like probably before you were fucking born. But God knows, I was young enough at the time, but not that young. I mean, honest to God, I was an adult, and I was. Anyhow, so there you go. So it's probably the anniversary of a lot of things. But the Kursk tragedy was. A nuclear submarine sank, but Soviet nuclear submarines were just dog heaps of scrap metal that were sinking all the time. What the fuck did you expect?
Right.
I mean, it was supposed to be the newest and the most modern, and no, it's just a leaky nuclear reactor that they covered in a tube, and they. Oh God, you would have places like Archangels in Russia, which is Archangels for people who don't understand. So it's a big port in the fucking North Pole. Well, it's up in the polar region. It's up in the polar region.
The Arctic.
Yeah. And by the way, for people who don't get it, the majority of Russia is amazingly far north. The majority of Russia is well above the northern latitudes. The majority of Russia is where Scandinavia is. See, people don't get that. They don't understand that Russia is at Scandinavian latitudes. That there's very little of Russia that is habitable, and so you've got these like bumfuck areas up near the polar regions like Archangels, and where you had big nuclear submarine ports. And, places like that, they just have broken hulls where the radiation is, you couldn't even say leaking. It's like the radiation, it's like, it's like having, how would you describe that? I mean, you've got broken fucking hulls piled one on top of the other, and they're nuclear engine submarines piled one on top of the other with broken hulls and shit sitting in port. And so to help people comprehend what it's like to live in those places, if you go to different cities like, Sacramento where Brendan lives, well, he doesn't live in the city. He lives out in fucking, Chickenville and shit. But, if he were in the city, you'd go around, you'd see like stupid like digital signs that would give you the temperature and the time, right? In Archangels and places like that in Russia, they give you the Rontgens. They give you the radiation levels. That's what you see on the digital side. I'm serious. And
Yes.
everybody there takes iodine tablets on a daily basis so they can pass out all the radiation in their piss and
Right.
shit that they're absorbing just by being alive and breathing in that area. I mean, this is like life in fucking Russia. And these are the people who think they're going to lead the world, you know, and that they somehow like are advanced or something. These are just white Aborigines, okay? They're just Slavic white Aborigines who have been playing with technology that they could comprehend to a level where they could take themselves to poison themselves full of radiation and fuck themselves over royally. Kind of like Native Americans were perceived as doing when you gave them alcohol and firearms. And, you know, get drunk and shoot each other. And with the Russians, they just, you know, built a bunch of nuclear shit that just melted and leaked all over the place, and they all glow in the dark, and they think they're like this is civilization, like this is what you're supposed to do, and they have something to offer the fucking world. And
Right.
yeah, it's
Her name, by the way, her name was Svetlana Tikhanovskaya.
okay. Yeah, everybody.
And she's saying she left the country because what is happening is not worth a single life.
There we are. Thank you. I'll go for that. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah.
Mainly hers, basically.
Yeah, thank you. I don't blame her. I don't fucking blame her. So
She's been using YouTube to like fight this guy, so I mean, she's doing it like, you know, on the fly.
yeah, just like guerrilla warfare, just like I'm doing with my stupid channel.
Right.
You know, trying to get the world to.
The world's really become like that. It's interesting.
Yeah, this is the whole world is stuck in my position, so I guess I should feel some sense of, you know, some sense of comfort in that. But
Right. Do you think this Japanese ship that like crashed in Mauritius with all the oil, was that like sabotage? Because the Japanese were sending out that like destroyer to monitor their shipments. So, or do you think that's just like they straight up hit a rock?
I don't know. I'd have to take you know, more of a look at it. By the way, the nation's name is Mauritius.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mauritius. And
I'm confusing it with that one by Morocco. What's that one called?
fuck. You know, Tunisia? What? Morocco, Tunisia?
No, the one it's all the way on the left of like the African Horn thing.
You're talking about Somalia and the.
Oh no.
You're talking about the Horn of Africa is over to the East Africa. You're talking towards the Indian Ocean, or are you talking
like
about
the very?
Atlantic?
Oh no, I'm talking about the other part of Africa.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If you're talking
The Mediterranean curve.
yeah. So there's Algeria.
Mauritania. I was like.
Mauritania.
I was like mixing them together.
Right, Mauritania.
Mauritius. What is it called? Mauritius.
Yeah, Mauritius.
Mauritius.
Yeah,
and Mauritania, I like mixed them together.
Okay. They both have the same etymological root, which is interesting. And
yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, more.
Maybe it was like a Spanish or something, or like Portuguese.
Right. For some, yeah, probably. I mean, you know, all the white assholes who went all over the place naming everything.
Yes.
Let me look up Mauritania because I haven't heard that name in a long while. I don't think that's a country. It's almost like, you know what that sounds like.
Yeah, it's near Senegal.
What?
Borders Mali.
Okay. Let me see now.
And it looks super sketch. It's like right under a country called Western Sahara.
Yeah. It's just one of those fucking stupid square
It's like
lines.
a big open.
Yeah. It's what the Europeans drew when they were just dividing shit up and just, you know, all the shit you see in Africa whenever you have
I've definitely never heard of the capital. Nouakchott.
Holy shit. Nouakchott. Yeah, Nouakchott. Yeah, I've never even heard anyone try to pronounce that. Holy shit.
It's interesting.
You know, this is like I was thinking, is he talking about the Balkan fantasy nation Ruritania? That was like Ruritania was in the I forgot what it was. Several novels. It was in several novels. It was made famous most of all by I forgot what it was made famous by.
Right.
But it's definitely, that's what I was thinking he was talking about. I said, fuck, is he getting that mixed up with a fictitious nation? I mean, that is one of those nations that even I have never, you know, really heard of. I mean, even though it's real, it's real, yeah, and
right,
it's
probably like no one lives there hardly.
Yeah, it's like in the middle of the Sahara Desert, and it's basically an opening of the desert into the Atlantic. Yeah, in
literally.
Yeah. but
I heard you can take a free train from there all the way to like Libya or Egypt,
yeah.
and it's like open boxcar of like where they take coal.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
They dump the coal, but you could like ride the empty boxcar back for free.
Oh yeah, I've seen other people ride that aside from the asshole that you and I both despise on YouTube.
Yes, I wasn't gonna name.
Yeah. There's other people who have ridden that, and young guys who just are into adventure and shit. I mean, if you consider it an adventure to sit in a fucking open boxcar overnight, and in a sleeping bag, and and what the fuck does that? I mean, it's like, okay, what is?
He had that like hot Belarusian chick with him.
I'm talking about that guy's different. I mean, the other guys are just young men going by themselves because they're not fucking, fucking video whores and shit. Like, that dude is just basically some kind of Jewish agent or something that we were making jokes. Guy. Yeah. And so
he gets enough views. We don't need to mention.
Yeah, we don't even need to name them. This is the problem. The people we're talking about, they get millions of views and shit for doing jack shit or stealing my fucking knowledge and making themselves look smart and shit, and just banking on the fact that nobody asked, how the fuck did you know this? You see, this is all point. At least when I say I know this shit, if by now you don't think I was working for the fucking government and destroying documents. I mean, there's nothing going to convince you. Historians are fucking plagiarizing everything that I, expose. And this has been going on all my life. And, like Paperclip. None of you fuckers would even know about Paperclip if it weren't for me. I'm the guy who released the fucking information. Jesus fucking Christ. Right. And I regret doing that because now that's all anyone ever says, and they have no concept of what the fuck they're talking about.
And then they blame, like, oh, the Nazis infiltrated.
Yeah.
But, like, theoretically, if we won and we were doing that operation...
Yeah.
We would have safeguards against the infiltration, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're actually fighting like a strategic war, that's how you would do it.
Oh God, why even bother? You're like trying to explain insanity, and
sure. Yeah.
And even Derek Talley read a book on the Gladio operation, and it's out of context, and. This is something also people like constantly bring up as an example. They got tired of saying paperclip, so now they're saying Gladio, and that's their way of saying the Nazis, set up the European Union in a as Hitler's ultimate objective, and Hitler's dream of a united Europe is realized in the European Union. So you can't fucking win.
I don't think he ever wanted that. Did he ever want that?
Well, what Hitler was, of course, trying to establish was obviously a European identity, a sense of trans-European identity in an order of nations that would be, shall we say, mutually beneficial to all parties. Yeah, essentially what he was setting up was the precursor to the European Union. It's just like the Waffen-SS was the original foundation in terms of model because it was an international, a transnational body of soldiers from different ethnicities united under a common banner. This was the model for both NATO and the Warsaw Pact. So so when you see these things and then people say, oh yeah, that's modeled on Hitlerism. Well, at that point you can't win. It's the only system that fucking works, right? So then they all say that makes it evil and shit. So it's like fuck everybody, After a while you
I know, like all the advancements they gave the world. I mean, at least give them credit for that.
Yeah, thank you. Well, not only that, all the technology.
Like not even making moral judgments. It's just like any culture that's like given, that kind of stuff should be at least acknowledged.
Yes, thank you. You just get so tired after a while. The same old crap. So, other than that, I'm so glad you were able to join us tonight. I mean, you brought.
And then, what about this, Douglas? Have you heard of Sophie Scholl? It's this anti-Nazi hero. She was part of the White Rose Resistance.
Oh yes.
In 1943.
Go on.
Apparently, on her 100th birthday, the German government is issuing a coin with her something about her on it.
Okay, delightful. Yes.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows, for those of you who again are so warped by propaganda, you can't understand that Nazism is a centrist ideology. There were two major resistance movements that wound up being, for all intents and purposes, sponsored by the Allies, because any guerrilla war or insurgency cannot exist without an external sponsor. Without an external sponsor, you really cannot. The concept of a homegrown resistance movement is like truly anachronistic, a thing of the past. In the modern world and the postmodern world, you just can't pull that off. There's too much money that's needed to have any operation like that work. So there were two major resistance movements to the Third Reich that were German, specifically German resistance movements. And we're not talking about Dutch resistance or French resistance. We're talking about German resistance to the Third Reich. The two movements were the left-wing White Rose and the right-wing Black Front. So the Black Front was all of the arch-conservatives and old Prussians that were backing up the
Kaiser's lineage, basically.
Well, yeah, that were backing up Operation Valkyrie, and Christoph Friedrich was his name. What was his name? It wasn't that. What was the name of the Count von Stauffenberg? These were the backers of Count von Stauffenberg, who represented what he called mystic Germany and the old Prussian, the pre-German Prussian identity that had disappeared because it had been absorbed by Germany. And so that's what he represents. So this was called the Black Front. And the Black Front and the White Rose, well, I mean, this is the point. When I said that they were sponsored by externals, this is part of the problem. That the Allies, such as the OSS, or units within the Allies, were attempting to coordinate and sponsor these movements. And then what happened was the leadership under Franklin Delano Roosevelt made it impossible. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt was saying, no, we will cooperate with no Germans. And so the end result was that...
What about like Rudolf Hess and all
that? Well, Rudolf Hess basically...
Was he American?
Rudolf Hess? Oh, God, no. Rudolf Hess was German, but his was...
he was like a defector, I thought, or something.
He wasn't defecting, but he was trying to convince the British to make peace with Germany, and then people
were saying, oh, he was going to England, and like Himmler too. They were like going to England like twice a week in the middle of like the Blitzkrieg.
Oh no, not
and
Himmler.
They used that as evidence for how they're working together.
Oh no! And Hess, no. He went there once, and by the way, Peter Moon and I disagree on this. Peter Moon is convinced that the real Rudolf Hess was in Spandau prison and died in Spandau. I am convinced of just the opposite. That was not Rudolf Hess who went there at all. That the real Rudolf Hess basically wound up in the United States, from what I saw. And ultimately, his ultimate fate is unknown. I don't know what happened to him, but he came to the United States and to mislead the United States about what was going on in Germany, and that was his mission, was to mislead the United States so that they would trip over themselves going in a stupid direction with their war effort, which is what he succeeded in doing. And it's basically a situation in which he was made to appear as a defector, but they were hiding his defection there was this guy in Spandau who was essentially like an identical looking man, or a man who looked very much like him and kind of acted like him, but really wasn't him. I mean, many of the people who dealt with that individual were convinced it was what you would just call a dupe, an imposter. Somebody,
a body double.
And that this person had never been very intelligent in the first place, or was brain damaged, and so he was just there, and he was doing strange things while he was there that indicated he was not mentally balanced. Person who was supposed to be Hess, and he would steal everybody else's socks who was imprisoned at Spandau and shit like that, and that's interesting. Just stupid stuff, and he wasn't acting like anyone thought the real Hess would act like. But Peter Moon, actually, the only fiction book Peter Moon ever wrote was based on Rudolf Hess, and it was called Spandau Mystery. And so he, in his research, became convinced that this was Rudolf Hess. But he and I we're not at odds about that. But at some point we might discuss that further on air. and or at least privately. But in terms,
I mean, that's interesting. Getting the
and
different sides. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and in terms of Rudolf Hess and Heinrich Himmler were very different people, and they none of these people in the Nazi high command liked each other. And Adolf Hitler was able to play that.
I always kind of had that vibe that they were like bickering. There's like stories of them fighting.
It's not that they were bickering in some petty sense. This is what people don't understand. It
was more like ego kind of like clash, right?
Well, I wouldn't say even that. What people need to understand is that what Adolf Hitler had established was a polyocracy. And these people had a postmodern government that was way ahead of its time, that functioned in a manner that was, it wasn't based on, the systems that were all fucked up at the time. Rather, this was something that Adolf Hitler was using to the advantage of the German people and the modernization of the state. So the polyocracy was one in which you had various sub-governments, in which Heinrich Himmler had his state within a state. Hermann Goering and Goebbels, they all had their aspect of statehood, and each one of them essentially had their own military machine.
Basically, like, if they, like, conquered what they were trying to conquer, it would become, like, Alexander's, like, how he gave, like, the Hellenic states their power. Like, each of his main commanders got, like, an entire area to govern.
Yes,
so, that was the original idea of it.
It was very similar to that. And so to try and present this to people, something like
who would have gotten Egypt? Who would have gotten that?
Yeah, I mean, it was similar to that, but not exactly like that, where there was a kind of doling out of territory. It's basically what we're talking about is, in terms of the Führer state. You had the how would I say it? The functional power was Tod and Speer. If you remember Albert Speer, of course, and
yes.
Organization Tod was Tod was in charge of the construction of the autobahns, Dr. Tod, and
I see.
So you had, that was the functional power of infrastructure and industry. So those people had their kind of empire within an empire, and they were able to make certain that certain decisions were made that ultimately were beneficial to everyone as a whole, based on their specialty, based on their specialization. When it came to someone like the propaganda chief, you had Joseph Goebbels, who was running the media. And when Joseph Goebbels was running the media, that was enormous. The media machine was an empire in and of itself, and so he had command over all the field reporters. So, and of course, my relation, Otto Dietrich, Hitler's press chief, was a SS rival to Joseph Goebbels. And then you had the National Socialist mass organizations, the workers and the rural population. And then there was Hermann Goering's personal empire, which would mostly be centered upon Prussia. And then Himmler was the SS and the terror state.
I see.
The imposition of order and terror in the nations that were in uprising, like the Eastern Warsaw Pact satellites under Germany. The person who was sent to deal with them in uprising was Heinrich Himmler. And so what you had was ultimately, and Heinrich Himmler would get his own territorial state. The idea was Burgundy, a rebirth of the ancient Germanic state of Burgundy, which at the time of Joan of Arc was essentially half of France, a Germanic a state that was allied with the British at the time before France was united. In terms of
before it was like Frankreich.
Yes, yeah. And so what you had was a polyocracy. That would be the best term for it in the national community. And altogether, this was comprising the Führer state. And so this competition and rivalry was creative rather than destructive. That's the important thing to remember. If you have these men in competition with each other, they're trying to excel, and ultimately it actually carried out in their victories on the battlefield and enabled them to be resilient on the battlefield as opposed to something that destroyed their effectiveness.
Wasn't like the Blitzkrieg like the most effective like offense in history or something like that?
Yeah, I mean,
like militarily.
Oh yeah, most certainly. In many ways, it was.
Because like no one could really react to it. Like they all just got taken. You know, like Poland got swooped, and even like the Brits got caught off guard, I think, or something.
Yes. Oh yeah. Well, what made Blitzkrieg so impressive was the fact that you had entire nation states who were prepared for it for years, and like the French with their Maginot Line, and it even with their pre-preparations for it, they could not withstand the Blitzkrieg. So it was simply that effective. So it is still the future of war. It's simply, no one has bothered to really emulate it since. You might say the Americans did so with
and supposedly it was all enabled by Henry Ford's recommendations to Adolf Hitler, actually. So it was an American that like helped him.
There were different factors that went into it.
As far as like production, I think he was like an admirer of Ford. No.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. He was like Henry Ford was very important to National Socialist industrialization, and just as the entire Third Reich was whatever anyone says, the fact is the Third Reich is what modernized Germany. This is like, you might argue, well, this is what happened in World War I with the Prussian system and all that, but the reality is
that was still some like horse and buggy kind of stuff.
Well, beyond that, so was World War II.
They were on horseback.
Yeah, so was World War II to a great extent, but that's which a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't understand this. There were huge cavalry forces that deployed in World War II. But the reality is that when it comes to the German state at the time of the Kaiser, there was massive industrialization and modernization, and there was an enormous how would I say it? There was an accommodation to the working class that you saw nowhere else. Nowhere else did you see. Everywhere else in the world, whether it was Britain or anywhere else, what you saw was a reaction to labor. In other words, an attempt to subdue labor, to discourage labor. But in terms of the Kaiser helped to accommodate labor. And this is what modernized Germany to a great extent. And but the National Socialists took it into a truly populist movement where everybody was participating. So they rendered society as something that was truly totalitarian in the sense that everyone was participating. So when it comes to the state and modernization, everything that you have that makes Germany work today comes from the Nazis, as well as from even more so than the Prussian tradition. And so all of this is something that cannot be denied, no matter how much people try to deny it. But
which is why they're so like reactive when people talk about it. I feel like
they are. They
in Germany, like if you bring it up, like it's as far as like the government, they can like summon you to court for like talking about certain things.
You can go to jail. You can be placed in prison for speaking of this. I mean, this is why it's one of these things that you have to be very careful and circumspect about what you speak about. And one of the reasons why I have always never denied the Holocaust. Because that's what will get you in jail. You will go to jail for shit like that. And in terms of the reason I do that is in the hopes that someday I may be able to go to Germany. But I think that'll take a while before Germany ever normalizes to that point. And it may never do so. For all I know, or at least not unless.
I mean, I heard they're giving. For people coming in, you get a free COVID test when you get to there.
Yeah, there you go. But that's just practical, right? I mean, fuck, that's just practical.
That's just smart, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and of course.
That way they can quarantine you right away. They don't have to, waste time.
Yeah, but by the way, just so people know, I know all about the fact that the highest cabinet member from the United States in generations, ever since Nixon and Jimmy Carter and the recognition of Communist China, is visiting Taiwan. I know that Alex Azar...
Right, I was going to tell you about that.
Yes, I know all about
I'm sure
that.
You know.
But please, let people know what they need to know about it, because, it's...
Well, is that guy? He seems to be a high official, but like, is he really? Is that really the highest person we've had go to Taiwan in 40 years?
Yeah, in about 40
years. That's kind
years.
of shocking.
Yeah, almost half a century. This is the highest level American cabinet member that has gone to Taiwan in that amount of time to talk about, how the Taiwanese have effectively cured COVID-19. So this individual, of course, the Chinese are up in arms about it. I mean, it is what it is. But, I'll try and cover this to at least some extent. It's important to remember that the most important public health institutions, including that of Alex Azar's, in America have essentially been hijacked by Donald Trump, who detests science and expertise equally. So it's like, what does it matter that he's going to Taiwan? It's one of those things that if you don't understand from that perspective, as much as that you would think I'd be happy about that, it's like, okay, well, big deal. A puppet of Donald Trump is going to Taiwan. It doesn't really help anybody in America.
Exactly.
It simply, if anything, the only thing it serves as is a propaganda coup for Taiwan. But which is fine. But there we have that.
I mean, I'd say we're like officially at war with China because like you have like this Chinese tech firm is finally, they're being banned. They're starting to take effect as of now, as of Thursday. Bar businesses from doing business between the government and Chinese high-tech firms. And then Pompeo's warning of China's threat, and then
Pompeo.
Yeah. I know, right? Yeah.
It's like Pompeii. It's like Vesuvius and Pompeii. Yes, I know, but go on. Yes.
Right. As if like what him and Trump say is like totally chill and like no problems. Super threatening, like totally like threatening to invade Venezuela and shit. Like like that's like peachy compared to what the Chinese talk about.
Yes. And by the way, right. America invading Venezuela, I've got nothing against that. I can't understand why anyone would protest that. I mean, you've got fucking.
It's like there's no food in their shops and shit. Like it sucks.
Thank you.
It's really bad news.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God. So he'd be doing them a favor, and but other than that,
And then like the latest news is apparently Israeli defense industry hacked via social media by North Korean agents. Like this is from NHK. Like so. Israel Ministry of Defense is looking into a cyber attack by North Korean linked hacking group through the business-oriented LinkedIn service, which that doesn't even sound very severe. I wonder why they're so pissed. Like their LinkedIn got hacked. Like that's not really that. I guess there's probably like personnel info or something.
Yeah. I mean, take a look. I mean, it's like the shit Pavel put in there. You'd think that would only confuse the fucking enemy, right? I mean,
right.
With the shit he was saying, they'd look at this and say, God, this doesn't mean shit. By the way, did you know that Belarus, which is where that woman was that you were talking about, arrested a bunch of Russian mercenaries just at the end of last month, July 29th. Yeah. And so there was about 30 Russian mercenaries from Russia's Wagner
Putin
group.
Putin was like, oh, those aren't, I don't know anything about that.
Of course not. Yeah.
He literally said that like as if it was a joke.
Yes. It's like, but
he knew.
But President Lukashenko arrested these people because in Belarus, all I can say is hopefully, Europe's angry about this guy being anti-democratic, but at least, honestly, I don't care whether it's dictatorship or not. The guy will die eventually. Bring him into Europe. And, get a buffer out of his nation state against Russia. This is what, Europe desperately needs. And as a matter of fact, Belarus has opened a criminal case against these Russian mercenaries. So this is important. And they've arrested these Russian mercenaries on state TV. They arrested them at a sanatorium, of all places. I mean, that's what you do when you're a mercenary, right? I mean, I guess Putin's mercs, they're just like, fuck, let's go to a sanatorium.
To them, that was like a hotel.
Yeah. Shit.
That's the only explanation. You know?
Yes, Jameson Reese has fucking called it. Yes, thank you. Yeah, and honestly, yeah, and the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, of course, denied any knowledge. Yes, and
yeah, they were like, oh, I don't know.
yeah, but they are seeking clarification on the arrests. Yes, that's
I bet.
They're probably wondering what all the fucking mercs were doing at a sanatorium themselves. They're probably saying, you know, that's not what we were paying them to do. You know, what the fuck were they doing there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But definitely what I want people to appreciate is that you know, the whole world is at war. We're at war right now.
Yeah, speaking of like, apparently Antonio Gutierrez of the UN was saying conflict, the pandemic may increase worsening conflicts and create new ones, you know. So they're not even trying to waste time anymore. Like, the economy's really fucked. Every time I hear the marketplace, like, economic news, like, people will come on and just say, like, yeah, we're not even getting we're basically not getting
straight dope.
Well, we're not seeing the full effects of it yet.
Oh, thank you. I see what you're saying.
Sorry, I had to burn.
Beyond the information. Oh, no worries. By the way, Jameson Reese says that the Russian mercs were at the sanatorium getting high off that Russian drug that ripped skin off. Crocodile. Oh, yes, you saw that.
Yeah, crocodile's so sketch. Oh my god, so sketch. Oh, I'm like still scarred from watching a documentary on it.
Oh god, that sounds awful. What's going on with that? Tell us about it.
They put like eye drop. They mix like this special kind of eye drop with like petroleum.
Eye drop. Like holy shit.
Yeah, and like some medical eye drop, and when you mix it together, like with a certain concoction, it basically creates like this drug that gets you hella high. But like your skin peels off over years. Like if you use it for years, like your skin just starts peeling off, and it makes your skin look like a crocodile.
Oh shit!
And that's why it's called like crocodile.
Okay. Oh my god.
And apparently they're so poor there that they have to use that, and that's why they're, you know.
I mean, what do you mean they have to use that? You mean as just to get high? That's like, the only recreation.
Well, that the like neighborhoods that these people live in are so sketch and so just bad in Eastern Europe that like that's their only hope of escape. Like, is literally what the documentary said. Like, that's how desolate their lives are, that they have to like cook this shit up.
Holy shit! I mean, there you go.
So it sounds super sketch. Like they're just working in coal mines and shit, and like barely getting paid, and like. So that's what they do for like fun.
Amazing. This is Putin's utopia. This is what white people in America, they think that the Russians are the master fucking race who won them World War II. They honestly believe that shit. And look at Russia today. Does these look like the people who won World War II? I mean, are you guys fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Yeah, and so Jameson Reese says the shit is metal as fuck. Now, I'm not quite sure whether he
don't do it, J-Mo.
Yeah, don't do it, Jameson. Yeah, I was trying to. Is he effusing, or is he saying that there's a lot of heavy metals like toxins in there?
No. Metal.
No. What I'm saying is like it's fucking dark as fuck. You know, exactly. The idea that's your life. You know, I mean, in death metal, that it's sort of like a term. When something's extremely fucking brutal, it's like that's metal as fuck. You know, right. But I mean. To literally live in a mine and have to get high off of fucking petroleum, dude.
Yeah. And like
it doesn't get darker than that.
Oh, that's what right. That's what he was talking about. That's what you were talking about earlier with Derek Talley, who seems to have disappeared. Yeah. And
so I have to like abandon pretty soon, or like.
Why? Because you gotta go to work tomorrow. I mean, I
have to use the bathroom. I drink like 3 drinks in a row.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, can't you like take a leave?
I'm still here. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But like, I do have to like wake up in the morning to deal with this like red light ticket that I've been meaning to deal with.
Oh shit! Oh god.
Because otherwise they're gonna take my license, even though it was COVID. It wasn't my fault. Oh, I missed the hearing. So it shows you how good the government is, how nice they are.
Oh my fucking god! I'm so sorry. I mean,
I know it's stupid.
Oh, it's
because my appointment was in April, and then I missed that obviously because it was closed.
Yeah.
And then they never sent me a letter or anything that updated when my hearing was. And then now they just sent me something that was like, oh, you owe us like $900 because you missed your hearing. And it's like, you guys never even sent me anything.
Oh my god! Well, you know that my psychologist, who I couldn't see for a few months because it was just everything got fucked up. She caught COVID-19, And then
Holy shit.
when she got over it, then she was scheduled for a vacation that she had set up to go to Italy long time ago, and of course she couldn't go to Italy because Italy was one of the highest, hardest hit by COVID-19,
Right.
and so she wound up. Just basically, staying someplace here in the States, and but anyhow, for some reason, I was leaving messages with her to make appointments. She wasn't getting them, and it turns out that they're having everybody work from home, including psychologists, and so basically she's unable to access her messages on the messaging service at work. Believe that shit? I mean, that's how fucked up she told me that. It was unbelievable, but she said it in such a way, I believe it, after she explained it, it sounded so dysfunctional, it sounded just like things I've seen all my life. There's all kinds of things that just never work. But she said, the horror is that with all of the people out of work, they've all lost their insurance. All of their insurance was connected to work, so she says nobody's able to get medical care, and so the hospitals, believe it or not, are losing money. So
they're going bankrupt,
yeah. Well, they're not going bankrupt because they made so much money before, but they're tightening their belts.
That's true.
But oh my God! I mean, this is how bad it is.
It backfired. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
They were supposed to get more funding, but then it just it cut down all of their. They said the elective surgeries were their moneymakers, and they basically don't have any more of those.
Yeah, but by the way, you need to speak louder. Are you driving and talking at the same time?
What is it?
Are you driving
Are
you driving and talking at the same time? We hear you, but you sound very low. Very low.
Yeah, I'm driving, yes. Is this better?
Yeah, just make certain it's close to your mouth or whatever, and so we can hear you when you talk.
But I'm gonna have to go use the bathroom pretty soon, so you don't have to.
Nobody cares. We can hear you piss on air, and people just laugh and take bets for how long it lasts. I mean, that's all.
Like that Austin Powers bit.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. At any rate,
you could just use a water bottle.
Well, I don't think he wants to do that. That would be like Derek Talley.
Really mobile.
Derek Talley in the truck. What was it Derek Talley used to piss into in the truck? He had he had some bottle or something he saved just for
if it was like a job, if I was getting paid, and I had to be something, then you do that.
Yes. Well, there you go. But we'd all be amused to hear the tinkle on the air. Yes, there it's Brendan. He's pissing. Yes, and
put it next to a water fountain.
Yes. Good God, with all the other shit we hear. I mean, half the time people think when I'm talking it's just pissing anyway, right? I mean, so.
Holy shit.
So aside from all
that one time you were throwing up on air.
Oh yes, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. That was high ratings. Everybody loved to hear that. That was like so. That was oh God, I was Lena thought I was shitting. She actually thought I was actually shitting on air.
I'll be back in just a second.
There we are. Yes, he's so modest. I mean, really. I mean, who fucking gives a shit? Just pull your penis out. Just let it whiz. Nobody cares. They would find it entertaining.
I actually used to have pee shyness growing up. It's kind of strange because I remember this time when I was in the summer camp. It was ghetto as fuck because we were in Brownsville. Yeah, if something's named Brownsville, this is just a heads up. It's going to be a fucking shit area. Yeah. Just saying. But I think what happened was I had gotten jump kicked while I was fucking pissing in a regular stall by this fucking asshole. Oh, and I was 8 years old or some shit. And so ever since then I couldn't go into the stalls where guys just whip it out and piss. And to this day it's still damn near impossible to do.
Yeah, I was piss shy for a large part of my life growing up because of course, just the memories of anybody finding out I had a penis. You just had I grew up in San Francisco. Just all these predatory gay men who wanted to rape you, and of course, not all gay men are predatory, but but all. But plenty of predatory men are gay. Yeah. So there's a little fact that we all know. I mean, obviously they prey on young boys because of the need to dominate another person of the same sex. That's what really turns them on, and it's definitely one of these situations that you know, I grew up being afraid to pee in a men's bathroom. It took me a long while to get over that. Not that I want to overdwell on the image, but at this point in my life, yes, I can easily whip my dick out and let it loose and piss. And
Dude, I gotta be fucked up to do it. I literally gotta be fucking. I either have to be like, I either have to be dissociated or drunk, and I can't drink anymore. So, you know, I have to be either dissociated, but I cannot do it like. I can't do it sober unless like nobody's there. Literally, no one has to be there. If someone's there, it's just impossible.
I used to be like that. Yeah, I know. I used to be like that. I just couldn't do it, and it was awful. It was awful. I was like, how would I say it? It was like horrible. It was horrible. It's like being trapped, and but I'm over that now, and happy to say I'm not. You know, so loose with it that I'm pissing in my sleep or something. You know, I'm proud of the fact that it sounds strange, but I dealt with so many senior citizens all my life. It's amazing how bedwetting becomes a thing. You know, that as people get older, and you have to have like the pads, pads on the bed and everything else. Oh my fucking god! Getting old as hell and. So aside from that, damn it, is that guy drowning? Or maybe while he was passing water, somebody ran and grabbed him by the dick and dragged him out into the woods, and they're having their way with him even as we speak. Poor bastard. You know, we'll be hearing the howling, coming through the mic soon enough, since he bought those new earphones and shit.
Well, maybe the peppers caused like a blockage.
There we are. Or it's making the piss feel like razors. That's it. It's like he's got syphilis or something. He's screaming, as he urinates. Oh my God! It really, it's we've and he says he's going back to school soon. I really should talk a little bit about that. And
that seems like this. It seems like they literally are trying to just pretty much experiment and see where the hell the cookie falls with this shit. Yeah. Because if I had kids, there's no fucking way in my right mind I'm bringing them back to school amidst COVID-19. I'd be like, no, I'm homeschooling them. Fuck it. Mm-hmm. That shit is just insane. You're gonna have a whole generation of people who are gonna be so fucked up. The only thing they're gonna be good for is like Russian slave labor and getting fucked up on crocodile and shit.
Yes. Yes,
it's a fucking nightmare in the making.
It's true. Honestly, that was the odd thing. Did you notice that Derek's still with us? I believe the gentleman's name was Richard Burns, right, Derek? And he was like talking to us about basically he got a sociology degree and it didn't do anything for him, and yet at the same time,
Chuck Burns.
I'm sorry, what? Chuck Burns. Yeah, Chuck Burns. Thank you. Yeah. Chuck Burns. And then when we closed off just before his relations came in the door, and he basically lost track of the fact that he was on bandwidth and just left the radio on, so to speak, his mic on, and we had to kind of hang him up, kick him off the call. He was saying, when I asked him to close off, he basically said, "Oh, get an education." And I'm like thinking, why? I mean, what did it do for you? I mean, you yourself just said it didn't. You never did anything with it. Oh my God. So it's why. I mean, honestly, it's for most people it doesn't help.
Well, I could amend what he's saying by saying get an education by learning on your own at your own pace. Do not pay an institution for it.
Well, here's the problem
use any resource online you can get.
But these people don't have the critical thinking abilities to do that. All they do is they get online, they run into shit like QAnon, and they're lost after that. This is what happens. You can't say that. I mean, honestly, it's no, don't go online. Most of these people that go online, all they see is shit. How many of them you think would even run across Douglas Dietrich? They're just going to run across the guys plagiarizing from Douglas Dietrich, who take those facts and just put them in their propaganda perspective where they still don't make any sense. And it's just like, there you go. Oh my God! We've got it's a horrible situation. I mean, somebody has to teach people critical thinking. There's no other way you're going to learn that other than in some kind of college, and you know, it's a horrible situation where I don't know if you know, anybody out there is going to be helped by going to college otherwise. It's just the situation is just so dire, and the income is definitely not really increased by it, especially as we pointed out when Chuck Burns was with us for black people. By the way, I was surprised at how popular that episode was. I was really depressed that episode, and you know, just went into the reparations thing and argued that at length. Was Chuck Burns able to review what I said after he left, Derek, or did he? He just never went back to that.
I believe so, but I hadn't talked to him about it yet. So
okay, I would appreciate it if you did. Like to hear if he had any, you know, you know, if I impressed him with my going over what he had been speaking of. That would be interesting to me how he felt I had presented it, and aside from that, let's see now.
Well, I have to say that impressed me, because I didn't even think the idea would be, you know, I didn't even know, you know, I didn't think about the ramifications of even pulling off the idea. All I knew is that white people would go crazy and they would just kill us all.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
right,
No.
I think you did an excellent job, Douglas, because that's what we're kind of putting out there for. You know, if you want our vote, that reparation has to be on the table, and you know, I think you put it in a way to make people listen.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, we hear. I'm sorry. Go. Keep going.
Not only those who are in power listen, but those who would think that we would deserve reparations, but then say, well, there's no way, so I wouldn't even ask the Douglas how you present it, and it'll just that in itself kind of gives you some hope.
Thank you. Thank you. I truly appreciate that, and so I was hoping for some feedback on that, and that is important for people to understand. And by the way, we're hearing the noises as whoever murdered Brendan Zoget is now jacking his car, and so they're.
No, I'm back.
Yes. We thought somebody had basically emerged out of the bushes and grabbed you by the dick and dragged you, you know, into them to have their way with you amidst the thorny bramble. And
well, I heard what you were saying, and then like it reminded me of the only time I've ever like gotten fucked up like that from Hot Peppers is when I went to this Thai restaurant and I got papaya salad, and I told them I was like, I need it because I was sick at the time. It was like another situation like this. I was like sick or something, and I was like, give me the spiciest one you can, and they're like, no, and I was like, yes, like you have to. Like I told them why, and so they gave me like the spiciest papaya salad I've ever fucking had, and I pissed out spice.
Oh,
like capsaicin.
Oh, and how did that feel?
Exactly like it sounds. Terrible. It was terrible. It was like I thought something was wrong. I was like, oh my god, like what happened?
That's usually a sign you've contracted syphilis, by the way. Is when
right? Yeah, it's like what exactly? It was like, holy shit, what happened? What did I do? But then I realized, like, holy shit, I was just like too much spice. Like my body had to actually expel it quicker.
Oh my god. But
it cleared out whatever was wrong. So.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. And so
it's got like ginger and garlic and all kinds of stuff.
Okay, yeah. There you have that.
Papaya salad.
And so aside from that, I was actually hoping both you know, Brendan and Jameson, along with Derek, would be speaking more to each other, but I guess they're like kind of they weren't.
But you know what, Brendan, speaking of that, you know, like I volunteer at the swimming pool.
Oh yeah, you still do that. Nice.
Yeah. One of the very last birthday parties I did, because birthday parties are down. Because even funerals, you know, when I talked to my pastor when he was retiring, he said even with the funerals, only 5 to 7 people show up because of this COVID and how sad that was. So birthday parties are completely down. But one of the last birthday parties that I worked, it was from a Thai family, and they were so beautiful. I loved them. I mean, that was like one of the most memorable times I did, and they made me. They stuffed me full of food. It was like I was turning food down, But
Their food's good too.
they made me a papaya salad, and they made it for the birthday party, but they kept bringing me food, and they would bring me some shots too, because this is a swimming pool with kids. We tell them not to have any bottles in there, but they, people come in with some Hennessy and cognac every once in a while. So they gave me there was the mom, the grandma, the daughter, the granddaughter. They were all chilling. The mom herself, she was around my age. She brought me some shots of Hennessy, and fixed me some big giant plates full of Thai food. And when I told her I love Thai food, she's like, "Well, have you tried this and have you tried that?" No, so she kept bringing me food. I had to beg her to stop feeding me.
That sounds so nice.
Yeah, I love Thai food, and the Thai people are so cool.
Definitely, super chill.
Yeah. Yes, no, that's wonderful. I really appreciate you sharing that. And Erica is fine. Are you working with her?
Yeah, I see her. Because I've been going to the pool every day. I'm trying to get my strength back up. Plus, I'm going to be teaching class. I got my old class back Saturdays at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. So that was the class that I actually gave up when I got cancer. And it turns out the lady that took over the class for me, she's buying a house, and she broke up with her fiance, and she's got other personal stuff going on. So she had recently told the owner that she was going to have to take a break for a while, and so I showed back up in time. So I took her last class on Saturday, and she handed it back over to me. So starting next Saturday, I'll be teaching class at 10 o'clock a.m., my little boot camp class. So I've been kind of working on my routine every day, running in place, jumping jacks, a lot of core exercises underwater.
Okay.
Nice. That's like the best type of exercise. I've always enjoyed the water aerobics. It's just nicer. It just feels nicer, and it's more good on the healthier for the body, I think.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So, in terms of your work, if anyone visits you at work, what would you recommend them to do that might help you out in any way, shape, or form? Is there anything anyone could do to help you out while you're at work?
Are you talking to me, Douglas?
Yeah, of course. You're the only one who fucking works that I'm talking to, right? True. I mean, everybody else around here is a slug, right?
Anyone who comes into my work is buying something, which doesn't help me because I have to stock it.
Yes. Oh shit. So basically, the best way people can help you is to basically not come in. Yes. Oh my. God.
Yeah, basically.
Oh my God.
But it's there's nothing you can do. It's the never-ending battle against human desire to eat and shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
It's interesting.
And yourself, aside from peppers, what are you eating? I mean, what is your diet these days? What do you eat?
Just hummus and crackers and fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Those spicy peppers. I'll make rice and lentils, and just a random sabji. Or it's just that's the Indian word for it, but it's basically just any vegetable that you throw into a frying pan. You just mix them. So I find the fresh organic stuff, and then whatever is available, then I'll just cook it.
Mm-hmm.
I have okra and zucchini right now, and I'm gonna try and mix those with a little bit of the bujalokia. Mm-hmm. And they make pretty good dishes. They make pretty solid dishes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
People that say that vegetarian food isn't good, it's because they don't know about the recipes. Like they can be super simple and actually taste better than.
Yeah, I have to admit, I thought vegan cake was horrible. I ate a vegan.
It's actually like better, I think. Yeah.
Oh God, you mean better now?
I don't usually like do that. Yeah.
You mean better now than it used to be? Is what you're?
No, I'm saying it's like I think it's better than normal cake because it's just more balanced and like they use more like organic ingredients typically.
My God, it tasted horrible to me the time I had. It was just unedible. It was inedible to me.
See, yeah, it's because like the modern cakes are like hydrogenated fats, and like we've become accustomed to that taste.
I guess, yeah,
time.
that's true. It's like Coke. I mean, the Coke that's made out of the you know, what do you call it? The one made in Mexican. It's supposed to be Mexican Coke that uses real
Mexican
cane
Coke,
sugar, cane sugar. Yeah, as opposed to
Coca-Cola. Just for the listeners, Coca-Cola.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and it just doesn't appeal to me as much as the Coke with all the corn syrup. It just that I'm just so used to that bite. It has a bite that you don't have in the Mexican Coke, and so
yeah, the phosphoric acid and like the other flavoring.
Yes, that's right. So it has an acrid chemical, that malted battery acid taste that I've gotten used to.
Literally.
It's kind of like the plasticky shit that crackheads learn to like. All the fucking meth heads and shit. So. Just that nice plasticky flavor or whatever that they get used to. Everything begins to taste like that to them. It's with
Sounds
me.
Terrible.
Yeah. I mean, well, at least there you go. The Coke also.
You ever try?
Go. I'm sorry.
I was going to ask if you ever try eating anything while you're like stoned on DXM, you'll know everything tastes metallic. It doesn't matter what the hell you eat. I mean, granted, at some point one starts to get used to it, and one stops eating food for pleasure and literally just eats it. I don't know.
To maintain oneself.
What's DXM?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on. What was that, Derek?
What is DXM?
Yeah, explain that for us, please.
All right. DXM is an active ingredient found in Robitussin cough syrups. When ingested.
Oh, do you mean DMT? I thought it was called DMT.
No. DMT is another beast altogether. DMT is an active ingredient in ayahuasca and South American ritual practices that causes you to literally skyrocket into a full psychedelic experience within 30 seconds. And it lasts about like 10 minutes. The trips are so intense that it's not funny. The only thing sort of like it is Salvia divinorum, which is like the evil twin of DMT.
Yes, thank you.
Which I love Salvia, personally. Honestly, there's something about the darker essence of the trips and the dissociative aspect that works for me. I can't do psychedelia. Psychedelia just drives me crazy. I don't like it. But the thing with DXM is if you have it in large quantities, it's also in Coricidin cold and cough high blood pressure formula. Now, the warning about doing them triple C's like that is that sometimes in some people it causes them to bleed out internally. Me, I've been doing this for so long. I just, well, anyway, what it does is it allows my emotions to get out of my fucking way so I can live like a happy human being. Because if I'm not there, life is just fucking shit.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, to each their own. To each their own poison. I mean, everyone's self-medicating in some way, fashion, or form.
It's true. Yes.
I personally, it's a lot milder than many of the pharmaceuticals have been, and I've been on just about every pharmaceutical you can name in the mental health, system. Mm-hmm. So it's like the lesser of all evils.
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, from what I know about it, isn't it like it's basically a synthetic analog of morphine that they created to make it supposedly safer for putting in the cough medicine?
Yeah, the military created it. Yeah. The Navy, I think, if I'm not correct, but yeah, they created it, and what it does is it acts as a dissociative, sort of like PCP. Whereas most people are like completely flattened out.
There's levels to it too.
Yeah, there are plateaus, and what you can do is you can sometimes you can microdose and just stay at plateau 1 where you'll be like kind of excited. Or usually I'm around 2 or 3. I'm never like at 1. The most like third plateau or stuff, you know. Third plateau, you literally be like seeing stuff while your eyes are open, like just flashing in and out of existence. It's kind of weird, but it's kind of cool too.
Okay. I do want you to emphasize that this is not something you're recommending to our listeners, of course. Just yeah.
Well, yes. I have to emphasize
it can be dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah. Not only can it be dangerous, most people don't find it pleasant. I'm just a fucking mutant, to say the least. I'm not what you would call average human being, so you know it's doable. So you know, but for most people, it would just be like, you know, they would just be. Some people do like it, but not many.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
well, speaking of the Navy, isn't it strange how the Navy and the Air Force and the Army all use different fuels for their airplane?
That's interesting.
So tell us about that. What you know about that? Because you know that's new to me.
Well, I was looking up what kind of fuel, what kind of jet fuel the military uses, and the Navy uses one type of jet fuel. They have like a JP9 or JP8 that's up from like JP4, and it's almost like kerosene. And the jet fuel that the Army uses has an octane rating, and it's a very high octane. It's like 190 something octane. But then the jet fuel that the Navy uses doesn't even have an octane, because it's more like a kerosene or diesel fuel. That's so I just thought it was strange that the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force all use 3 different types of fuel in their aircraft. So if you got an Air Force aircraft and you're running out of fuel, you can't even land at a Navy base or Army base to get refueled, and vice versa.
Amazing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What about the Marines? Is that the case with them as well?
Well, you know what? I reckon that they would probably same jet fuel as the Navy, but you know, after what I been researching, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. But you know, as far as I know, they use the same jet fuel as the Navy.
Oh my goodness. Well, what I'm going to do is it's 10 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and for those of you who don't know, Mr. Derek Talley is the only one among us who are on bandwidth tonight who is on Central Daylight Time. None of us tonight is on Eastern Daylight Time, which Selena.
Oh, wait a minute! I am on Eastern.
You are shit. Time. That's right. Fuck! I just thought of it.
Where I'm at, it's 1 a.m.
That's right. You know what?
Oh,
yes, with James and Reese, his voice, the technology that you're using, for some reason, your technology was transmitting so well tonight that it was like you were right next to me. So it was almost like you were right here in California. So I'm sorry, that's right, he's on Staten Island. So Jameson Reese is on Staten Island, and God, I always say that too. And then, you know, for me to forget that yes, he's on Eastern Daylight Time, and so he's at 1 a.m. in the morning, and we are going to hope that he's with us for a while longer. I'm going to basically go into monologue now, and it's something that I'll of course basically go into the how would I say it, the
give that one guy some more video ammo.
Oh shit, yeah, I have to too, yeah, because I got to talk about some other aspects that people were asking questions about, and just kind of educate people on that, give the fuckers out there more video ammo.
Right, yeah, like get out your transcript now.
Oh shit, I mean, thank you, you're depressing me.
I'm just joking.
No, it's true. I mean, this is the horror of it. I mean, I've got these fucking parasites are living off of me and shit. They're living off my fucking back, and it's.
Yeah, I should probably head out pretty soon. I hear a lot of cop activity nearby, and I'm kind of sketched.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Because I saw 2 sheriff and now there's sirens.
Well, bless you. We love you dearly, and stay safe. Get home, get some sleep, and. I look forward to speaking to you soon, and I'm going to try to get us all on a Skype call together so I can share the passwords and get you individuals, arrangements with each other to coordinate so that you can all speak about we'll talk about what needs to be done, and then we'll go from there. We might divvy out who does what, okay? And with that, of course, we'll try and get Selena Khan involved, of all people, and see what happens. All right. All my love to Brendan Zogit, Derek Talley, and Jameson Reese will stay with us. As far as
I'll stay with you guys because I have a diurnal sleep schedule. That means I sleep usually when the sun's coming up, and I usually sleep sometime like in the afternoon. Mm-hmm. So I sleep sort of like a cat. So
yes,
yeah, I'll be here for a while.
Thank you. I understand, and I appreciate that. Derek Talley is welcome to fall asleep. Of course, if he does, make certain to leave the phone on because the show rides on his phone call. And that's why he's the executive producer, and his familiarity with WordPress should help us, along with Brendan Zogit, having worked with it once, and we'll all work through this together. And there we have that. And all right, good night, Brendan Zogit. Blessed be thy slumber, sweet be thy dreams. Anything you want to say to our
good night, everybody.
Good night, man.
Yeah,
all right, good night.
Yes, thank you, and yes, just focus on higher divine. I mean,
thank you.
At this point, because it's just gonna get worse. Sorry.
Yeah. By the way, I've been inspired by Brendan talking about India, so I will try to address a little bit of Asian Indian culture in comparison with America's race and caste system, to kind of close off tonight's arc of narrative. So I do hope you review that later.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
And with that,
good night.
Good night. And we'll start with solicitation. And of course, this is all a struggle that I've been through, and it's devastated myself emotionally. I'm just torn inside out. It's been a death in the family, effectively, and I'm just so sad. And emotionally, I don't know how much more I can take. The endless attacks have just. They take their toll, and but fortunately, as you can see by all these enthusiastic young men, I have around myself a staff, a support group, and this is technical support as well as emotional support, and they will help us prevail. And of course, it's your war; you've got to fight it, and the way that you do that is to bring attention to myself, to the rest of the world. The entire objective was to destroy my message by destroying my character, or rather trying to associate it with myself to discredit it. The reality is now that they can't afford to do that anymore, so they're just stealing the message. And the message is being stolen in and of itself. And this is, of course, the horror of it. It's time for you to bring the message to the people that the message sources from myself, that I am the source of the message that everybody's stealing. And it's important for people to know that, or else they're not going to be able to use their consumption of information constructively. There will be no constructive absorption of the information because it's being presented without constructive context. It makes no sense in the way that it's misrepresented, and that alone is a crime, and it doesn't help anyone. So, Mein Kampf, my struggle, truly be thine own. And I ask you to contribute to my struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Now do friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course subscribe to his YouTube channel at, the Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team TRÄCK's, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if no financial aid be if financial aid is not prohibitive to you per any budgetary constraints, do electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggot-millions. That's tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. If anyone deserves money besides myself, it's John Warrington. He is the man who downloads our episodes after every production and transfers them to the website, to the Douglas Dietrich website. He's the only person, aside Lena Shea and myself, thus far, who have the passwords. So, and I didn't have that till today. So, it's one of these situations where, aside from that, he's doing that twice a week of his own initiative without payment. And that's why he needs some support from yourself out there, because I cannot pay him. He is taken of his own initiative the efforts in the past to download nigh everything I produced on YouTube into his own hard drive so we could reinstate everything after it was wiped out thrice, 3 times in a row. It's been a horrific series of experiences, an unendless series of catastrophes. It's just horrific. Without men like this to essentially serve as essentially my creator in reestablishing myself as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix that Jonathan Maggot Warrington has laid himself down to become. My ability to communicate with you now in context of a legacy would not be here at all. I would not be here. So in that sense, he's my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about myself, Douglas Dietrich, that I, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my bio, sire, which would be on the homepage of showsdd.com, that would provide us the meaning of my father's name that made the man. Let it be known that the scion of Adolf Hitler himself, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. Spread the word far and wide to all and sundry, and electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Amaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, the government, such being our present Slavo-Western governance by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. And from those of you who had any doubt about the paedopathophalacracy, that's exactly what our brothers, Derek Talley and Jameson Reese, were referencing in the beginning of tonight's transmission, where they kindly and generously spracketh on the Presidio military base, and of course on Rudy Giuliani's crimes and everything else that they were basically providing introductory, shall we say, intro to when it comes to the subject. At any rate, Lena Shea herself had found an article, very important, Army of the Night, which unfortunately was linked only to far-right websites, where then they connected it thereafter to Hillary Clinton through a series of insane, nonsensical leaps of logic or illogic. So she had to place it upon our website in and of itself. And On that website, we have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make his donation online, either by using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my video, graphic, and audio recorded archives. Through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zuchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the interglobal crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel manager, or the managing mixologist, the bartender George Edward Knight. You can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. He is, of course, someone who has produced a short video, which is the precursor to a longer one, that I invite everyone to review on the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology, which is available on the same channel. Do kindly avail yourself of that. And obviously, all of his works are substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Guvius, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, pronounced, well, rather Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jew D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, JMO Reese's time zone, and Lena Shays. And that would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, my time zone, and Brendan Zogit's, every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly and above all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, most importantly as well, go to DouglasDietrich.com and see what's pinned at the top of the website. The thing to notice, aside from the Roswell prison camp, would be the 3 Arrow dreadnoughts, which would be referenced by Americans as flying hamburgers for what will then appear to be obvious reasons. And when you click on that portal, that will take you to a series of images that will help you appreciate what we are speaking of when we talk about World War II and how the Japanese won that war. And we will not be able to put all of those images, that gallery of images, we can't incorporate all that into our book. Peter Moon and I can only take 2 colorized images for our front and back covers, the book plates, front and back book plates, and we will then have a series of black and white images, not many at all, what little we can afford to integrate into the format of the book itself, electronic or print. So the only way you can access these images is on the website. Do so. Only then will you gain an appreciation of the unconventional Japanese aeroframes that were pivotal as one of the factors of so many that enabled Japan to win the Second World War. As well, one of the things I brought up, of course, was the microwave weapons technology of the Japanese, and of course that is something that I have spoken of at some lengths in the past when I was speaking of World War II and Japan and the island of Hokkaido, and it really it brings us back to a subject that most people, of course, are totally unfamiliar with and would dismiss as some kind of science fictional, stepnol, fantasy, self-indulgence, none of this is, of course, the case. This is something that the Japanese worked on and then deployed to lethal effect that helped them win the war against the Russians in the north. And unless you understand this, you won't understand what the Japanese accomplished. Definitely, it's a situation where, of course, I've had to do the best I can to explain everything possible to Americans. They have no comprehension of any of this reality. They are denied it. And indeed, most Japanese know very little of it, if anything at all. Most Japanese have some sense they won the war, but no one ever really speaks about it. Some of them will say otherwise, but the reality is that most of the time they just never talk about it to Westerners. It is the most bizarre thing in the world. Westerners are obsessed with World War II because deep down inside, they know they lost. They have no idea how, and yet somehow they know they did. They know this because they keep trying to refight World War II. They keep trying to relive World War II. So something is extraordinarily wrong. Because they know this, they concentrate on the war to monofocal obsession, point of monofocal obsession. And when they try to talk to Japanese about it, they approach them sounding like what they are. Crazy Americans, madmen, potentially violent. These are people who you just will approach. Like one example I saw was the guy who ripped me off twice in a row so far, and will indeed be ripping me off again tonight. Of that I have no fucking doubt. This is an individual who basically will take what I say and expose only so far enough to serve his propaganda purposes. And so when he is basically trying to propagandize World War II, he'll say things like, for instance, a bizarre video of his was a Japanese military museum of World War II that was, to him, appalling because it didn't expose Japanese atrocities. Like the Japanese have any fucking, need to do that any more than Americans do, because the Americans sure as hell don't. But before I get into that, let's get into a shout out to a Nikkei America-jin, or a Japanese American, who himself provided a wonderful sponsor gift, a gift of sponsorship, and he is Henry Saito, surname spelled Saito in the romanization, or Saito, but he's known as Henry Solstice on Instagram. So Henry Solstice on Instagram, who is I believe the alias for Henry Saito, donated 250 United States dollars. That's the largest single gift that I've gotten in quite some time. I mean, I've received gifts larger before, of course, usually from ladies. Henry Saito, this is probably one of the larger gifts I've received from a man in quite some time, and I deeply appreciate it. He is a personal hero. God bless him, and may he the Chinese blessing would be, may you have many sons. I'm not quite sure that's a blessing in this day and age. It sounds more like a curse. So I would just say, live long and prosper. Is what I can say. Okay, let's try and talk about the American exploitation of so-called ancient alien technologies, which are simply Japanese in terms of what the Japanese accomplished in World War II. Most people do not know that it was not until the first decade of this 21st century, around 2005 or 2006, Anno Domini, that a World War II era Japanese army fortress was rediscovered in Aomori Prefecture in northern Japan via an old access tunnel. And inside was a fully assembled super battery of microwave generation magnetrons equipped with magnification and direction apparatus. It is an operational fucking death ray. The Japanese government immediately disassembled the apparatus and confiscated the internal mechanisms as a public safety hazard, certainly a potential safety hazard for any children that would happen upon it in particular, or foreign fucking tourists who are all batshit crazy and will basically head towards anything dangerous and do their best to eliminate themselves in a spectacular display of Darwinian selection. An American on discovery of that thing would stick his head in it and try to turn it on. Now, this was at least one of the heretofore undisclosed end products of the Imperial Japanese Army's high-frequency electric wave weapons project, which by 1945 involved 116 military technicians under the command of Major General Kusaba Hideki, also identified as Kusaba Sueki. He had an alias, as many scientists of repute had to have because they were targets for assassination by the enemy. Or, worse yet, abduction. Now, Major General Kusaba had resumed oversight of microwave research at Noborito Laboratory around November of 1944, after serving as the Noborito Lab's director responsible for supervising development and production of balloon bombs, the Fuga, for firestorm generation within the continental United States itself. Major General Kusaba's personnel at Noborito included 20 technical officers, 4 civilian engineers, 12 part-time civilian consultants, and 80 technicians. Among them were scientists and engineers with impressive credentials and research experience, such as Morita Kiyoshi, a doctor and professor of electrical engineering at the Tokyo Institute of Technology. Morita, who specialized in microwave radio communications engineering, was recommended for the Death Ray project at Noborito because of his specific interest in parabolic communications, energy concentration, and electromagnetic waves, as well as his expertise in the design of reflective mirrors. Ikebe Tsuneto, who held a doctorate in physics, was another of the principal civilian consultants for the high-frequency weapons research program at Noborito. From 1911 to 1913, Ikebe had served as an apprentice in the Siemens Brothers Corporation in London, and from May through November of 1916, he was a researcher at the Sperry Gyro Company in New York. From 1935 through 1944, Ikebe conducted research for the Army on anti-aircraft fire control apparatus and was the chief engineer for the 80-centimeter magnetron development project. Major General Kusaba's team also included medical experts such as Matsuoka Shigeru, professor of medicine at Tohoku Imperial University, and Minoshima Takashi, doctor and professor of medicine at Hokkaido Imperial University. For those of you who don't know Hokkaido, Hokkaido is the northernmost main island of Japan. There are 4 major islands that are enormous, and the Hokkaido Island is the northernmost and was always considered frontier territory of Japan. Hokkaido is native Japanese. It's like Native American Japanese or Native Australian Japanese. It's like basically Aboriginal Japanese who are all white. These are Caucasians. These are white people who are the Aboriginals of Japan. And they are basically the Ainu, A-I-N-U. They're known as the hairy Ainu, which is a horrible name because they have so much hair compared to Asians. But of course, Japanese interbreeding with them in the conquest of the archipelago has led to Japanese being the hairiest of all Asians. And therefore, of course, considered barbarous by Chinese, Koreans, Vietnamese, Thai, and other people who can't grow hair like the Japanese can, the Japanese, unlike most other Asians, can grow full-body beards. So, at any rate, Dr. Minoshima was a graduate of the Tokyo Imperial University Faculty of Medicine and served as director of the first physiological laboratory and was a member of the Research Institute of Applied Electricity. Dr. Minoshima's specific areas of interest included electrophysiology, the physiology of ultra-short waves and physiological oxidation and reduction with relation to aviation medicine. Now, from 1940 through 1945, he coordinated all of these disciplines into his work as a consultant for the Imperial Japanese Army, conducting physiological and pathological research with microwaves, meaning the development of weaponized microwave technology. Death rays. Now, throughout 1944 and 1945, experiments testing different wavelengths were conducted at Noborito using an operational prototype of the death ray. This experimental apparatus was a high-powered CW oscillator feeding a dipole antenna placed at the focus of an ellipsoidal reflector. The apparatus consisted of a 3-meter ellipsoid mirror, more, full or less than half-shape, with 5 to 10 meters focal distance. Depth of the ellipsoid itself measured approximately 1.5 meters, with a power input of 1 to 2 kilowatts at 0.8 meter wavelength. The time of field application ranged between 1 to 3 minutes. That means you've got a death ray, you can phase in action from between 1 to 3 minutes worth of time to sweep the field or focus on a target. In experimental deployment, test subjects, including various mammals such as rabbits and monkeys, were placed at the opposite focus of the ellipsoid. A systematic study was made of the physiological effects of the radiation as a function of the frequency. At each of the 8 frequencies between 3 meters and 20 centimeters, 20 rabbits were subjected to radiation with a field strength intensity of 1 volt per centimeter for 10 minutes. To deadly effect, they all died. Experiments deploying a 4-meter wavelength with 50 kilowatts of continuous power with a Sumitomo 530B tube proved repeatedly capable of stopping gasoline engines at close range, and could kill rabbits in 30 seconds to 1 minute at a distance of 3 meters. Research proceeded from this time, focused on building larger, higher-powered magnetron tubes, about 80 centimeters, with 10 centimeter wavelength, power output of 200 to 300 kilowatts, and reflectors measuring 10 meters in diameter that would prove capable of killing rabbits at a distance of 30 meters from the reflector focal point. On basis of previous experiments, in which rabbits were killed with 80 centimeter radiation in 10 minutes from a distance of 30 meters, it was calculated that a rabbit might also be killed in 10 minutes at a distance of 1 kilometer. In field trials, utilizing wavelengths of 80 centimeters to 3 meters, post-mortem medical examinations of animal subjects revealed the principal effect of exposure was hemorrhage of the lungs. Below the 80 centimeter wavelength, the primary effect was damage to the brain due to constriction of the arteries, and hemorrhage was again the primary cause of death. Kind of like what COVID-19 does to you at its worst, but in a very short period of time. Now, post-ceasefire, United States military intelligence assessments of what little Japanese research and development, acronymous as R&D, on death ray technology that Emperor Hirohito himself, a scientist of note himself, as must be remembered, permitted to be released as deterrence against any potential American resumption of aggression, were conducive to United States concession. In other words, to read a quote from the United States technical report assessing what Emperor Hirohito released to show the Americans what he had? Per General Headquarters of the United States Army Forces Pacific Scientific and Technical Advisory Section, in what was entitled Report on Scientific Intelligence Survey in Japan, subtitled September and October 1945, as released on the 1st of November in 1945, in no less than a format of 10 volumes that I was ordered to destroy, albeit, as you can hear tonight, I took plenty of notes before I did. There are copies, perhaps one single copy extant, in the United States National Archives, in College Park, Maryland. The box number would be 2056. That would be RG 165, which was conducted as a study under the direction of Carl T. Compton in order to assess ongoing Japanese threat projection potential after ceasefire on commencement of the super-secret Japanese-American talk-down processes, the bargaining, in which after the Americans sued for peace, they were forced, under Japanese demands, to dismantle their Department of War, refrain from ever declaring war again, and to basically open their markets to the Japanese and turn over their entire fleet of World War II carriers to the Japanese to salvage and dismantle, to turn into the body frames for Toyota cars. If you're riding or own a Toyota produced in the 1970s, that is most certainly definitively made from parts salvaged from a World War II American aircraft carrier. Only on the efforts of men like my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, my functional father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer, retired, United States Navy, only on the lobbying on parts of many World War II veteran sailors as himself were even a few of these World War II carriers saved to serve as floating museum pieces. Well, according to the Scientific and Technical Advisory Section's report on Scientific Intelligence Survey in Japan, assembled under direction of Carl T. Compton, to quotist from that which I took notes from, with the development of higher power and shorter wavelength oscillators, which has become possible through the Allied research on radar, it is possible that a death ray might be developed that could kill unshielded human beings at a distance of 5 to 10 miles if these Japanese experiments are reliable indications of the potentialities of the death ray. Now, this source, which I have just cited, is propagandized to the tax-paying citizenry of these United States as a quote-unquote post-war effort via such publicly released works as, well, the only book I've ever been able to find available for the general public was entitled Post-War Scientific Intelligence Missions to Japan, as writ by R.W. Home, surname spelled H-O-M-E, and Morrow F. Lowe, surname spelled L-O-W. Home and Lowe. Now, a more realistic but diplomatically oblique depiction of the factors of advanced technology warfare that tempered this period of high-intensity negotiations is conveyed by Yukio Sakamoto's Scientific Intelligence Survey. The quote which I can read from that reads as follows. The specific quote pertaining to the Japanese weaponization of electric waves cited above is to be found in the GHQ, or General Headquarters, Scientific Intelligence Survey, Volume 2, Appendix IE3, The biographies of most, or perhaps all, of the Japanese scientists and technicians cited throughout the above paragraphs, as it states in this work, can be accessed via the Japan Biographical Research Department's Japan Biographical Encyclopedia. There you go. This was on page 917 of a multi-volume publication that is unavailable to the general public now. Now, what this is all educating you about is the fact that on Hokkaido, the Japanese had two major weapons of defense which enabled them to deploy all of their major forces in terms of manpower down south to meet the Americans. The Japanese employed a series of bunkers and what we in the military call pillboxes, which are micro bunkers, or mini bunkers rather. And those mini bunkers had within them these highly defended, protected, armored death rays that the enemy could not even see because they were built under concrete domes, reinforced in lead and atom bomb proofed, that could issue forth their death rays that scrambled the engines and stopped them dead of all of the amphibious vehicles that were bringing the Russian invasion onto Japanese shores. Because their amphibious landing craft, their landing barges, stopped dead in the water and just floated, all of the Russian servicemen had to abandon these landing craft, in which Stalin had miraculously prepared for this as if he knew it was going to happen. These men were issued lifesavers. That means inflatable, floatable rings, and, get this, rubber fishing outfits like you would see a fisherman wear who spends all his day up to his fucking torso in a cold and frigid river. You've got this kind of Gordon fisherman affair that covers your legs in rubber boots and rubber leggings and rubber pelvic torso covering that is held up by suspenders around your shoulders that protects you all the way up to the torso from the frigid cold of the sea or the river in which you're fishing, and protects you from basically losing all of your body heat and dying instantly, while also keeping you dry and your equipment dry beneath that garb with a sewn-in lifesaver system, a life ring, inflatable ring around yourself, that made all of these men look, quite frankly, quite ridiculous, almost comical, and yet somehow practically was a effective military riverine crossing technique that served well in riverine warfare situations, but could not stop these men from being massacred by the Japanese unleashing their Kami, or K-A-M-I, amphibious tanks that had never been deployed in the Pacific, instead being saved for deployment against the Soviet Union come their inevitable invasion, which Emperor Hirohito himself encouraged in order to draw them into the Korean Peninsula, the heart of Manchurian Asia itself, so that they would ultimately come into direct conflict with the Americans that the Japanese could take advantage of by selling the Americans the ammunition and industrial products they needed to fight their new enemy, while Japan sat back and, well, raked in the yen, the monetary, from weapons and ammunition production. Most cluster bomblets, etc., and various other forms of ordnance were manufactured in Japan that were dropped all over the Korean peninsula throughout that conflict. So this helped Japan reindustrialize and remilitarize with a vengeance. So Japan never demilitarized and maintained a full production arsenal to produce an arsenal throughout World War II and beyond. All of this while preventing the Soviets from gaining any control over it and creating a North-South Japan situation, instead transferring that tragedy and travesty onto the Korean peninsula, with the Japanese literally disintegrating the Soviet advance on the Korean peninsula by triggering their nuclear landmines that created the demilitarized zone, which, be extant today, one of the largest man-made objects on Earth. It rivals the Great Wall of China and is, in fact, the only man-made object you can see with the naked eye behind a visor and a shield of an astronaut's faceplate, but without the aid of a telescope, that you can see from the moon. Both the Great Wall of China and the Korean DMZ. You're going to hear a bunch of dumbass motherfuckers talking out of their ass saying, "Oh, I can't see the Great Wall of China from a plane. When I'm flying over a plane over the Great Wall of China, I can't see it." Well, that's because, you dumb motherfucker, there's this thing called air pollution, and you're at air level, and you can't see it because you're in an atmosphere that's loaded with fucking particulate matter that if you were out there outside of the plane, you'd choke to death. That's how polluted China's atmosphere is, with all that industry belching up smoke. So when you're over there, it doesn't matter that you're far away from the industry and the civilization, quote unquote, or the urban sprawl of China. It all blows, dumb motherfucker, in the wind, right in your fucking plane's route of travel. And, of course, the Great Wall of China is built of the materials of the Earth, so it looks like the Earth. What you're seeing from the moon, you dumb motherfucker, anybody who takes that stance is one of the dumbest motherfuckers that ever fucking live. Eat shit, bark at the moon. The men standing on the moon, or a woman, they see the Great Wall of China by its shadow. It is the same color as the Earth. They do not see it defined in and of itself. They see it by its shadow cast by the sun upon the spherical surface of the Earth. The people who don't believe that they see it, can see it from the moon, are the same people who doubtless believe the Earth is flat. You can also see from the moon the Korean demilitarized zone created by the scores of Japanese little boy bombs, uranium bombs, produced in North Korea. The same kind of World War II level technology bombs the North Koreans were producing, Hiroshima level bombs, for fucking ever, using the same nuclear development facility left by the Japanese at Konan Complex. Only the Koreans changed the name in the Korean language to Hongnam, or rather that's the Korean transliteration of Konan, or Konan was the Japanization of the Korean Hongnam, whichever way you look at it. Korea, well, North Korea is swimming in uranium. They're seething in uranium. It's in glowing veins throughout their mines, and mining is the major industry of North Korea. Starting in World War II, when it was mined for the Japanese to create all the atomic bombs they wanted, which was how the Japanese were able to bomb the United States with atomic ordnance using balloon bombs, suicide medium bombers launched from the long-range I-400 series Sentoku submarines, or various other dynamic and unconventional aerodynamic Japanese aeroframes, delivery mechanisms of complexity, composite delivery mechanisms that you'll find illustrated at DouglasDietrich.com. See, there was no way the Americans could fucking win. When they went nuclear, they took a knife to a gunfight. Now, in terms of the Japanese victory in World War II, there are other questions that people had that I'll now do my best to address. I mentioned earlier that idiot Jap trash piece of shit, the Japanese house nigger, Daryl Hamamoto, was recommending that people listen to Michael Savage on my own program when I was at Revolution Radio as a platform. Now, Michael Savage, of course, was saying, well, Adolf Hitler was obviously intending a war of aggression against the world because he was developing a super bomber, the America bomber. Well, that proves, of course, that the Americans were the aggressors who started the war by his own logic, because the Americans were developing a super heavy bomber program that predated Pearl Harbor. As a matter of fact, the Americans invested so much in this super heavy, 4-engined, world-level strategic bomber program that it was the costliest R&D, or research and development program, in the history of the United States. For those of you who don't understand the complexity of creating a super bomber, a strategic stratofortress that can carry weapons, cross an ocean, cross the globe, deploy those weapons, and then make it home again in a round trip. The need for a pressurized air cabin so that the crew will survive at high altitude, higher than planes have ever been before, to drop bombs from where they cannot be hit or attacked by conventional aircraft, theoretically, and then make it home. The cost of producing a plane that had its own armament so it could literally bully its way through, plow its way through, power its way through home defenses of an enemy country. This kind of incredible masterpiece of engineering to produce a flying battleship cost more than the Manhattan Project, the costliest research and development program in the history of all the United States, costing more so than the Manhattan Project, the costliest to that point in history. Now, plans were drawn up for two different bombers on the same day, September 6th, 1940, the B-29 Superfortress and the consolidated B-32 Dominator. Now, the Dominator was where we become involved with the last aerial dogfight of World War II as officially recognized by the United States government in the Pacific. The Model 33 was originally a Davis wing from the B-20, well, the B-17 Liberator flying fortress that had everything else built around that solid Davis wing. And it was equipped with a twin tail originally, and it had an extended fuselage with a rounded nose, altogether a 101,000-pound aeroframe. Yet the consolidated B-32 heavy bomber became, due to several technical difficulties and delays, the fallback option to the B-29 Superfortress as developed by Boeing. Nevertheless, there was a contract for 300 B-32s, and over 100 were deployed into action mid-1945. Consolidated's project used the B-24 as its basis. I'm sorry, the B-24, not the B-17, where they got the big Davis wing from, the cross on which the body was nailed. And that was its basis. And yet it fell considerably behind Boeing's development of the B-29. The assembly lines were 6 months behind. The B-32 that developed ultimately as a finished product, or towards a finished product, was most visually distinguished by its tremendous tail, which stretched 10 meters tall. Otherwise, it resembled the B-29 in key performance power, both used for radially right are 3350-23 Cyclone engines for 2200 horsepower with a maximum speed around 358 miles per hour, as fast as an early war Bf-109E fighter that could lug a huge bomb load, each one of these models of about 20,000 pounds. The B-32's defensive armament included 10 conventionally manned machine guns operated by similar crew number, meaning about 10 men, one for each gun, but the Consolidated attempted to utilize its pressurized fuselage to house at least 4 remotely controlled retractable gun turrets, as on a B-29, for the fielding of a total of 14 machine guns, coordinated by a computer system, which was highly sophisticated for its time. Altogether, the technology the Americans had was simply technically inadequate for the concept, resulting in the bastardized half product being designated a low to medium altitude bomber rather than a high altitude or strato bomber, meaning a stratospheric aero bomber, as the B-29 was finalized as a product from concept. Yet the B-32 had a nearly 20% greater range, 3,800 miles. It maintained a much higher cruising speed, about 290 miles per hour, in disambiguation from the B-29, which rolled through the skies at only 230 miles per hour. Now, the B-32 had reversible pitch propellers and that thick Davis wing inherited from the B-24, what minimized drag at lower speeds as well, especially useful as a quality whilst attempting to land. The first test flight was in September of 1942, and by 30 test flights, the first prototype crashed on May 10th of 1943 while attempting to land, at any rate. And the second prototype was released on, or had its test flight, its maiden test flight on July 2nd of 1943, and was immediately recognized as a medium altitude bomber with conventional gunnery and a conventional tail to stabilize its aeroframe in likeness to a PBY Catalina flying boat. 1,500 were ordered on successful testing. 1,500, of course, the B-29 Super Fortresses were already in action over China, being launched from India over the hump of Tibet to try and bomb Japanese aero bases in China, while Japanese facilities of any sort in China. The first B-32, on the other hand, crashed on landing in China, and the rest were retrofitted sans any weaponry for training purposes. And at that point, the B-32 became universally recognized throughout the military-industrial complex as a fallback weapon, that it was reoriented to back up the B-29 wherever the B-29 would fail. There were only 4 B-32s on rollout under George Kennan, General George Kennan, the Commander Allied Forces of the Southwest Pacific and the United States 5th Air Force. B-29s were requested, but the Super Fortresses were reserved for quote-unquote strategic bombing, meaning terror bombing, having nothing to do with any military purpose. General Kennan ordered the B-32s he got on 11 missions. The Army dispatched 3 of these Consolidated Dominators to Clark Field on Luzon in the Philippines, Luzon Island in the Philippine archipelago, on which Clark Field was based, for testing at the behest of the 5th Air Force in May of 1945. The final tests were completed in mid-June of that year. These consolidated B-32 Dominators were eventually transferred to the 312th Group, 186th Bombardment Squadron, which later merged into what became the 386th Squadron, in which the Dominators conducted a series of raids against Japanese forces in Archipelago, meaning in the Philippines, and on Formosa, the island of Taiwan, the true homeland and heartland on which I myself was delivered into this world of sorrow, pain, and tears. Now, the reason being, of course, they were thrown against the heaviest concentration of Japanese air power in the world. Taiwan is the equivalent of 24 fucking aircraft carriers welded together. Super carriers at that. And the Japanese Air Force, or rather Air Forces of the Imperial Japanese Army, were based there. And yet, the B-32 Dominators ultimately, conducted a series of about 4 combat missions that I know of, or at least only 4 that were officially recognized. The first was on May 29th against a supply depot in Antitet. The targets in Taiwan included a sugar mill in Taito and an alcohol plant in Haito, indicative of just how indiscriminate the United States bombing campaign truly was. Now, there's a reason the bombing campaigns were all fucked up to the point where, aside from what I've just articulated, the only other mission to bomb my native homeland of Taiwan, the last one was conducted on June 25th of 1945, in which several bridges leading into Kailung Port City in northeastern Taiwan were destroyed. The reason there were so few of these raids, and the reason no more were ever launched or attempted, was because of the crews citing a spectral apparition, as psychologists would categorize it, in the skies. The goddess of Taiwan and Taiwan's protectoress is Matsu, the goddess of the seas, and particularly those round the Black Straits between Taiwan and the mainland. 'Twas seen by American pilots and crews. A woman in ancient traditional Chinese garb flying through the air. That caught or deflected the majority of their bombs. Naturally, the men were shaken. Many of them were institutionalized. After that, the American High Command simply wrote off any attempts to bomb Taiwan at all. The following month, the 386th officially transitioned into a Dominator force and was fully outfitted with B-32s for full force integration in July, and by August was redeployed to Chantan Airfield at Okinawa, whereupon it was reassigned to flying photographic reconnaissance missions over Japan. Now, on August 15th, the Americans sued for peace. Emperor Hirohito delivered his speech asking everyone to understand the war had reached a new phase of ceasefire and diplomatic negotiations under ceasefire, but war was still ongoing. That's how the Japanese people understood what he said, which I've gone enough in depth to. You'll see it in the book, all the details. And on September 2nd, after Truman had begged Hirohito for him to put on a show for the Americans so that he could get reelected and continue to provide money to the Japanese for reconstruction of Asia, that circus was held on the USS Missouri on September 2nd with MacArthur present, Douglas MacArthur, as essentially its chief clown. And as the clown-in-chief at that circus, where they actually sold tickets to the event, Emperor Hirohito was nowhere to be seen, not bothering to dignify it with his presence, even by watching it with sipping on a Mai Tai and a beachside cot. They allowed a bunch of diplomats onto the ship without any samurai swords to surrender, under the auspices of an illegal American flag. All of this, of course, is a ceremony not recognized by the United States at all, which deems, per its own Code of Federal Regulations and law as established by Congress, Title 32 of the U.S. Code, or is it Title 38? I'd have to look it up. 38, I believe. Title 38 of the U.S. Code, which says, of course, that ceasefire was reached in World War II on December 31st of 1946. That is important to remember that Title 38 of the United States Code is also for veterans' benefits via the Code of Federal Regulations. So what you have there is how benefits are received by veterans for their injuries sustained in combat throughout World War II, which is recognized as not even entering ceasefire until December 31st of 1946. So the September 2nd USS Missouri Circus is not recognized as a surrender by your own United States government. The Code of Federal Regulations, of course, and the U.S. Code itself, above that, the U.S. Code is law as established by Congress. So that means if you refer to that Missouri Circus as the surrender of Japan or the end of World War II in the Pacific, you're breaking the law and could theoretically be arrested. That's how serious the situation is. Heed me when I say that, and understand it was a joke. Now, while the USS Missouri was becoming a circus, the United States Army Air Corps continued reconnaissance overflights of Tokyo to scout out its road network for incoming reconstruction forces, which wouldn't be deployed until over a fortnight or over 12 weeks later, coming in to clean up the mess the Americans had caused at Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the firebombing of Tokyo on behalf of the Japanese, because the Japanese demanded such so that Japanese citizens and soldiers themselves would not be irradiated. The Americans would be, because the Americans fucking lost. And just as they had to do away with the Department of War and establish in its stead a Department of Defense, because America would never be allowed to declare war ever again, the Americans deployed their troops to clean up the mess they had made. So in order to scout out the road network for incoming reconstruction forces, the United States Army Air Corps deployed its B-32 Dominators. Japanese fighter pilots on the ground were led to perceive the overflying bombers as hostile because guess fucking what? Peace was not declared. And so Japanese aces like Saburo Sakai, the famous winged samurai, and the Japanese ace Sadumo Komachi, responded to these violations of Japanese aerospace with the presumption that the Americans were going to bomb Tokyo with a nuclear attack in violation of ceasefire. Bear in mind, the Japanese civilians demanded the Japanese pilots respond. The civilian population was enraged to see American bombers in the skies because earlier, on March 9th of 1945, United States bombers dropped hundreds of cluster bombs loaded with napalm over working-class residential areas of Tokyo, igniting firestorms, which sucked the air out of the lungs of those people that were present, who were all senior citizens in their beds, infants in their cribs, mothers, children. Almost not a single combatant or soldier. All of the civilians died when the concrete melted in the firestorm. The conflagration killing well over 100,000 civilians, more than died in either atomic bombing. So on August 17th, the Japanese people were enraged and the fighter pilots were forced by popular demand to scramble, and they intercepted the United States Dominators on their reconnaissance mission. On August 17th, Japanese fighters surrounded and swarmed, harassed the bombers as American crews returned fire, with tensions at an all-time high, and yet the Americans, with their third atomic bomb in backup, never responded. The bombers were ordered to conduct a follow-up mission to discern whether the intercept was isolated or a concerted effort to attack the Americans because war was obviously still ongoing. That same day, the Japanese pilots engaged Russian aircraft, providing cover for a surprise amphibious landing attempt in the north. That incident took days to resolve, with the Russians having been massacred, backing off, as the Kami deployed, those are the amphibious tanks, into the sea to massacre the Russian amphibious troops in their Gordon's fisherman rubbers, their body rubbers and their lifesavers. They're all bobbing up and down on the sea as their amphibious craft lay dead meat in the water, or dead mech in the water, engines deactivated by the Japanese beam weapons. Now, on the early morning of August 18th, two B-32s departed for Tokyo, both planes aboard, carrying aboard 3 additional photography specialists each, liaisoning from the 20th Reconnaissance Squadron. And both aircraft completed circuits between 10,000 to 20,000 feet. And in the late afternoon of the 17th, the 18th of August, 17 Japanese fighter planes scrambled from Yokosuka Air Base, Yokosuka as the Americans would bastardize it in their pronunciation, to intercept the B-32s. The 17 Japanese fighter plane aero squadron consisted of 14 A6M0 fighter planes and 3 NIKJ Shinden, flying into the skies, climbing at over 400 miles per hour, armed with 4 rapid-fire 20mm cannons each. While not able to perform at maximum capacity at high altitudes, these Japanese aeroplanes still proved quite formidable, swarming the B-32s, which each had 10 machine guns, 20 machine guns altogether combined on both bombers, returning fire in all directions. The Hobo Queen, or the B-32 Dominator named such, actually it was the Hobo Queen 2, because, who could beat a name like that? You're so jealous of the first, or maybe the first got shot down and the crew maintained its name. That's what I believe it was. The Hobo Queen 2 was hit on the upper port side turret. That would be the left side for you landlubbers there who don't understand nautical or aeronautical terminology. and the plexiglass covering burst open, and the governor was critically injured as all the oxygen was sucked out, and another Japanese fighter shot the fuselage, piercing the aerial combat photographer's leg within. A specialist who was tourniqueted and moved to a cot. The plane endured further damage when gunshots went through the fuselage, piercing one crewman's chest and injuring him unto what would ultimately be death. Now, the planes essentially fell from the skies. In other words, they took a controlled dive. And when they dove, the momentum and gravity increased their speed momentously to the point where they essentially crash landed. Both planes severely damaged. One, the Hobo Queen II, losing an engine and sustaining damage to her rudder, a roundabout revealing a walkabout around the plane, revealing about 30 bullet holes at least. The crew members spending days to weeks in recovery, one not recovering and dying as the last officially recognized American fatality of World War II. Now, in order to hide the fact that the war was still ongoing and the Americans had lost, on the 19th of August, all dominators were ordered destroyed and wiped from the records, the annals of American history. On September 8th of 1945, about a week after the surrender circus, quote-unquote, the so-called surrender, in which the Japanese turned over no samurai swords and the Americans waged peace under an illegal flag, rendering everything illegal and illegitimate, a circus ceremony. A week after that, on September 8th, 1945, all contracts for construction of B-32s were rescinded. The Army Air Corps decommissioned 116 aircraft left in arsenal immediately. These mostly went to Arkansas to be salvaged. 38 of them went to Kingman Army Airfield in Arizona to be completely destroyed. Not settled in the boneyard to be preserved outdoors in the desert, but destroyed. Only one single B-32 was interred on display at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. But before the war officially ended, which it did not end until 1952, that plane too was ordered scrapped, completely dismantled and destroyed circa 1949, to destroy all evidence that the last air battle of World War II, which resulted in the effect of shoot down of no less than 2 American bombers by Japanese fighter forces still swarming in droves, providing air cover the Americans said did not exist. To destroy all evidence thereof, that last plane was destroyed, and with it all recorded memory of the last battle in the skies of World War II, which the Americans lost just as they had lost the war. Now let's see what that motherfucker ripping me off makes of that. In the meantime, we go from that to Beirut today, where Lebanon's government has stepped down as the country comes to terms with the political fallout of last week's explosion in Beirut. In his resignation announcement, Prime Minister Hassan Diab called the explosion a disaster beyond measure and reprimanded Lebanon's political elite for creating an apparatus of corruption bigger than the state itself. 3 cabinet ministers and 7 members of parliament had already quit before Diab's own resignation. Diab himself had risen to power in December, just 12 months after a popular uprising brought down the previous government. Now, in addition to rebuilding parts of their capital city and facing economic and political crises, the Lebanese people will be tasked with choosing their third prime minister in less than a year. All this under the shadow of coronavirus. There have now been more than 20 million officially recognized cases of coronavirus worldwide, and at least 736,000 deaths that nation-states are willing to put on record. As the virus continues to spread like wildfire, experts say exploring the relationship between vaccines and asymptomatic carriers, that is, people who have the virus but are not affected, may be key to getting it under control at all. New research suggesting that people who got vaccines to prevent other ailments may be less likely to suffer from COVID-19. Meanwhile, Russia claims to have registered a vaccine, though the country has released no scientific data on its testing. The latest clinical trials from drug company Moderna in these United States suggest there be no chance of any vaccine sourcing from anyone by Election Day in November. And fall stands to be even less fun in these United States, since college football teams are debating postponing their seasons altogether over the virus. Honestly, I cannot emphasize this enough. This shouldn't even be in question. Cancel college. The fall semester is no longer a far-off proposition, and yet just weeks out from traditional start dates. A debate is still raging about whether colleges should even be holding in-person instruction at all. So there be arguments worth considering in this very tough back-to-school season. Mine would be, just cancel fucking college. Reopening will endanger the lives of students, staff, faculty, and those who live in the surrounding communities. The reopening plans largely overlook staff. Low-paid housekeepers and maintenance employees who can't work remotely are already on campus getting it ready for the fall amid fresh outbreaks among athletes and partying students. And when inevitable outbreaks do occur, you know goddamn well the fucking academies, the academic mafia, which treats education like it's a charity, yet runs it as a profit, they will try to blame students. But students won't be the main ones at fault. Students are not solely, or even primarily, responsible for keeping campuses safe. All these college kids are part of Generation C. That C is in coronavirus. The 2020 outbreak of which may derail their careers and financial futures. And a college degree doesn't necessarily even lead to a greater satisfaction in life. Honestly, I can't understand why people are even bothering to get them. Now I can go into all of these aspects of the situation at length, but why bother? You know my points, and a shout out to Sarah Shields, who has wished good night to Maria Grigorich, and I do hope that other people will begin participating in the chat room. I do want to know that people are listening, hearing, and always appreciate it when they start interacting in the chat room. Now, here's what you need to know in the here and now. The G7 meeting which was going to be held in June and then was moved to September, is now officially postponed until after the United States election. One of the nations that would appear at the G7 meeting, were it to be held at all, either videographically or, as they say, by, how do they say it? Teleportation, or what is it called again? Telecommute? Either way, that or in person, the United Kingdom was going to be there, though one really wonders why. The United Kingdom economy needs some addressing, or some emphatic diagnosis, or rather prognosis, which be poor. You see, the United Kingdom sank into a deep recession. Indeed, the United Kingdom has sunk into the worst recession of any major economy. The country's economic output shrank by 20.4% in the second quarter of 2020, marking the worst quarterly slump on record. Since the pandemic began, the United Kingdom has shed 730,000 jobs, and there be fears more layoffs will come when the government's furlough program ends in October. Wages also shrank, affecting living standards in turn. A reminder, the United Kingdom is still negotiating Brexit, which means it needs to get a trade deal done with the European Union by the end of the goddamn year. Yet its gross domestic product for the British Empire contracted for the second quarter in a row, this time by more than 20% for the first time since the financial crisis more than a decade agone, which precipitated deep cuts in government spending. Yet Chancellor Rishi Sunak said he sees promising signs of recovery. The looming specter of Brexit also means United Kingdom companies will soon have to weather additional costs to do business with international partners as well. All this will break the back of Britannia. Scotland and Northern Ireland will leave to remain in European Union. Wales will ultimately secede once it gets its head out of his ass, as will the Isle of Man, leaving Britain finally, well and truly alone as they propagandized throughout the early years of World War II. And, of course, in dire need to pull a miracle out of their ass, which I fear will lead to nuclear war. Remember, Britain is a nuclear power. What I predict is that when the Spanish, who are acting on behalf of the people of Gibraltar, who want to remain in Euro-fucking-Union, mind you, to the last, Gibraltar has begged Britannia to allow it to form a Hong Kong-style codominium, a codependency, a special economic zone where they remain in European Union, yet acknowledging British suzerainty. The British are saying no. The British are saying, hell no. There will be no negotiation, no compromise. The people of Gibraltar are appealing to Spain to be absorbed into the mainland, the opposite of the Hong Kong situation. The Spanish will likely oblige them at some point in the near future. And at that point, the British will go to war. Well, they'll have to, because the Spanish will obviously send in forces to secure their new garrison of Gibraltar. When the British respond and fall into war in Spain, they'll have no more greater luck than Napoleon Bonaparte or any other invader. The Spanish developed the very concept of guerrilla war. The very term guerrilla is a Spanish term for unconventional warfare. The only recourse the British will have will be a nuclear attack. Once the British have launched their nukes in tandem with the support of separatist Catalonia, the British will then, in their isolation, be forced to relocate their capital to Gibraltar, where they will be immediately in direct contact with the Mediterranean in the establishment of a third British Empire based in North Africa, on the fact that almost all of the sheikhs of all of the Arab sheikdoms are trained in Sandhurst for their military education. Just in area of London itself. As I said, the British can then coronate the Baron Rothschild as a king of a new Israel. Israel itself will likely be experiencing its own problems and civil war by that time, caused ultimately by the repercussions by what started in Beirut. This may sound unbelievable from now, but mark my words, this is pretty much how it's going to play out. In terms of immigration, the Trump administration is considering new ways to restrict entry at the U.S.-Mexico border, citing coronavirus concerns of all things. This could include blocking some United States citizens and lawful permanent residents from re-entry. The Trump misadministration has taken several steps to seal off the border since the pandemic began, including instituting new laws to swiftly remove migrants attempting to cross it. The immigration process is being hit hard by the pandemic as well. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the federal agency responsible for granting citizenship, may have to furlough 2/3 of its workforce by the end of the month because of stalled stimulus negotiations. If that happens, the immigration process would likely grind to a total halt. President Trump is trying to go it alone on providing economic relief in the pandemic, but it's unclear whether his approach be legal or even feasible. Let's turn towards coronavirus relief confusion. As the United States surpasses 5 million officially confirmed coronavirus cases, by far the highest of any country on earth, and its economy remains in a deep slump, with more than 31 million Americans still receiving jobless benefits, many more applying. There's still much confusion on what the national plan for economic relief even is. After the breakdown of talks on Capitol Hill to reach a bipartisan deal, President Trump said he was bypassing Congress and taking unilateral action to provide financial relief to Americans struggling during the coronavirus crisis. Despite uncertainty about his legal authority to even do so, the stated goals of his 4 executive orders, no doubt modeled on Franklin Roosevelt's 4 freedoms, signed at his New Jersey Golf Club, mind you, be to defer some employees' payroll taxes, continue a temporary ban on evictions, reduce the burden of student loans, and extend federal unemployment benefits at $400 United States dollars a week. That's $200 United States dollars less than the recently expired weekly benefit Congress approved as part of its coronavirus relief package earlier this year. But the rub is that states would be required to pay 100 United States dollars of that 400 US dollars, and some have already said they don't have the fucking money. On Sunday, while I was, well, prior my transmission, that very day, closing that weekend last, Trump's senior aides struggled to explain the envisioned mechanisms for carrying out the president's wishes, at times contradicting one another. And Democrats suggested that Trump's attempts to unilaterally chart spending and tax policy, normally the purview of Congress, might well fall apart on their own. Politically speaking, Trump's moves offer more evidence of how he is losing political influence in Washington and facing the early onset of lame duck status as Republican leaders in Congress increasingly appear willing to defy or even rebuff him. So let me try to articulate the realities of Trump's jobless benefits order. Set aside, just for a moment, the question of whether President Trump's effort to unilaterally order new coronavirus relief is even legal. Yes, there's plenty to chew on about whether he can or cannot do sans action by Congress. But for now, consider whether a key part of his proposal, the states using existing pandemic assistance to boost jobless benefits, is even doable. A pretty good case can be made in mine own Golden, California, and elsewhere. That train has already left the station. Trump says the states have the money, don't they? Or, well, Trump says the states have the money, but do they? The president's unilateral action Saturday of this last weekend included a variety of proposals he insisted would help struggling Americans, while his administration continues to spar with congressional Democrats over more comprehensive efforts. Trump insisted that an executive order he signed at his private New Jersey golf club would provide up to 400 United States dollars a week for those with unemployment claims as of the 1st of August, the date on which the earlier emergency relief program, which provided an additional 600 United States dollars a week, expired. 1/4 of the new 400 US dollars per week benefit, Trump's order says, would be paid by the states. You know, like the Mexicans paying for the wall. And Trump insisted states should simply dip into Coronavirus Aid, Relief and Economic Security Act. In other words, CARES, the CARES Act, dollars provided earlier this spring. With Trump so telling reporters this last Saturday, the states have the money! It's just sitting there! Before we get to mine own Golden, California, one of the largest economies in the world, where did Trump's assertion even come from? Trump's executive order cites data compiled by the Treasury Department, showing that 80 billion United States dollars of the 150 United States dollars, well, billion United States dollars, 80 billion of the 150 billion US dollars in the CARES Act sent to the states remains available for spending per data compiled by the Treasury Department that Trump is citing. That's down slightly from a state-by-state tally as of late June. But here's the thing. The 150 billion United States dollars represents what was sent to states and big cities and counties combined, not just to state capitals. And even then, some local and state governments have spent essentially all of it. Which means there be no balanced or fair way to repurpose any of it for enhanced unemployment benefits. Donald Trump's recent executive orders are of dubious legality and, even if enacted, will not substantially help unemployed Americans or the economy as a whole. In other words, as our man Daniel Arola would say, basically, Trump's latest executive orders be naught but a political stunt. On Saturday evening, the Washington Post published a very long article under the headline, "The Lost Days of Summer: How Trump Fell Short in Containing the Virus." To anybody who has been sentient for the past half year, the narrative it presented was alarmingly familiar. One bothers why they related it. We should all be familiar enough with it to know it by heart. Essentially, that narrative being that the president, well, to quote us the article itself, the president has been focused first and foremost on his re-election chances and reacting to the daily or hourly news cycles as opposed to making long-term strategy with Mark Meadows, that's the White House Chief of Staff, and other senior aides indulging his impulses rather than striving to impose discipline. Well, as if to reinforce these very points, Trump himself he had held a press conference at his golf course in New Jersey just hours before the article itself was even published. Interrupting his latest weekend on the links, he signed 4 executive orders related to the coronavirus economy, which he said would extend unemployment benefits, provide American workers with a payroll tax holiday, and protect renters who are struggling to meet their payments. Trump and his staff presented the issuance of the orders as a way to break through the deadlock on Capitol Hill itself, where negotiators from the 12 major parties are struggling to agree on a new spending bill. The executive orders, as Trump described it, will take care of pretty much this entire situation. I mean, I myself wish it were so. Even by Trump's standards, however, that was a ludicrous, meaning a laughably ridiculous claim. Again, setting aside the legal issue of whether he has the authority to enact the measures he announced, it be quite clear that they won't provide any lasting solution to any of the problems that they were supposedly meant to address. Like so many of the unilateral actions that Trump has taken over the past 3.5 years, the orders were designed to garner some headlines and give him a short-term political boost. So far, their main substantive impact has been to create confusion among those likely to be affected. The big human issue at stake in the talks on Capitol Hill is the need for Americans of all regions, races, and income groups to get through a pandemic that they did nothing to bring about themselves. In economic terms, the point of the spending bill is to prevent another downward spiral as cash-strapped households and businesses are forced to slash their spending simultaneously because of the expiration of 12 key support programs that Congress introduced back in March, a $600 supplement to weekly unemployment benefits, and the Paycheck Protection Program, under which the federal government has provided forgivable loans to more than 5 million small businesses and not-for-profit organizations, NPOs. The expanded unemployment benefits lapsed at the end of July, and the final deadline for applications of the 3P or Triple P program, PPP, was Saturday. Trump's executive orders don't address the PPP at all, and they only provide us for a partial and temporary extension of the supplements to jobless benefits. The White House said that it would divert 44 billion United States dollars from the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Disaster Relief Fund, which is usually devoted to things like hurricane recovery, and we've got plenty of hurricanes coming. And with this money, instead provide a monthly supplement of 300 United States dollars to jobless benefits. As part of this proposal, the White House also called on the states, which administer the benefits system, to contribute another $100 to the supplement, making the total amount 400 United States dollars. Now, any number of state officials immediately dismissed this proposal as completely unworkable. Governor Cuomo of New York said that it was simply an impossibility. But even if the plan could be put into practice, it would still subject about 30 million jobless people to a substantial cut to their incomes. And according to some estimates, the FEMA money would last only about a month. Then Congress would have to step in yet again. The payroll tax order also demands inspection. Starting on September 1st, it directs the Treasury Department to allow its employers to defer payment of the employee portion of the Social Security tax for workers who earn less than $4,000 every 14 nights or 12 weeks. But the deferred taxes will still eventually come as due, and they will have to be paid. No White House can unilaterally abrogate tax liabilities that Congress has enacted. So for the order to have a meaningful effect, an analysis from the economics team at Goldman Sachs so noted that employees would need to be confident that Congress would eventually pass a tax cut to forgive the deferred tax liabilities. If not, workers, or possibly their employers, would face a substantial tax bill in 2021 and might either voluntarily withhold extra taxes or save the extra pay in order to cover the expected tax bill. The third element of the package Trump announced also fell well short of its billing. As part of the CARES Act, Congress introduced a 120-day moratorium on evictions of renters who live in buildings that have a mortgage guaranteed by the federal government. Democrats have called for this moratorium to be expanded to a year and extended to all renters everywhere nationwide. The Trump executive order doesn't even extend the existing moratorium, which covers only about a third of renters as it stands. Instead, Trump merely directs the Treasury and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the HUD, the infamous HUD, to identify funds that could be used to help people who are struggling to meet their rent, and instructs the HUD to promote the ability of renters and homeowners to avoid eviction or foreclosure. So taken as a whole, it's quite clear that these executive orders would not provide adequate support for the people they were supposedly designed to help. They also fall woefully short of providing the level of support that the economy needs. Through year's end, consulting an analysis by Goldman Sachs, these policies through the election look likely to provide something like 200 billion United States dollars in fiscal relief, through the election and beyond to the end of the year. That's but a fraction of the 1.5 trillion United States dollars that independent economists have concluded is the minimum sum necessary to prevent a further downturn, meaning a total collapse of our economy. Trump's economic advisors noticed all of this, of course, although that didn't prevent two of them, Larry Kudlow and Peter Navarro, from going on the Sunday morning talk shows and defending his actions. Far from being a serious effort to prop up the economy and to help the tens of millions of Americans whose livelihoods the virus has upended, the executive orders are essentially a political ploy, and the Trump campaign is already trying to exploit it. Indeed, on Sunday, it sent a fundraising text message to Trump supporters, the cultists. It read, it was basically a Trump tweet, and I'll shout the parts that are in the uppercase. I signed 4 exec orders to help the American people. What did the swamp do? Nothing! Show them where you stand! Act now for 5 times match! So let's go back to my California. The Golden Bear Republic where the cash was handed out weeks agone. So, returning home to my Golden State, California received a total of 15.3 billion United States dollars in CARES Act assistance in the spring. Of that amount, 5.8 billion US dollars went directly to the state's most populous counties and cities, while the remaining 9.5 billion was left to Governor Gavin Newsom and lawmakers to dole out as needed. That happened weeks ago, so it's not as though state officials in Sacramento are sitting on a pile of federal cash. The state budget signed by Gavin Newsom in June awards the largest portion of the state's share to K-12 schools in need of help to offset the costs of distance learning during the COVID-19 crisis. Other slices were allocated to efforts for homeless relief and to smaller California communities. At best, and it would take some legislative maneuvering, only about 2.6 billion US dollars of the state's CARES Act allotment could be used for some kind of new purpose, even though that would mean some other sources of funds would have to exist to help cover coronavirus costs related to helping vulnerable populations and public safety. Still, the president's proposal just doesn't hold any water. In mine own state-nation, in disambiguation from a nation-state, it as the United States in union, all 50 states in union are a nation-state. California itself is a state-nation, like Texas, the former republic. And here, where this year's budget may be balanced, but next year's could be as much as 8.7 billion United States dollars in the red, there be no obvious source of funding for the state, my state, to pay 100 US dollars of Trump's 400 US dollars per week unemployment benefit. With our governor, Gavin Newsom, tweeting Sunday with a link to an Associated Press story about Trump's effort that this is absurd. Americans need real help, not false promises. And the cost? By coincidence, the Independent Legislative Analyst's Office ran the numbers in April for what a California unemployment subsidy of 100 US dollars per week would cost. In the analyst's own words, which I shall read to you verbatim, but a single sentence, in conclusion, we estimate that this option would cost roughly 1 billion United States dollars per month. Ooh. Oh my fucking God. I'm assuming you intuitively know that's just too much. That brings us to the political and legal issues. It's worth noting that the president seemed to be relying on a different bucket of already allocated coronavirus aid for the proposed jobless benefits in his executive order. And regardless, there are already legal questions about his effort, given that the power to collect taxes, spend money, and write laws rests with Congress, not the office of the executive. The Trump administration and Democratic leaders took to the airwaves on Sunday to blame each other for the impasse on Capitol Hill over a new coronavirus relief package. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a Democrat from my known Golden Gated San Francisco, denounced the orders unveiled by Trump on Saturday as, in her own words, meager, weak, and unconstitutional. Now, let's take a look at the gender effect. In her new book, entitled Well, that's the title of her new book. Entitled! As in the sense of entitlement that white people have. White folks, be entitled. The philosopheress, Kate Mann, speaketh to a moment the coronaviral pandemic moment. We all be in like flies in amber. The moment that never seems to end, the never-ending moment, to that which she could never have foreseen before. The fact that in the gendered economy, women are perpetual debtors. Women makest up nearly 9 in 10 nurses, more than 8 in 10 home health aides, and more than 2/3 of grocery store cashieresses. In other words, they perform the lion's share of the vital care that we now call essential work. At the same time, since the start of the coronavirus pandemic, women have been laid off at an outsized rate, a reflection of their concentration within the country's lowest compensated, least secure jobs, and have been forced to reduce their paid hours to look after children at nearly twice the rate of their male partners. As the kinds of labor that sustain life have grown deadlier, women have taken on more of the risk. As paid work and the time to perform it become scarcer resources, men are retaining the better part of both. So, what conclusions can we draw from the gendered dimensions of the current crisis? Now, Kate Mann's, her surname spelled M-A-N-N-E, her work, which be titled, entitled, and subtitled, How Male Privilege Hurts Woman, presents a paradigm that maps neatly onto life in lockdown. Now, the Madame Mann, M-A-N-N-E, a professores of philosophy at Cornell, where old Joe graduated from. Husband of Lena Shea. Argues that women are expected to give traditionally feminine goods, including physical and emotional care, and to refrain from taking traditionally masculine goods, such as power and authority. These assumptions result in a society in which men are tacitly deemed entitled to much of what life has to offer, while women be perpetual debtors, their very humanity owed unto others. And once again, Mann's work, an ironically named philosopheress, her surname for a female, speaking to gender issues, being the German word for man, M-A-N-N-E. Mann's work is speaking to a moment that she could never have foreseen in all of her philosophizing. Her first book, entitled Down Girl, or, well, it's subtitled The Logic of Misogyny, or The Hatred of Woman, id est gynophobia, was released into the gathering storm of the hashtag #MeToo movement in November of 2017. It was uncanny timing, and the intuitive explanatory power of Mann's argument attracted a broad, enthusiastic following to a demanding academic work. Madame Mann proposed that misogyny should be understood as the law enforcement branch of a patriarchal order, a system of punishment that swings into action whenever women violate the rules. Sexism, by contrast, be the set of ideas that justifies, or rather rationalizes, the power which men hold, because nothing could ever justify it, since they've proven themselves totally corrupt and entirely incompetent. So in the book Down Girl, which I recommend highly for any woman to read. The Modern Mon writes, and I'll read what I consider to be the core sentence of that work. Sexism wears a lab coat. Misogyny goes on witch hunts. Sexism has a theory. Misogyny wields a cudgel. In her book entitled, Man turns her attention to the gendered economy that these forces defend. If sexism is a scientist, rather a mad scientist, and misogyny is a cop, a real bad cop, then the system of entitlements is a suite of financiers forever seeking ways to profit off someone else's debt. Man applies her theory to a litany of lopsided situations, sorting them into one of three scenarios. First, how woman can be punished for failing to provide sex, love, admiration, or anything else that the dominant sex considers its due. And here, by my reading, the Modern Man points to mass murderers, or rather mass murders, perpetrated by incels, the involuntary celibates, who kill in protest of perceived rejection by the female half of their species, whom they've always dehumanized into a subspecies at any rate. Secondly, how women struggle to claim to masculine-coded powers and privileges, how they struggle to lay us claim to such, the presidency being one prominent example thereof, and tertiarily, third, how women may be denied the feminine-coded forms of care, such as attention to their pain, that they be expected to supply, but never to demand. Man first posited this slanted system of goods and services in her work entitled Down Girl, and her arguments in the book entitled. Her first book, for a general audience, by my assessment, may be at times, well, it may at times feel overly familiar to readers already acquainted with her work. In some cases, the new book remedies the other's omissions, especially by considering transmisogyny and misogynoir, the interlocking systems of oppression that affect trans woman and black woman, respectively. So transmisogyny is the phobia, the hatred, the fear and hatred of black and loathing of trans women, men who have become women. And misogynoir, noir meaning black, miso meaning hatred, guy meaning female, hatred of female blacks. Misogynoir is the fear, loathing, and hatred of black women. And so Man illustrates her ideas of these new phobias by definition, or rather old phobias finally being defined, with recent headlines and cultural touchstones, traveling smoothly from the Brett Kavanaugh hearings to the sentencing of Brock Turner, from the movie Gaslight to the short story entitled Cat Person. Man examines these stories in order to reveal what male entitlement costs woman and non-binary people, meaning people who don't identify as either gender, and how we might begin to resist its demands, even as the invisible matrix of male power shapes every imaginable interaction. Man argues, quite compellingly, by my studied analysis, that our cultural scripts award outsized ethical importance to men's most passing desires. And this, in and of itself, helps to explain the pains that women take to avoid wounding men's pride, whether by declining to speak up about topics they have expertise in, or by consenting to sex because it seems rude to refuse. Sometimes the system of entitlements is encoded in law, or reflected in its enforcement. In her writing about the depressingly durable fact that only a tiny fraction of rape cases ever goes to trial, and that hundreds of thousands of rape kits sit untested in police labs all over the country for decades, Mann argues that we regard certain men as entitled to take his sex from certain women. She cites Brett Kavanaugh, now a Supreme Court judge, and Donald Trump, who now is unfortunately our president, as evidence that the most powerful of powerful men be deemed sexually entitled to have virtually anyone with minimal repercussion. The least powerful woman, or the most powerless females, suffer a painful extension of this anti-logic. For girls and women who are marginalized in multiple ways, in being black, trans, or disabled, among other possibilities, the proportion of men who may rape them with impunity tends to be so large as to render their rape kit not even worth testing. And so, Mann suggests by her writing that the ultimate male entitlement, the one on which all the others rest, is the right to be right, both epistemically and morally. When a man views truth and authority as his property, a woman who contradicts him becometh an usurper. This explaineth why men who silence women, whether through internet trolling and cyber terrorism, or violent physical abuse and physical terrorism, are liable to see themselves as their victims' victims, and to feel justified in inflicting even deadly harm. The mirror image of men's self-pity is himpathy, a term that the Madame Mann first coined in her work entitled Down Girl, to describe the sympathy shown to boys and men who commit acts of misogyny. So the Madame Mann's concept of entitlement is both versatile and useful. Like the theory of gravity, it has equal power in explaining phenomenon, both big and small. Phenomena, I mean to say, in the plurality. But if men be bloated Jupiters, drawing everything towards themselves with the gravity of their fat bodies, the question becomes how women can resist the pull. The Madame Mann's answer is that we should be more entitling towards women, and that all women should simply be more entitled when possible. So she writes that entitlement is not a dirty word. Entitlements can be genuine, valid, and justified. This is far from a complete solution, as the authoress Madame Mann herself acknowledges, partly because it's frequently not even feasible or safe for women and non-binary people to claim their due. What's more, the women best positioned to act from a sense of entitlement are rarely those who suffer most from its lack. In a chapter about medical care, Mann describes how women in general, and black women in particular, are often treated with skepticism in hospitals. Their pain misdiagnosed as malingering or even hysteria. This testimonial quieting, which be the philosopheress Christy Dotson's term for cases in which an audience fails to identify a speaker as a knower, has no case-by-case remedy. Black women have little recourse when doctors refuse to judge them as authorities on their own bodies, or fail to see them as even deserving of care. Ultimately, the Madame Mann writes that learning what one is entitled to is, or at least should be, inextricably connected with learning what one owes unto others. So the most important entitlements can be claimed only collectively, by pressing for new laws and new policies. In a review of the work entitled Down Girl, published circa 2017, the writer Moira Wiegel expressed a wish that the Madame Mann would engage with leftist feminist thinking, which argues that the way to change a society defined by asymmetrical giving is through such mechanisms as family leave, child care, health care, care for the elderly, and equal wages. Society can refuse to provide its essential services by compelling women to offer them free of charge. The pandemic has made this especially evident. In the absence of schools, women across the socioeconomic spectrum have sacrificed work to tend to homebound children. Businesswomen have turned down new clients. Academics have stopped writing. And working-class women with no one to watch over their children oftentimes can't even leave home at all to go to work. In other words, they cannot work at all. Unless work itself evolves to allow them to work from home, which most times it doesn't. They just hire a man to take their place. Now that a catastrophic summer has guaranteed continued school closures, wealthy families are hiring private tutors, are signing up to pay $25,000 for pod schools. Only the most fortunate of women even have a hope of evading the crushing obligations that a society built on entitlement seeks to impose upon them. So the doctorous man's argument explaineth our predicament as a species, particularly the predicament of the better half of this species, the female half, but offers little help in imagining a way out of it. Frustratingly, her consideration of caregiving is largely confined to professional women, whom she encourages to expect more of their shiftless co-parents. That suggestion feels far from adequate in an anti-culture, a prison rape anti-culture, that has abdicated the responsibility to care for its people. In a world in which woman's labor was not taken for granted, not only would husbands split the second shift with their wives, but everyone would have access to decent health care, child care, and care for the elderly. And the workers who provided it would cease to be among the nation's most underpaid. Those larger changes would require the creation of a political coalition that could bring together women with widely varying levels of what the doctorous man herself calls valid entitlement. It would be interesting to see the doctorous man make us room in her analysis for the ways that women who already possess some power and privilege might begin to use it on others' behalf. But they would need to have an economic philosophy, an economic theory. We know that communism, collectivism, and capitalism, which be monopolism, don't work. That means we need to turn to natural capital, which itself has an unbalanced account. Natural capital is the true wealth of nations. This is where I bring the solution through a paradigmatic matrix in which solutions can be found. The by now ancient philosopher Adam Smith, in his iconic economic treatise entitled The Wealth of Nations, never mentions the words natural capital. Instead, he neatly divides the world into two kinds of capital not consumed by the economy: physical capital, machines and factories, and human capital, skills, expertise, and knowledge. But even Adam Smith grasped that nature, as the source of our shelter and sustenance, held the key to human prosperity. Today, 7.8 billion human beings are now consuming more energy and resources than Adam Smith may ever have even imagined, leading economists to dust off the concept of natural capital and put it in terms the rest of us can understand. Natural capital being the dollar value of the services nature provides, from clean, potable, that means drinkable water, to breathable air, which altogether be worth more than 160 trillion United States dollars every year. Thinkest of that like free interest from nature's bank account, only we're quickly depleting the principal and running a very deep deficit. Now an entire field of economics and ecology is springing up to define, map, and track the world's declining stock of natural capital. If they can convince us to value it more, we may just avoid bankruptcy after all. So let's buy in. To help you get in the natural capital mindset, I've put together a playlist, so to speak, directly made by nature itself. Well, it's by the digits, so I filtered it for you. 2.3 hectares would be the amount of biologically productive space, arable land, pasture, forest, and ocean, available to each person on the planet circa 1997, when I was still involved enough with the Department of Defense through connections where I had the data freely available to actually calculate that. 1.2 hectares would be the amount left per person once the world population reaches 10.9 billion people by 2100 of our communal calendrical era. 4.2 hectares would be the amount of space the average citizen occupies through their annual consumption of goods and services, mostly in developed nations. Now, 10,000 square meters. Oh, I forget. I keep thinking in metric, which we actually used in the Marine Corps. In your outmoded, crazy king's measurement, created by some goddamn English king based on the measurement of his own goddamn feet, that would be about 12,000 square yards would equal a single hectare, okay? You're welcome. And as I said, 2.3 of those would be the amount of biologically productive space available each person back in 1997 when I was able to measure such via available data. 1.2 hectares being what we're going to have by the end of the century per each person on Earth of arable land, pasture, forest, and ocean. And 4.2 hectares being the amount of space that the average citizen occupies through their annual consumption of goods and services in developed nations. Now, moving away from the hectares as our unit of measurement of 12,000 square yards each, 5 to 23 trillion United States dollars would be the value of services sacrificed per year from habitat loss and environmental degradation. 1.7 would be the number of planet Earths that it takes to sustain today's global level of consumption of natural capital. In other words, it takes well more than half of another clone of planet Earth to sustain what we're taking now. So we're killing our planet, Mother Earth on whose bosom all we dwell, and thereby killing ourselves. A truly auto-destructive species hell-bent on mass suicide and self-extinction. Which is why we're going to have to populate other planets in our solar system before we even move out into the stars. Now, 86% would be the share of countries living beyond their natural means, thereby generating an ecological deficit. 5.7 billion United States dollars would be the annual contribution of the Great Barrier Reef to the Australian economy each and every single year. Why the Australians be so fucking insane as to not guard and renew that reef with their very lives. I know there's some Australians who are trying. Meanwhile, the continent on which they live on land has effectively been cleansed of all ability to support life by the Great Australian Fires. Now, if I were to explain everything like you're 5 fucking years old, which the overwhelming majority of Americans are by their ability to think at all, I'd have to start with a vocabulary lesson. From Karl Marx to John Maynard Keynes, economic thinkers have conceived of capital as productive stuff, factories, machines, and humans' capacity to do something with it via the skills, knowledge, and expertise. While these inputs may provide us a flow of goods and services well into the future, it largely ignores the source on which it all depends: nature itself. Circa 1973, E.F. Schumacher first proposed the term natural capital in his book entitled Small is Beautiful, to describe soil, air, water, animals, plants, and the ecosystem services that make human life possible, like a trust fund, where humans and wildlife be the beneficiaries thereof. After nearly a century living with gross domestic product, the GDP, as the central measure of national wealth, economists are asking, finally, whether we're measuring wealth all wrong. If we buy economic growth at the expense of poisonous air and lifeless oceans, are we really any richer? No, we're much the poorer. And we're going to die. New measures of wealth have thereby emerged by force of circumstances. From the ISW, in place of the GDP, or the Index of Sustainable Welfare, to the United Nations Inclusive Wealth Report, to Genuine Progress Indicator, the GPI. These note that while GDP has risen significantly, destruction of natural capital means we're more impoverished than we have ever even imagined. That brings us to the million-dollar question. What is the value of Earth's natural capital? It's hard to put a value on something as priceless as nature, as any critic would reasonably argue. But nevertheless, economists must try. Now, in 2011, when my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Zujinlin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, Nature magazine published an article by Robert Costanza and his co-authors that estimated the value of the services natural capital provided as at least 160 trillion United States dollars as adjusted for inflation. 3 times higher than just a few decades earlier. But losses are mounting all the time. Each and every single year, environmental degradation and habitat loss have reduced the value of that stream of natural capital inflow by 5 to 23 trillion United States dollars annually. Beyond money, there's another way to think about natural capital, our ecological footprint. By calculating how much natural capital we consume each year and the ecosystems needed to maintain it, we see how much we're pulling from nature's bank account. Humanity now needs the equivalent of 1.7 Earths to sustain today's global level of consumption, according to the New Economics Foundation that I sourced, and that number keeps getting larger. It's derived by dividing humanity's total demand for ecological resources by how much of those resources the planet generates each year. While not a perfect number, there's uncertainty in the methodology for calculating ecosystem degradation. The trend is unmistakable. Now, for a completely unfun fact, mark your calendars, but do it in pencil. The symbolic day of the year when humanity overshoots the Earth's carrying capacity is creeping steadily earlier. In 1970, Earth Overshoot Day was in late December. This year, it's this month, the 22nd day of August. To take into account all of 2020's weirdness, this year's calculation was a little different and a little less grim, but that doesn't mean you should celebrate. We're on track to make us up for it and then some. Yay, humans. Okay, to try and put this into chronological perspective for you so you can even begin to understand what the fuck I'm talking about, that brings us back to my specialty. A brief history. Circa 1776, the same year which was the foundation of the Bavarian Illuminati, which would ultimately evolve into my biological father's Schutzstaffel, Secret Service, or SS, under Heinrich Himmler, the consecrated knights, the vanguards of National Socialism. That same year that the United States was declared born as a republic through the Declaration of Independence, the Freemasons being the nemesis and archenemy of the Bavarian Illuminati, the Freemasons being on the side of evil, and the destruction of both Europe and the Church, which was essentially the fountainhead, or at least the preserver of European civilization for 1,000 years. Whatever you may say about the horrors the Church has descended or degenerated into now, the fact remains that sans the Church there would have been no preservation of the knowledge of the ancient Greeks and Romans that would have made the Renaissance possible. That knowledge being stored in the monasteries and churches of Roman Catholicism after the fall of Byzantine Orthodox Constantinople, the fall of the First Christendom. And so, in that incredible year of 1776, when the shots were fired that were heard around the world, or the year before that, 1775 rather, 1776 being the war in full swing, ongoing. That would be the longest war in America's history, the American Revolutionary War of Independence, until the Second World War. They was the longest war in American history. The Second World War still ongoing against the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Yes, that year, in which Adam Weishaupt founded the Bavarian Illuminati and the Freemasons founded the United States. was when Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, connecting agriculture with an early concept of natural capital. Circa 1937, Simon Kuznets, an economist at the National Bureau of Economic Research, formulated gross domestic product, or GDP, for the first time, natural capital being completely unmentioned, with dire, horrifying results: global burning, ultimately to come from ignoring Mother Nature. Circa 1970, human consumption began to surpass Earth's capacity to regenerate resources at all, according to the Global Footprint Network, which identifies that day, that year, when humans began to overshoot Earth's biocapacity as December 29th. 3 years later, circa 1973, the economist E.F. Schumacher proposed the term natural capital in his book entitled Small is Beautiful to demonstrate how modern economists erroneously treat the depletion of natural capital stocks as income. Circa 1989, the economist, or the ecological economist, Herman Daly, and the theologian, John Cobb, developed the Index of Sustainable Economic Welfare, the ISEW. The Index of Sustainable Economic Welfare being a metric of welfare that includes natural capital. It forms the basis for the GPI, or the Genuine Progress Indicator, which assesses 26 variables related to economic, social, and environmental progress. Circa 1995, Maryland, the state of Maryland, adopted the GPI, and Vermont followed suit circa 2012. Circa 2006, the Communist Chinese Empire created the Green GDP Index for national economic output considering environmental factors. Accounting for environmental damage would have reduced China's GDP, the strictly material measure we've all been using for all too long, by 3%, circa 2004. By 2012, when a bunch of idiots thought the world was going to end, 43 institutions, including the International Finance Corporation, the private arm of the World Bank, urged companies to reveal their dependence on natural capital and the damage they do it in their annual statements. 10 African countries make the Gaborone Declaration for Sustainability that year, we all thought was the end of the Mayan calendar, pledging then to incorporate the value of natural capital into their policies and decision-making. By 2016, the Natural Capital Protocol was released for businesses to identify, measure, and value their direct and indirect impacts and dependencies on natural capital. Now, in quotation from the book entitled Natural Capitalism, subtitled Creating the Next Industrial Revolution, as authored and edited by Paul Hawken, Amory Lovins, and Hunter Lovins, the husband and wife team working with the editor, and published circa 1999, that book, Natural Capitalism, Creating the Next Industrial Revolution. From there I quote verbatim, "Industrial capitalism does not fully conform to its own accounting principles. It liquidates its capital and calls it income. It neglects to assign any value to the largest stocks of capital and employs the natural resources and living systems, as well as the social and cultural systems that be the basis of human capital. Now, to transition into the next half of our arc of narrative, on which we shall conclude tonight's transmission ultimately, once we reach the end thereof. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book yet to be published and scenes from his film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell Tucson, 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 put the word "the" in front of it, or telephone the Baron Ben Estenius himself to personally guide your tour, reaching him at 1-520/323-3406. Again, that's 1520-323-3406. Now, in terms of Ben Estenius, he started a Man of the Soil YouTube channel. So look up Man of the Soil on YouTube, and I direct your attention in particular to aerial drone footage of backyards he's been working on, where his landscaping has been taken to a new level of, landscape management art. In the meantime, this bleak assessment of where things stand across this nation, Scott Gottlieb, a former FDA, or Food and Drug Administration Commissioner, predicted on CBS that by the end of this year, American deaths will be somewhere between 200,000 and 300,000. The most important public health institutions in America have essentially been hijacked by Donald Trump, who himself detests all science and expertise equally. So that brings us to Trump's unprecedented attacks on our public health system. I mean, how worried should we be that the President of these United States, recently described as very impressive, a woman who claims that doctors make us medicine using DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, from aliens, or that he show us no sign of recognizing the magnitude of the COVID-19 pandemic at all. It's simply not possible to worry too much in this time, in this space. Donald Trump, when a reporter asked him why he would retweet the claims of Stella Emanuel, a Houston pediatrician with a long history of bizarre statements about medicine and human sexuality, his response was, "I thought her voice was an important voice." Stella Emanuel also shares Trump's unfounded enthusiasm for hydroxychloroquine. Said drug has been repeatedly discredited as a treatment of COVID-19. Yet Stella Emanuel insists that it is, quote-unquote, a cure. It's tempting to write off this episode purely as evidence of Trump's complete and total disrespect for all science. But the problem it represents is much larger. It be the clearest sign yet that the political interests and personal whims have eclipsed the rigor of some of our most important scientific institutions. 20 years ago, when observing the situation in South Africa, having been to Africa myself in the past, I could understand from first-hand experience what happens when a national leader forces his people to subsist on lies and magic. From the year 2000, the first year opening the third millennium of our Christian calendar, through to half a decade anon, 2005, according to a definitive study by researchers at the Harvard School of Public Health, Thabo Mbeki, the president of South Africa, post-apartheid, let as many as 330,000 of his fellow citizens die, and 35,000 babies were allowed to be born pre-infected with the human immunodeficiency viral syndrome, HIV, by refusing to permit the country's health service to treat AIDS with antiretroviral drugs. Mbeki and his health minister, Monto Shabalala Msima, insisted that antiviral medicine was the product of a plot by Western pharmaceutical companies to kill black Africans. The Harvard study concluded that the drugs were withheld largely because of Mbeki's well-known refusal to initially accept that AIDS is even caused by a virus, HIV. No single national leader would have been able to prevent the coronavirus pandemic. But Trump's denialism and hostility toward public health officials has greatly increased America's share of death and suffering. On Fox and Friends today, Trump said that the virus is spreading in a relatively small portion of our country and that children are frequently immune. Both statements are completely false. And as he has done many times before, Trump declared at a briefing that the pandemic would just go away. Trump has had one consistent response to the pandemic. He attacks leading experts when they attempt to tell the truth. Last week, when Deborah Birx, the coordinator of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, characterized the epidemic as extraordinarily widespread, Trump tweeted that she was pathetic. Earlier this year, when Anthony Fauci, our nation's leading infectious disease expert, was asked at a briefing to discuss his view on hydroxychloroquine, Trump prevented him from answering at all. The president's refusal either to lead or to recognize the leadership of others has made it impossible to develop any national plan to combat this virus. Sans any such plan, the American empire has been subjected to a giant game of viral roulette. With no coherent system of rapid testing, contact tracing, it's all but useless. With no coherent system of rapid tests. Since we have neither a vaccine nor any general therapy, tests and tracing offer the only near-term hope of controlling this pandemic. The states have largely been left to fend for themselves. Why, but yesterday, last week, 7 governors, Republicans and Democrats, formed their own testing coalition. Today, Fauci was asked if these United States had the worst COVID-19 outbreak. And he responded, it is quantitatively, if you look at it. I mean, the numbers don't lie. Trump is asked similar questions nearly every goddamn day. And although the numbers may not lie, the president does. And as he put it in a recent tweet, "You will never hear this on the fake news concerning the China virus, but by comparison to most other countries who are suffering greatly, we're doing really well. Very well." No amount of statistical massaging could ever make that statement true. This war on reality itself has deeply injured America's public health service, its public health system. Trump is asked similar questions nearly every fucking day. And although the numbers may not lie, the president does so. And as he put it in a recent tweet, "We're doing great! We're doing fabulous!" Now in March, under relentless pressure from Donald Trump and his trade advisor, Peter Navarro, who himself has no medical training whatsoever, the Food and Drug Administration issued an emergency use authorization for hydroxychloroquine. That allowed doctors to administer the drug to patients who were severely ill, but it was not an approval of the drug for general use. As Janet Woodcock, who runs the FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, put it in an interview with Stat, she be quoted as saying, "We simply said it's possible from the in vitro data that this may have a beneficial effect and the benefits may outweigh the risks." I like the way she's totally uncertain about that. Few people understood that distinction. And goaded on by the president himself, few listened to those who urged any caution. Trump announced on national television that hydroxychloroquine would be a game changer. Well, of course it wasn't. And former FDA officials were astonished by the rush into action. Now, Margaret A. Hamburg at the time did say, "I understand the desire to find hope, but we need more evidence than is currently available before we encourage widespread use." She herself served as the FDA, or the Food and Drug Administration, Commissioneress for 6 years under Barack Obama. Now in June, when the drug's ineffectiveness had become completely apparent. The FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, revoked the EUA. It was a remarkable retreat. While it was reassuring that the agency finally made a decision based on data, the drug should not have been released for this use in the first. But when politics take as precedence, facts no longer matter. Rick A. Bright, one of the nation's experts on pandemic preparedness, and himself the chief of BARDA, B-A-R-D-A, acronymous for the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, had objected to the use of the drug and tried to stop it. He was fired. As the New York Times reported on Monday, Stephen Hahn, the current FDA commissioner, is not allowed to speak to the press unless Michael Caputo, an assistant secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, or another official, is also on the line. Caputo has long been associated with Trump, once serving as his driver. So, he's acting now like an enforcer for the mob boss. We have recently witnessed an even more pernicious example of an American scientific colossus bowing to Trump's ignorance. In May, the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, issued stringent guidelines to determine when and if schools should reopen this fall. Trump has insisted, against all scientific advice, that all schools must be open. He's so tweeting, "I disagree with the CDC gov on their very tough and expensive guidelines for opening schools. While they want them open, they are asking schools to do very impractical things. I will be meeting with them." Now, Robert Redfield, the director of the CDC, immediately issued an update to the guidelines, announcing that it is critically important for our public health to open schools this fall. The reversal was stunning. Past CDC directors were not immune to politics, and they understood that a president might overrule them. But there has always been an understanding at the agency that all public health decisions made there would have to be governed by data, not ideology. Now, no agency or scientist is infallible. Early in the pandemic, the CDC failed to introduce accurate test kits. Many of the kits it distributed were contaminated and useless. The agency used highly sensitive tests based on PCR or oh yes, that's the technology I described before. A kind of molecule, PCR technology is a kind of molecular copying machine that makes millions or even billions of copies of a DNA sample. That makes it much easier for clinicians to detect any specific sequence of DNA, including those in the coronavirus. The technology has been used routinely for more than 3 decades, but it is sensitive to small errors. And there were several in the CDC kits. The misstep delayed accurate data collection throughout the United States at one of the most critical moments in the pandemic. But from the day the agency was established, shortly after the end of the Second World War, it has been widely regarded as the most impressive epidemiological service in the world. The U.S. Public Health Service situated the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, in Atlanta in an effort to stop a devastating spread of malaria from the South, aftermath the American Civil War between the states. It succeeded. Since then, it has led the fight to eradicate smallpox and nearly every major infectious disease outbreak. Now, I myself have spracketh about its work from the early days of the AIDS epidemic through subsequent outbreaks of bird flu, swine flu, and SARS, among other diseases. The people who ran the agency always had time for reporters, and I cannot count the number of hours that experts there have spent explaining complicated public health problems to myself, sans any interference from their bosses. Today, I would never name any of the researchers who have been so helpful, for fear that it would get them into trouble. Donald Trump is hardly the first president to ignore scientific data, or rather advice, beyond data. Not long after George W. Bush took office, circa 2001, he introduced a ban on federal funding for stem cell research. Because stem cells can grow into nearly any type of organ or tissue, they offer a unique opportunity to understand as how diseases develop. But embryos must be destroyed to extract the cells, so abortion opponents, including Bush, argued that using them devalues human life. Now, Bush administration officials also removed a fact sheet about condoms from the CDC website and posted one on the National Cancer Institute site that falsely linked abortions to an increased risk of breast cancer. Now, Bush did not rely on science or scientists in making those decisions, but neither did he disparage nor try to humiliate them. In fact, he introduced the most successful AIDS relief program in the world. The President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or the Relief of Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, or PEPFAR, has prevented millions of deaths in Africa. Now, Bill Clinton was highly supportive of his economic advisors. Nonetheless, he ignored them in 1998 when he refused to lift a ban on federal funding for needle exchanges. Public health officials concluded that it was an effective way to bring down HIV infection rates. Clinton decided that the public was not yet ready to accept a policy that might be seen as condoning the use of illegal drugs. He tried to have it both ways, leaving the ban in place but stating publicly that it would be scientifically sound to lift it. He later acknowledged that his decision had been wrong. Yet, it was based, at least in part, on principle. Donald Trump has no principles. And the effect be crystal clear. The most important public health institutions in America have essentially been hijacked by a man who detests science and expertise in equal measure. We have rarely lived in an era when we needed our public health leaders more, or when they have been more regularly ignored or belittled by the highest office in the land. Now I'm told that I'm breaking up because I'm trying to keep myself awake. Having not eaten dinner, instead I had a big sandwich while Derek Talley and Mr. Jameson Reese himself were talking. So what people are probably hearing is my sucking on these Chinese preserved apricots, these sweet and sour apricots, these sweet sour apricots, that are comprised, of course, of apricot in a malt of sugar, salt, citric acid, and spices. A product of Thailand. And this was sent to me by Mr. Miguel Andahar. So, kudos to him. So I'll try and finish up on this. Hopefully I'm not breaking up anymore. I'm back to being clear. Much of this is simply something riding on my tongue to help me stay lubricated, or rather salivated, to continue producing sound effects for you. Well, sound. Like my voice, so I don't dry up. Now, all of this is about operating behind closed doors. When faced with a pandemic that put millions of Californians out of work and eviscerated businesses large and small, our governor, Gavin Newsom, promised that health and science would guide state officials in repairing the economy and steering it toward recovery. But as Gavin Newsom reopened the state in May, he also received advice from an all-star roster of business titans, the governor's task force on business and jobs recovery, a 108-member group that counts former California governors, the Apple CEO, Tim Cook, the Disney executive, Chairman Bob Iger, and a former chair of the Federal Reserve, Janet Yellen, among its members. Beyond that, little is known about the task force's work to anyone, including how extensive a role the group has played in shaping the decisions to reopen California. Some in Sacramento sayest they are still waiting for the big ideas promised by Gavin Newsom when he announced the group in April. Now this provided a sliver of hope. When the number of people being sent to the hospital with COVID-19 began to creep up in Los Angeles County early this summer, officials warned that a major increase in deaths was inevitable. A record-breaking number of cases could result in a record-breaking number of deaths, as they said, but nearly 12 months later, that has not materialized. The coronavirus continues to kill hundreds of people every week in Los Angeles County, but the death toll has remained lower than expected. The trend is due in part to younger people falling sick, as well as better control over the disease's spread in high-risk settings, such as nursing homes. But doctors say there be another factor pushing up survival rates: better treatments. Even so, many people who get sick may not die, but will endure long-term health consequences. The so-called Spanish influenza, unleashed by the Americans as the American Army and Navy flu, came in 2 waves, the second wave much deadlier than the first, and of the 200 million people on Earth who died at that time, when we had nowhere near the population we have today, it would have been the equivalent, if that were to kill as many people today, that would be the equivalent of everyone in China and India dying put together. And another billion people. To put this into perspective, there's 1 billion Roman Catholics on Earth, 1 billion Muslims, 1 billion Chinese, 1 billion Asian Indians, and 1 billion black people in the nation of Nigeria alone. Altogether, that's 5 billion people right there. Half the world's population, as it will stand soon enough. Within that population, imagine 1 billion of those people, well, 2 billion of them, all the Roman Catholics and all the Muslims all dying. And then imagine 1/3 billion, at least, the entire population of China or Asian India, having their lifespans shortened by no less than 10 to 15 years from experiencing the so-called Spanish flu, in reality, the American Army and Navy flu, as it hit, that deprived them of 10 or 15 years of their life, shortened their lives by a decade and a half because of how seriously it damaged their capacity to breathe, and ultimately this incapacity to breathe became worse and worse as they got older. Their lungs were damaged beyond recovery. That's what we will see happen with coronavirus. That's why it's so important not to catch it. Now, I've spoken of one philosopheress who was focusing on the economy. There's another philosopheress, Isabel Wilkerson, whose view basically purports that racism is the only, it's only the visible manifestation of something deeper, a hidden system of social domination. That brings us to, upon my review of her book, trying to articulate Isabel Wilkerson's world historical theory of race and caste, as in C-A-S-T-E, as in India, the casteocracy, where they have a caste system set in stone. So, by comparing white supremacy in these United States to the caste system in India, Isabel Wilkerson's new book at once illuminates and collapses a complex history. You see, as the summer of 1958 was coming to an end, Martin Luther King Jr. was newly famous and exhausted. All of but 29 years of age, he had been traveling across the country for weeks promoting his own first book, entitled Stride Toward Freedom, a memoir of the 1956 Montgomery bus boycott, a protest that, at 382 days, was the most sustained mass action in American history to that point. probably still. It had led both to a Supreme Court decision that segregation on public buses was unconstitutional and to retaliatory bombings of black churches. The book tour was meant to mobilize support for the movement's next phase, but days after his first event, he'd been kicked, choked, and arrested by the Montgomery police. And now, in Harlem, on the 20th of September, he was being denounced as an Uncle Tom for not appearing at a black-owned bookstore whose politics conflicted with the mainstream image he was trying to project. So he sat at a table with a pile of books at the white-owned Blumstein's department store on West 125th Street. It was a store that didn't even sell books. A store whose management refused to hire black clerks until a boycott forced the issue. The staff had put his signing table at the back by the shoes, so he could have something to polish, because he was a shine. Clever, nah. A woman in sequined cat eyeglasses. They used to have these cat eyeglasses that were particularly popular at that time. And a woman in... They were sequined, of course, to add to their garishness. And a woman in these sequined cat eyeglasses asked, when she got to the table, "Is this Martin Luther King?" He said yes. And she reached into her purse, withdrew a steel letter opener as sharp as a razor-edged knife and plunged the steel letter opener into his chest to pierce his heart and kill him. Later, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King viewed his months of recovery from the sharpened steel which had pierced his very heart as a period of productive recalibration. It became as clear to him how much stamina he would need to withstand the battles and backlashes ahead. He marked the end of his convalescence by going to India, the birthplace of a man whose self-discipline he admired, or had admired since he was in theology school, the late Mohandas Gandhi, the leader of the mass movement that secured India's independence from the British circa 1947, while war was still ongoing between the Japanese and the Allies by law under conditions of ceasefire. Dr. Martin King had most recently enacted Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence by publicly forgiving his would-be assassin, a white woman who struggled with mental illness. The Right Reverend Dr. King liked to say afterward that he'd gone to India as a pilgrim. Arriving home, however, spiritual lessons weren't what he wanted to share. He was more animated by the concrete political steps that leaders had taken to redress the wrongs of India's age-old caste system. Gandhi had fought for the right of untouchables, known today as Dalits, to gain entry to Hindu temples that had long barred them as impure. To equal that, President Eisenhower would take a Negro child by the hand and lead her into Central High School in Little Rock. Or so Martin King wrote. The Indian Constitution of 1950 had officially abolished untouchability, declared caste discrimination a crime, and created affirmative action quotas for Dalits and indigenous tribes, in part because of a formidable Dalit thinker and leader, B.R. Ambedkar, having played a crucial role in writing that constitution. And so King told reporters, on basis that example, today no leader in India would dare to make a public endorsement of untouchability. But in America, every day some leader endorses racial segregation. So in her book entitled Caste, that's the title, C-A-S-T-E, subtitled The Origins of Our Discontents, as published by Random House, Isabel Wilkerson contends that the brutal Indian system of hierarchy illuminates more about American racial divides than the idea of race alone can. And early in her book, she relays a story that King told about his India trip. He was visiting a school for Dalit children when the principal introduced him as a fellow untouchable. By the way, if he had said that to an Asian Indian, there would have been violence. The comparison even made the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was able to forgive a crazy cunt who had stabbed him through the heart, that comparison even made him flinch. But then its truth overwhelmed him. And Wilkerson herself writes in her book that in that moment, he realized that the land of the free had imposed a caste system not unlike the caste system of India that he had lived under, that system all of his life. It was what lay beneath the forces he was fighting in America. Those powers and principalities described by Derek Talley. This story is, well, as a historian, I must say it's almost certainly apocryphal, as borrowed from a sermon that one of Dr. King's mentors gave more than 2 decades earlier. In later years, King took little interest in how the idea of caste might apply in his own country. But the anecdote at once lends a civil rights hero's weight to Wilkerson's bold thesis, and provided the model response to it. A lightning flash of insight about the mechanics of white supremacy. In her view, racism is only the visible manifestation of something deeper. Underlying and predating racism, and holding white supremacy in place, is a hidden system of social domination, a caste structure that uses neutral human differences, skin color among them, as the basis for ranking human value. And so she writes in this work, from which I shall now read, caste is insidious and therefore powerful, because it is not hatred. It is not necessarily personal. It is the worn grooves of comforting routines and unthinking expectations, patterns of a social order that have been in place for so long that it looks like the natural order of things itself. The caste model moves white behavior away from subjective feelings, what motivates these people to do what they do, and into the objective realm of power dynamics, what they do, and to whom. The dynamic that concerns Wilkerson the most is how a dominant caste stops a low-ranking caste from gaining on it. The most enduring caste system, India's, turned a division of labor into a division of lineage. In the laws of Manu and other ancient Hindu texts, caste was inscribed with rigid precision, slotting occupations into 4 varnas, or ranks: priest, ruler-warrior, merchant, and laborer, and a 5th category, outcasts, another old name for today's Dalits. Caste as a lived Indian reality, however, is crueler than any study of scriptural texts would ever indicate. It's also more fluid. Each Varna comprises innumerable subcastes, or jatis, and over generations, some jatis have climbed up the ranks as others have slipped down. New occupational groups have been incorporated into the system as others have vanished. In the 19th century, the hierarchy, vicious enough by its own design, was entrenched by taxonomies imposed by the British Raj, categories used as instruments of colonial control. What fascinated Dr. Martin Luther King during his sojourn in the subcontinent was how the newly independent state intended to weaken the caste order by ensuring entry for low-caste citizens into schools, universities, and government jobs. What fascinates Wilkerson, like many progressives before herself, is the ossified model, heritable hierarchy in its purest form. Writing with calm and penetrating authority, Wilkerson discusses 3 caste hierarchies in world history: those of India, America, and, of course, the Third Reich, as a cheap shot and an easy study. And I say that, of course, facetiously, thereby excavating the shared principles borrowed deep within the culture and subconsciousness of each. She identifies several pillars of caste, including inherited rank, taboos related to notions of purity and pollution, the enforcement of hierarchies through terror and violence, and divine sanction of superiority. The American equivalent to the laws of Manu is, of course, the Old Testament. Now, in Wilkerson's first book, entitled The Warmth of Other Suns, which documented the great migration of American blacks in the 20th century out of the South and across the continent to face rejection and expulsion and mass murder, she wrote about past lives with finer precision and texture than most professional historians have done. So she must have considered the risks involved in compressing into a single frame India's roughly 3,000-year-old caste structure, America's 400-year-old racial hierarchies, and the Third Reich's 12-year enforcement of Aryanism on the surface of the world. Now, even on her home terrain, where she focuses on what she calls the poles of the American caste system, blacks and whites, her analysis sometimes seems more ahistorical than transhistorical, as temporal specificities collapse into an eternal present. But this effect is consonant with the view of history she presents in her book, one involving more grim continuity than hopeful departures, more regression to the mean than moments of progress. In the 1930s, Allison Davis, a path-breaking African-American social anthropologist whom Wilkerson calls her spiritual father, risked his life to examine the interplay of caste and class in Natchez, Mississippi, the work that he and his collaborators ultimately produced, entitled Deep South, as published circa 1941, was the first systematic, empirical study of post-Reconstruction life in region. Now, confirming the work of other social theorists of the time, they concluded that the structures that kept blacks immiserated and imperiled were so entrenched that they constituted a caste system. When Gunnar Myrdal incorporated their research into his own classic report entitled An American Dilemma, published circa 1944. The idea of caste fully entered the 20th century American conversation about race. Now, 20 years after Myrdal published his report, but 5 years after Dr. King had traveled to Asian India, the dream of seeing aggressive anti-discrimination legislation in America was realized. President Lyndon Baines Johnson signing the Civil Rights Act. Now, Wilkerson in her work emphasizes the recoil that followed this victory. No Democratic contender for president has won the majority of the white vote ever since. Did you know that? Ever. No Democratic contender for president has ever won the majority of the white vote ever since. What does that tell you? In Wilkerson's analysis, the arc of the political universe bends towards caste, as progressive legislative or electoral victories activate the threatened dominant group. Now, had observers better grasped white anxieties unleashed by the growth of America's non-white population and the two-term presidency, thereby, of Barack Obama, Donald Trump's victory in 2016 would have come as no surprise. Wilkerson argues that in the voting booth, whites across the board set aside considerations like gender affinity, which I've articulated earlier in tonight's arc of narrative, and all the burdens that imposes, and such class concerns as access to health care, in order to support a man who had signaled his commitment to the continued dominion of their caste, with which they truly identify. Trump did not need to tweet out, "You will not replace us!" And so Wilkerson observes that throughout American history, white supremacist ideas deemed taboo have simply gone undercover. When in the early years of the 20th century, the Postmaster General banned the grotesque postcards that certain whites liked to send, featuring the corpses of the lynched. Literally, photographic postcards with dead black bodies butchered upon them, with sayings printed across the card like, "This is the barbecue we had last night." The cards kept on circulating in envelopes. Because this is like the white inside joke. Dead black bodies with a hint of cannibalism. Now, personally, if I were a racist white, I can't understand why I would want to eat a black person, but I guess they feel that they're animals, so okay. I'm not going to dwell on it. I do know that what happens when you get to the toes and the palms and the soles of the feet, I mean, they're as white as you, right? So, I mean, oftentimes it's kind of I mean, isn't that odd? Or, maybe those parts are disposed of when it comes to the meal. Moving right along. As I said, I'm trapped in the darkest continent on the surface of the earth, the land of white savages, where I'm the one man representing the civilization that shines as the light of the world from my homeland in Taiwan, under the wisdom of Confucianism. Now, with Trump, a 21st century version of these clandestine networks, such as circulate cards, like trading cards of the bodies of lynched black people, has produced what Wilkerson sees as a consolidation of rank among the historic ruling caste, following the disruption represented by a black first family. The Obamas have been touted in some circles as proof of progress toward racial equality. The experience of elite black Americans is central to Wilkerson's account, but for the opposite reason. She sees in their attempts to transcend their assigned place in the hierarchy a natural caste experiment, and a failed one at that. To illustrate this phenomenon, she ranges cross disciplines from sociology to economics to medicine, interspersing her analysis with what she calls scenes of caste, among them wrenching personal ones. One evening, violating caste's pre-written script, she is flying first class. Well, first class, excuse me. Not caste, but class. She herself being black. And as she stands in the aisle and waits to disembark, the lone black African American passenger in the cabin, and a woman to boot, a white man retrieving his bag from an overhead compartment thrusts his full weight onto her body, while other travelers watch, their faces determinedly blank. And so she writes, over the course of American history, black men have died for doing far less to white women than what he did to me. The men and women in the cabin would have suffered no material consequence for defending her, she notes, yet every single one of them chose caste solidarity over principle, tribe over any sense of human empathy. One of those impassive witnesses, the lead flight attendant, was a black man, and she imagined his own caste calculations. This low caste man didn't know what power the upper caste man might possess. To defend a low caste woman, even if it was his professional responsibility to do so, could bring negative consequences. And so she had to conclude in that incident, or vis-a-vis that incident, that in a caste system, things work more smoothly when everyone stays in their place, and that is what he did. Now, throughout relating that has me so angry. Excuse me while I drink some water. Now, throughout Wilkerson's book, one senses that each word has been carefully weighed, and her tone remains measured even when describing her own assault. But she conveys a particular frustration with those members of her caste, from the flight attendant to the black African American police officers involved in the deaths of Eric Garner and Freddie Gray, who try to rise by rejecting their own. And so, she says, the caste system, in an echo of Malcolm X, has always rewarded snitches and sellouts. Now, mustering old and new historical scholarship, sometimes to shattering effect, the book entitled Caste brings out how systematically, through the centuries, black lives were destroyed under the terror of people who had absolute power over their bodies and their very breath. In considering the present, however, she oftentimes focuses on questions of dignity. Many scenes involve whites failing to recognize the status of successful blacks, like the white man having recently moved into a wealthy suburb who mistakes his elegant black neighbor for the woman who picks up his laundry. As for how caste dynamics affect those black Americans who really do pick up the laundry, or shell the shrimp, or clean the motel rooms, Wilkerson has little to say. At one point, she implies that poor people of color are in some ways more fortunate than wealthier ones because they have fewer stress-related health problems. She surmises that this has to do with low-income people of color getting less white pushback. But the claim isn't supported by most recent research, and she doesn't mention the significant diagnostic gap created by unequal access to healthcare. Considerations of material resources in her analysis can disappear in the shadow of status. Applying a single abstraction to multiple realities inevitably creates friction, sometimes productive, sometimes not. In the book's comparison of the Third Reich to India and America, for example, a rather jarring distinction is set aside. The final objective of National Socialistic ideology was to eliminate Jewish people, not just to subordinate them. While American whites and Asian Indian upper castes exploited blacks and Dalits to do their menial labor, the National Socialists came to see no functional role for Jews whatsoever. I'm sorry. As should be obvious, in National Socialist propaganda, Jews weren't backward, bestial, natural-born toilers. They were cunning arch manipulators of historical events. When the Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, and other National Socialists reviled extreme Jewish intellectualism and asserted that Jews had helped orchestrate Gross Germania's, or Greater Germany's, defeat in the Great War, they were insisting on Jewish iniquity, not occupational incapacity. The violence exercised against Dalits in India and black people in America provide us an ill-fitting template for eliminationist Judeophobia. So, as I said, the choice of the Third Reich to join the other two cultures is a cheap shot and anti-academic. It's merely meant to sell the book with a grope that people can grasp, one that everybody buys. I mean, even in this prison rape anti-culture, as Wilkerson prosecutes the case for her caste model, she occasionally skirts facts that resist alignment with her thesis. To clinch her argument that Donald Trump was elected because whites were protecting their caste status, she says that he won them over at every educational level. But I can assure you, according to the Pew Foundation's 2018 validated voter analysis, in which it was proven that most whites with a college education or higher voted against him, we see the reality. Education is the key to defeating ignorance, which is all that racism thrives on. So Wilkerson herself seems at times to have a sophisticated idea of how caste operates in the modern world with all its internal diversities. But at that point which I've just articulated and other points in her book, particularly anything concerning my biological father's empire, she, by all appearances, be reaching back toward older understandings of the system in which each group is a monolith, consistent in its interests and political allegiances, impervious to contingencies or context. Indeed, reading Wilkerson's chapter on Allison Davis, one could forget that Deep South pointedly billed itself as a study of caste and class. She leaves out the fact that Davis and his co-authors were fascinated by the ways in which the two gradients could complicate each other, the ways in which solidarities of class sometimes trump those even of color. Martin Luther King, Stokely Carmichael, and James Forman, who encountered Deep South in college, read its findings more instrumentally than Wilkerson does. The structural and individual outrages committed by Mississippi whites would not have been news to them. The news was that white elites oftentimes despised the white poor more than they did black workers. I mean, they were getting something out of black workers. They weren't getting shit out of poor whites. The whites are just taking up space and sucking up valuable oxygen, like a Hoover vacuum cleaner. Black and white landlords cooperated to protect their interests and exploit poor tenant farmers. And some white shopkeepers, however racist, knew that they had to be courteous to black customers or lose their business. Many civil rights activists concluded that if blacks gained more wealth and political power, they could compel whites to modify their behavior. Altering that key variable might start the process of eroding the caste system itself. Today, Republican political strategists are no doubt at work trying to capitalize on similar class and caste variables in the hope of dividing the black vote and undermining black equality movements. As it happens, a middle caste Indian immigrant, the economist Raj Shetty, has given us an illuminating forensic picture of the complexity of the castes in question. Gender matters. Black women now slightly out-earn white women who were raised in financially similar family circumstances. While the incomes of black men account for most of a still appalling black-white income gap. The location matters too. Black people who move to better neighborhoods as children have significantly different earning prospects as adults. Counties with the least social mobility today often had a greater density of slaves in the antebellum era, before the Civil War. Decades after the Right Reverend Dr. King celebrated the laws Indian leaders had enacted to break down the caste system, that system has proved much tougher to dismantle than many observers had hoped. One thing quotas have changed, or achieved, however, is increased economic diversity within lower castes. A change that shows how labial the corresponding political alliances can be. After independence, Dalits, who constitute more than 16% of the population, were a reliable vote, first for the Congress Party, and then in some states for their own caste-based regional parties. They were nearly as unified as the white Trump voters Wilkerson conjures. That's no longer true. For the past 6 years, India has been ruled by the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP, a party with Brahminic roots, which was established to promote upper caste interests and advocates an ideology of Hindu supremacy. Dalits and lower castes were largely aligned against the BJP until it began courting them by exploiting the economic divisions within their ranks. Some Dalit communities had benefited disproportionately from the quotas for government jobs that Ambedkar, whom Wilkerson dubs India's Martin Luther King, fought to write into their constitution. Over time, a small Dalit elite, known as the creamy layer, emerged. The BJP recruited Dalits who were beneath that layer and resentful thereof, promising them economic advancement. Simultaneously, the party's networks tried to draw them into the Hindu supremacist fold by inciting fear about a group even lower in the social hierarchy, Indian Muslims. Circa 2019, but yesteryear, fully a third of Dalits voted for the BJP in national elections that returned Prime Minister Narendra Modi to power. Suraj Yengde, a Dalit scholar at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, sees possible benefits in his caste's lack of unity. He has argued that as parties compete for their votes, Dalits may have a wider and less corrupt range of candidates to choose from, and more effective representation thereby. But Yang Dae's sometime collaborator, the astringent 70-year-old Dalit intellectual and activist Anand Teltumde, currently imprisoned by the Modi government on dubious charges of inciting violence, perceives a larger political failure, himself believing that the debacle of the Dalit movement today lies in its inability to recognize how class intersects with caste. You see, starting in the 19th century, low-caste Indians looked to America's progressives for ideas about fighting inequality. Jyotirayo Phule, an anti-Brahmin agitator from a lowly gardener caste, dedicated his 1873 book entitled Gulamgiri, or Slavery, to American abolitionists. A century later, young Dalits who had studied the Black Power movement launched the Dalit Panthers. Imagine that. In Wilkerson's estimation, what America may teach the world in the coming decades is, alas, how a numerically vulnerable dominant caste can cling to power. She recounts a conversation she had with the civil rights historian Taylor Branch about how American democracy will fare when it reaches a demographic watershed, the moment in the 2040s when non-Hispanic whites are expected to see their majority disappear. Branch said, "So the real question would be, if people were given the choice between democracy and whiteness, how many would choose whiteness?" Wilkerson anticipates that whites will rush to co-opt insecure mid-caste non-whites, ethnic groups who have profited from affirmative action programs that blacks have fought for. She quite chillingly envisages Latinos, Asians, and other citizens of color entering the voting booth and making an automatic, well, actually she wrote, the word she used was autonomic, meaning subreflexive, literally like breathing, an autonomic subconscious assessment of their station, privileging features of their identity that align them with the dominant caste over features they share with other voters of color. And she predicts they will vote up rather than across, and usually not down. As these new honorary whites, as they were dubbed in South Africa, Japanese and Taiwanese, were deemed honorary whites by the apartheid system of South Africa, in case you didn't know. And as these honorary American whites, in her estimation, bolster the ranks of the dominant caste, blacks will remain on the bottom. In Frank B. Wilderson III's stark phrasing, those middle castes will become junior partners in white supremacy. There's some precedent to support this argument. Italian Americans, who now tend to vote Republican, were 19th century pariahs, seen as completely non-white. They were called wogs, or Mediterranean niggers, and were sometimes even lynched. But given the increasing range of America's contemporary middle castes, consider the economic chasm between an Indian tech CEO and an Indian security guard, or the ideological gap between a Ted Cruz and an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's hard to see a concerted march toward whiteness. Too many of those mid-caste Americans seem, in this moment, to be an impediment to the second term of the white supremacist in chief. Wilkerson's conception of social rigidities may itself prove too rigid to accommodate the complexities of what's unfolding all around us. Today, the Confederate emblem has been chased off the Mississippi state flag, and talk of reparations has moved into the political mainstream. Wilkerson's model does not encourage optimism. Backlash follows legislative and electoral progress so reliably in her account that hopes for change begin to feel naive. That backlash, of course, be deemed whitelash, and no law be etched in granite, as she reminds us. Each one can be chiseled away by that whitelash. Although Wilkerson considers herself more a diagnostician than a clinician, she advances, toward the end of the book, 2 ideas for toppling the American caste system. She'd like to see a public accounting of the American past modeled on post-war Germany, meaning post-prosecution of hostilities, as the war has never ended with the Reich in exile, so I guess Germany itself can be considered post-war, which paid restitution to Holocaust survivors, made displaying the swastika a crime, and erected memorials to victims. But her greater faith lies in what she calls radical empathy. She has described her work as a moral mission to change the country, the world, one heart at a time. And she concludes her book by celebrating individuals like Albert Einstein, who came to these United States shortly before my biological father Adolf Hitler took power, empathized himself with blacks facing discrimination, though I doubt he would have wanted to sit next to them on the bus. I'll bet he began advocating for their rights. And so Wilkerson writes, each time a person reaches across caste and makes a connection, it helps break the back of caste. Multiplied by millions in a given day, it becomest the flap of a butterfly wing that shifts the air and builds to a hurricane across an ocean. Now this resort to moral psychology, a self-oriented Gandhian move of the kind that infuriated Ambedkar, seems a retreat from her larger argument that white supremacy should be seen as systemic and not personal. Perhaps boxed in by her caste model, she is seeking hope by reaching outside of it. Well, reaching outside her model. But if the caste model can feel unnuanced and overly deterministic, the turn toward empathy can feel detached from history in another way. After all, we're every white person in America to wake up tomorrow cured of what Wilkerson terms the disease of caste. The change of heart alone would not redress the deprivation of human, financial, and social capital to which blacks have been subjected for fucking centuries. Talk of structural racism is meant to highlight this difficult truth. Wilkerson's understanding of caste, by emphasizing norms of respect over the promptings of distributive justice, can sometimes obscure it. Now, here in the greater Bay Area Metroplex region, across the bay from my Golden Gated San Francisco, a soggy evening in July, just last month, I myself was visiting the area where Black Lives Matter had been painted on a street leading to the city's Capitol building of what is, by many calculations, one of the blackest cities in America. At some points in American history, it was the blackest city in America. And as young white people stood on that street taking selfies, I did my best to imagine a lasting equality built on what was in their hearts and those of millions like them. Yet their baseball caps took me back to an argument in caste about the great Negro League pitcher Satchel Paige. Wilkerson herself argues that if Page had been allowed to play in the white leagues while he was in his athletic prime, he wasn't tapped by the majors until he was in his 40s, mind you. His uncanny skill would have been further honed. Spectators would have flocked to see him. His team would have risen in the rankings, and the sport as a whole would have reaped the profits. This line of argument recurs in her book and turns up in a lot of other places lately. If you level the playing field, everybody wins. But what about the not quite great white player whose major league career happened only because Page was barred from the competition? In a fair world, dominant caste individuals would have historically benefited from prejudice, and discrimination would lose out. When I multiplied the injury of disinheritance by, well, to use Wilkerson's phrase, millions in a given day, in a foreseeable future of economic insecurity, the sustained radical empathy of downwardly mobile whites became this hard thing to envision. I started to wonder if Wilkerson's faith in psychology had underestimated a particularly treacherous aspect of Indian caste, which is how well it insulates the hearts of individual oppressors from the injustices they perpetrate and profit by. Radical empathy is exactly what caste societies preclude. The system's fictitious gradations extinguish, by design, any sense of common humanity. Now, pinned on the new iron fence protecting the White House itself from the very public which pays the taxes to maintain it, are photos of black people killed by the police in recent years. In the photograph of the Minnesota cafeteria worker, Philando Castile, a photograph I saw of that photograph enabled myself to make us out the motto on his school-issue lanyard, which was, "Live well." And why, I wondered, should justice for a low-wage worker murdered while complying with a law officer's order have to depend on anything as discretionary as empathy? I myself recall the detail about Dr. King's trip to India. When looking for psychological strength, he'd found political strategy. A reporter in New Delhi, the capital of that nation, had asked him about those who had fought him in Montgomery. Had he, in the end, transformed the hearts of the white people? King replied, "Maybe some hearts. Others remained bitter." And he moved on to another question. Changing power differentials in order to redress vile histories of discrimination. Even Dr. King knew, in all of his, I would call it, idealism, was bound to be ugly. Because sometimes hearts barely figured at all. It's not anything from the heart that's going to change our world. It will take the level of enforcement my biological Adolf Hitler was able to mete out. And only with that level of enforcement via a black Gestapo, Geheim Staatspolizei, Geheim Staatspolizei, or State Police Force, will the world around us change. On this darkest of all continents, as I close this transmission surrounded by white savages. The sole representative of civilization from across the Pacific. Stranded in a world I don't even want to be in. And forbidden to return home for reasons I've articulated in the past. And so stranded here among you, this be mine Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And, of course, subscribe to the Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. His YouTube channel, whereon he be the property manager, as well as Team TRÄNCK, Dietrich's or Dragon's Ultimate, post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. And, of course, he's the man who, twice a week, downloads these episodes from off YouTube and onto our website. So if no financial aid, well, if financial aid be at all possible and no be prohibitive per your budgetary constraints, whatever they may be, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions. If anyone deserved a donation aside myself, it would be he. And that would be via tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS. A name he'll change to Maggot Billions should he get enough money. With a roll of the eyes you cannot see. Remember, this is the bridge, this man, between the Akashic records and the data matrix in which my legacy exists, which has been wiped, scrubbed, from the internet completely, no less than thrice, 3 times, and rebuilt only by the fact that this man took it of his own initiatives to download the majority of what I produced on the internet into his hard drives, by which we could reconstruct my legacy and thereby flesh out the persona which speaketh to you now on bandwidth, rendering the Maggot Man, John Henry McMills Warrington, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be my name and legacy, and what I've provided thyself in information, or the scrubbing of all of the species of life from the surface of the earth by the cultists of the anti-gods in the name of death, destruction, and entropy. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on mine bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com. And spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage all others to electronically relay their contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zuchin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered. Assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will their membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAGE, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Access Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team TRÄNCK, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and the YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. And of course he has added a new video to all of that content, and that would be oh my god, oh yes, how could I forget? Let's see if I can go back to the beginning of it, and the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, the Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology, as subtitled, and of course, just remember that that's merely the trailer for a more in-depth video, and indeed, the last Dietrich of Bolivians, son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Remember, once at DouglasDietrich.com, to click on those posts pinned to the top of the page above all the latest episodes that we've yet to catch up. Make it certain to click on the 3D graphic modeler's image of the 3-arrow dreadnoughts, what the Americans would refer to during World War II, for obvious reasons, as flying hamburgers. Make certain that you follow that, as that portal takes you to a number of images we simply cannot integrate into Peter Moon's book, along with my co-authoring thereof. We can only take the color front and back book plates, the front and back covers for some images, and a few black and white images, maybe incorporated in the book, in its middle, or throughout the book itself. We can't afford to do more than that for either the published or the electronic version. The only place you're going to find the images of the unconventional Japanese aeroframes, which factored in Japan, the empire thereof, winning the Second World War, is on DouglasDietrich.com. Make certain you review them, and until Sunday, I hope that everyone has a stable existence. One that brings them a greater sense of stability than mine own. Now, my thanks to Jameson Rees for being active in the live chat with Trey Williams and unto Sarah Shields and everyone else. All my best. To all a blessed night, and sweet be thy slumber. And join us again on Sunday, and maintain myself in your prayers, because I most certainly need them in these ungodly and trying times of attacks from within and without, which have devastated myself emotionally and psychologically.